The Adventure of the Musgrave Ritual by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Adventure of the Musgrave Ritual by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. An anomaly which often struck me in the character of my friend Sherlock Holmes was that, although in his methods of thought he was the neatest and most methodical of mankind, and although also he affected a certain quiet primness of dress, he was none the less in his personal habits one of the most untidy men that ever drove a fellow lodger to distraction. Not that I am in the least conventional in that respect myself. The rough-and-tumble work in Afghanistan, coming on the top of natural bohemianism of disposition, has made me rather more lax than befits a medical man. But with me there is a limit, and when I find a man who keeps his cigars in the coal-scuttle, his tobacco in the toe-end of a Persian slipper, and his unanswered correspondence transfixed by a jackknife into the very centre of his wooden mantelpiece, then I begin to give myself virtuous airs. I have always held, too, that pistol practice should be distinctly an open-air pastime. And when Holmes, in one of his queer humours, would sit in an arm-chair with his hair-trigger and 100 Boxer cartridges, and proceed to adorn the opposite wall with a patriotic V.R. done in bullet-pox, I felt strongly that neither the atmosphere nor the appearance of our room was improved by it. Our chambers were always full of chemicals and of criminal relics which had a way of wandering into unlikely positions, and of turning up in the butter-dish, or in even less desirable places. But his papers were my great crux. He had a horror of destroying documents, especially those which were connected with his past cases, and yet it was only once in every year or two that he would muster energy to docket and arrange them. For, as I have mentioned somewhere in these incoherent memoirs, the outbursts of passionate energy when he performed the remarkable feats with which his name is associated were followed by reactions of lethargy, during which he would lie about with his violin and his books, hardly moving save from the sofa to the table. Thus, month after month, his papers accumulated until every corner of the room was stacked with bundles of manuscript, which were on no account to be burned, and which could not be put away save by their owner. One winter's night, as we sat together by the fire, I ventured to suggest to him that, as he had finished pasting extracts into his commonplace book, he might employ the next 2 hours in making our room a little more habitable. He could not deny the justice of my request, so with a rather rueful face he went off to his bedroom, from which he returned presently pulling a large tin box behind him. This he placed in the middle of the floor, and, squatting down upon a stool in front of it, he threw back the lid. I could see that it was already a third full of bundles of paper tied up with red tape into separate packages. "There are cases enough here, Watson," said he, looking at me with mischievous eyes. "I think that if you knew all that I had in this box, you would ask me to pull some out instead of putting others in." "These are the records of your early work, then?" I asked. "I have often wished that I had notes of those cases." "Yes, my boy, these were all done prematurely before my biographer had come to glorify me." He lifted bundle after bundle in a tender, caressing sort of way. "They are not all successes, Watson," said he, "but there are some pretty little problems among them. Here's the record of the Tarleton murders, and the case of Vanbury, the wine merchant, and the adventure of the old Russian woman, and the singular affair of the aluminium crutch, as well as a full account of Ricoletti of the club foot and his abominable wife. And here, now this really is something a little recherché." He dived his arm down to the bottom of the chest and brought up a small wooden box with a sliding lid such as children's toys are kept in. From within he produced a crumpled piece of paper, an old-fashioned brass key, a peg of wood with a ball of string attached to it, and 3 rusty old discs of metal. "Well, my boy, what do you make of this lot?" he asked, smiling at my expression. "It is a curious collection." "Very curious, and the story that hangs round it will strike you as being more curious still." "These relics have a history, then?" "So much so that they are history." "What do you mean by that?" Sherlock Holmes picked them up one by one and laid them along the edge of the table. Then he reseated himself in his chair, and looked them over with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "These," said he, "are all that I have left to remind me of the adventure of the Musgrave Ritual." I had heard him mention the case more than once, though I had never been able to gather the details. "I should be so glad," said I, "if you would give me an account of it." "And leave the letter as it is?" he cried mischievously. "Your tidiness won't bear much strain after all, Watson, but I should be glad that you should add this case to your annals, for there are points in it which make it quite unique in the criminal records of this, or I believe of any other, country. A collection of my trifling achievements would certainly be incomplete which contained no account of this very singular business. You may remember how the affair of the Gloria Scott, and my conversation with the unhappy man whose fate I told you of, first turned my attention in the direction of the profession which has become my life's work. You see me now when my name has become known far and wide, and when I am generally recognised both by the public and by the official force as being a final court of appeal in doubtful cases. Even when you knew me first, at the time of the fair which you have commemorated, A Study in Scarlet, I had already established a considerable, though not a very lucrative, connection. You can hardly realise, then, how difficult I found it at first, and how long I had to wait before I succeeded in making any headway. When I first came up to London, I had rooms in Montague Street, just round the corner from the British Museum, and there I waited, filling in my too abundant leisure time by studying all those branches of science which might make me more efficient. Now and again cases came in my way, principally through the introduction of old fellow students, for during my last years at the university there was a good deal of talk there about myself and my methods. The third of these cases was that of the Musgrave Ritual, and it is to the interest which was aroused by that singular chain of events and the large issues which proved to be at stake that I trace my first strides towards the position which I now hold. Reginald Musgrave had been in the same college as myself, and I had some slight acquaintance with him. He was not generally popular among the undergraduates, though it always seemed to me that that which was set down as pride was really an attempt to cover extreme natural diffidence. In appearance he was a man of an exceedingly aristocratic type, thin, high-nosed, and large-eyed, with languid and yet courtly manners. He was indeed a scion of one of the very oldest families in the kingdom, though his branch was a cadet one which had separated from the northern Musgraves some time in the 16th century, and had established itself in western Sussex, where the manor house of Hurlstone is perhaps the oldest inhabited building in the county. Something of his birthplace seemed to cling to the man, and I never looked at his pale, keen face or the poise of his head without associating him with grey archways and mullioned windows, and all the venerable wreckage of a feudal keep. Once or twice we drifted into talk, and I can remember that more than once he expressed a keen interest in my methods of observation and inference. For 4 years I had seen nothing of him, until one morning he walked into my room in Montague Street. He changed little, was dressed like a young man of fashion — he was always a bit of a dandy — and preserved the same quiet, suave manner which had formerly distinguished him. "How has all gone with you, Musgrave?" I asked, after we had cordially shaken hands. "You probably heard of my poor father's death," said he. "He was carried off about 2 years ago. Since then I have, of course, had the Hurlstone estate to manage, and as I am member for my district as well, my life has been a busy one. But I understand, Holmes, that you are turning to practical ends those powers with which you used to amaze us." "Yes," said I have taken to living by my wits." "I am delighted to hear it, for your advice at present would be exceedingly valuable to me. We've had some very strange doings at Hurlstone, and the police have been able to throw no light upon the matter. It is really the most extraordinary and inexplicable business." You can imagine with what eagerness I listened to him, Watson, for the very chance for which I had been panting during those months of inaction seemed to have come within my reach. In my inmost heart I believed that I could succeed where others failed, and now I had the opportunity to test myself. "Pray let me have the details," I cried. Reginald Musgrave sat down opposite to me and lit the cigarette which I had pushed towards him. "You must know," said he, "that though I am a bachelor, I have to keep up a considerable staff of servants at Hurlstone, for it is a rambling old place, and takes a good deal of looking after. I preserve, too, and in the pheasant months I usually have a house party, so that it would not do to be short-handed. Altogether there are 8 maids, the cook, the butler, 2 footmen and a boy. The garden and the stables, of course, have a separate staff. These servants, the one who has been longest in our service was Brunton, the butler. He was a young schoolmaster out of place when he was first taken up by my father, but he was a man of great energy and character, and he soon became quite invaluable in the household. He was a well-grown, handsome man with a splendid forehead, and though he has been with us for 20 years, he cannot be more than 40 now. With his personal advantages and his extraordinary gifts, he can speak several languages and play nearly every musical instrument. It is wonderful that he should have been satisfied so long in such a position, but I suppose that he was comfortable and lacked energy to make any change. The butler of Hurlstone is always a thing that is remembered by all who visit us. But this paragon had one fault. He is a bit of a Don Juan, and you can imagine that for a man like him it is not a very difficult part to play in a quiet country district. When he was married it was all right, but since he has been a widower we have had no end of trouble with him. A few months ago we were in hopes that he was about to settle down again, for he became engaged to Rachel Howells, our second housemaid. But he has thrown her over since then, and taken up with Janet Tregellis, the daughter of the head gamekeeper. Rachel, who is a very good girl, but of an excitable Welsh temperament, had a sharp touch of brain fever, and goes about the house now, or did until yesterday, like a black-eyed shadow of her former self. That was our first drama at Hurlstone, but a second one came to drive it from our minds, and it was prefaced by the disgrace and dismissal of butler Brunton. This is how it came about. I have said that the man was intelligent, and this very intelligence has caused his ruin, for it seems to have led to an insatiable curiosity about things which did not in the least concern him. I had no idea of the lengths to which this would carry him, until the merest accident opened my eyes to it. I have said that the house is a rambling one. One day last week, on Thursday night to be more exact, I found that I could not sleep, having foolishly taken a cup of strong café noir after my dinner. After struggling against it until 2 in the morning, I felt that it was quite hopeless, so I rose and lit the candle with the intention of continuing a novel which I was reading. The book, however, had been left in the billiard-room, so I pulled on my dressing-gown and started off to get it. In order to reach the billiard-room I had to descend a flight of stairs, and then to cross the head of a passage which led to the library and the gun-room. You can imagine my surprise when, as I looked down this corridor, I saw a glimmer of light coming from the open door of the library. I had myself extinguished the lamp and closed the door before coming to bed. Naturally, my first thought was of burglars. The corridors at Hurlstone have their walls largely decorated with trophies of old weapons. From one of these I picked a battle-axe, and then, leaving my candle behind me, I crept on tiptoe down the passage and peeped in at the open door. Brunton, the butler, was in the library. He was sitting, fully dressed, in an easy chair, with a slip of paper which looked like a map upon his knee, and his forehead sunk forward upon his hand in deep thought. I stood dumb with astonishment, watching him from the darkness. A small taper on the edge of the table shed a feeble light, which sufficed to show me that he was fully dressed. Suddenly, as I looked, he rose from his chair, and walking over to a bureau at the side, he unlocked it and drew out one of the drawers. From this he took a paper, and returning to his seat he flattened it out beside the taper on the edge of the table and began to study it with minute attention. My indignation at this calm examination of our family documents overcame me so far that I took a step forward, and Brunton, looking up, saw me standing in the doorway. He sprang to his feet, his face turned livid with fear, and he thrust into his breast the chart-like paper which he had been originally studying. "So," said I, "this is how you repay the trust which we have reposed in you. You will leave my service tomorrow." He bowed, with the look of a man who is utterly crushed, and slunk past me without a word. The taper was still on the table, and by its light I glanced to see what the paper was which Brunton had taken from the bureau. To my surprise it was nothing of any importance at all, but simply a copy of the questions and answers in the singular old observance called the Musgrave Ritual. It is a sort of ceremony peculiar to our family, which each Musgrave for centuries past has gone through on his coming of age. a thing of private interest and perhaps of some little importance to the archaeologist, like our own blazonings and charges, but of no practical use whatsoever. "We had better come back to the paper afterwards," said I. "If you think it really necessary," he answered, with some hesitation. To continue my statement, however, I relocked the bureau, using the key which Brunton had left, and had turned to go when I was surprised to find that the butler had returned and was standing before me. "Mr. Musgrave, sir," he cried in a voice which was hoarse with emotion, I can't bear disgrace, sir. I've always been proud about my station in life, and disgrace would kill me. My blood would be on your head, sir. It will indeed, if you drive me to despair. If you cannot keep me after what has passed, then, for God's sake, let me give you notice, and leave in a month, as if my own free will. I would stand that, Mr. Musgrave, but not to be cast out before all the folk that I know so well." "You don't deserve much consideration, Brunton," I answered. "Your conduct has been most infamous. However, as you have been a long time in the family, I have no wish to bring public disgrace upon you. A month, however, is too long. Take yourself away in a week, and give what reason you like for going." "Only a week, sir," he cried in a despairing voice. A fortnight, say at least a fortnight." "A week," I repeated, "and you may consider yourself to have been very leniently dealt with." He crept away, his face sunk upon his breast like a broken man, while I put out the light and returned to my room. For 2 days after this, Brunton was most assiduous in his attention to his duties. I made no allusion to what had passed, and waited with some curiosity to see how he would cover his disgrace. On the third morning, however, he did not appear, as was his custom after breakfast, to receive my instructions for the day. As I left the dining-room, I happened to meet Rachel Howells, the maid. I have told you that she had only recently recovered from an illness and was looking so wretchedly pale and wan that I remonstrated with her for being at work. "You should be in bed," I said. "Come back to your duties when you are stronger." She looked at me with so strange an expression that I began to suspect that her brain was affected. "I'm strong enough, Mr. Musgrave," said she. "We will see what the doctor says," I answered. "You must stop work now, and when you go downstairs just say that I wish to see Brunton." "The butler is gone," said she. "Gone? Gone where?" "He's gone. No one's seen him. He's not in his room." "Oh, yes, he's gone. He's gone." She fell back against the wall with shriek after shriek of laughter, while I, horrified at this sudden hysterical attack, rushed to the bell to summon help. The girl was taken to her room, still screaming and sobbing, while I made inquiries about Brunton. There was no doubt about it that he had disappeared. His bed had not been slept in, he had not been seen by anyone since he had retired to his room the night before, and yet it was difficult to see how he could have left the house, as both windows and doors were found to be fastened in the morning. His clothes, his watch, and even his money were in his room, but the black suit which he usually wore was missing. His slippers, too, were gone, but his boots were left behind. Where, then, could butler Brunton have gone in the night, and what could have become of him now? Of course, we searched the house from cellar to garret, but there was no trace of him. It is, as I have said, a labyrinth of an old house, especially the original wing, which is now practically uninhabited. But we ransacked every room and cellar without discovering the least sign of the missing man. It was incredible to me that he could have gone away leaving all his property behind him, and yet where could he be? I called in the local police, but without success. Rain had fallen on the night before, and we examined the lawn and the path all round the house, but in vain. Matters were in this state when a new development quite drew our attention away from the original mystery. For 2 days Rachel Howells had been so ill, sometimes delirious, sometimes hysterical, that a nurse had been employed to sit up with her at night. On the third night after Brunton's disappearance, the nurse, finding her patient sleeping nicely, had dropped into a nap in the arm-chair, when she woke in the early morning to find the bed empty, the window open, and no signs of the invalid. I was instantly aroused, and, with the 2 footmen, started off at once in search of the missing girl. It was not difficult to tell the direction which she had taken, for, starting from under her window, we could follow her footmarks easily across the lawn to the edge of the mere, where they vanished, close to the gravel path which leads out of the grounds. The lake there is 8 feet deep, and you can imagine our feelings when we saw that the trail of the poor demented girl came to an end at the edge of it. Of course, we had the drags at once and set to work to recover the remains, but no trace of her body could be found. On the other hand, we brought to the surface an object of a most unexpected kind. It was a linen bag, which contained within it a mass of old, rusted and discoloured metal, and several dull-coloured pieces of pebble or glass. This strange find was all that we could get from the mere, and although we made every possible search and inquiry yesterday, we know nothing of the fate either of Rachel Howells or of Richard Brunton. The county police are at their wits' end, and have come to you as a last resource. You can imagine, Watson, with what eagerness I listened to this extraordinary sequence of events, and endeavoured to piece them together, and to devise some common thread upon which they might all hang. The butler was gone. The maid was gone. The maid had loved the butler, but had afterwards had cause to hate him. She was of Welsh blood, fiery and passionate. She had been terribly excited immediately after his appearance. She had flung into the lake a bag containing some curious contents. These were all factors which had to be taken into consideration, and yet none of them got quite to the heart of the matter. What was the starting point of this chain of events? There lay the end of this tangled line. "I must see that paper, Musgrave," said I, "which this butler of yours thought it worth his while to consult, even at the risk of the loss of his place." "It is rather an absurd business, this ritual of ours," Higgs answered, "but it has at least the saving grace of antiquity to excuse it. I have a copy of the questions and answers here, if you care to run your eye over them." He handed me the very paper which I have here, Watson, and this is the strange catechism to which each Musgrave had to submit when he came to man's estate. I will read you the questions and answers as they stand. Whose was it? His who is gone. Who shall have it? He who will come. What was the month? The 6th from the 1st. Where was the sun? Over the oak. Where was the shadow? Under the elm. How was it stepped? North by 10 and by 10, east by 5 and by 5, south by 2 and by 2, west by 1 and by 1, and so under. What shall we give for it? All that is ours. Why should we give it? For the sake of the trust. The original has no date, but it is the spelling of the middle of the 17th century, remarked Musgrave. I am afraid, however, that it can be of little help to you in solving this mystery. At least, said I, it gives us another mystery, and one which is even more interesting than the first. It may be that the solution of the one may prove to be the solution of the other. You will excuse me, Musgrave, if I say that your butler appears to me to have been a very clever man, and to have had a clearer insight than 10 generations of his masters. I hardly follow you, said Musgrave. The paper seems to me to be of no practical importance. But to me it seems immensely practical, and I fancy that Brunton took the same view. He had probably seen it before that night on which you caught him. It's very possible. We took no pains to hide it. He simply wished, I should imagine, to refresh his memory upon that last occasion. He had, as I understand, some sort of map or chart which he was comparing with the manuscript, and which he thrust into his pocket when you appeared. That is true, but what could he have to do with this old family custom of ours, and what does this rigmarole mean? I don't think that we should have much difficulty in determining that, said I. With your permission, we will take the first train down to Sussex and go a little more deeply into the matter upon the spot. The same afternoon saw us both at Hurlstone. Possibly you have seen pictures and read descriptions of the famous old building, so I will confine my account of it to saying that it is built in the shape of an L, the long arm being the more modern portion, and the shorter the ancient nucleus from which the other has developed. Over the low, heavy-linteled door in the centre of this old part is chiselled the date, 1607, but experts are agreed that the beams and stonework are really much older than this. The enormously thick walls and tiny windows of this part had in the last century driven the family into buildings in the new wing, and the old one was used now as a storehouse and a cellar, when it was used at all. A splendid park with fine old timber surrounds the house, and the lake, to which my client had referred, lay close to the avenue about 200 yards from the building. I was already firmly convinced, Watson, that there were not 3 separate mysteries here, but one only, and that if I could read the Musgrave ritual aright, I should hold in my hand the clue which would lead me to the truth concerning both the butler, Brunton, and the maid, Howells. To that, then, I turned all my energies. Why should this servant be so anxious to master this old formula? Evidently because he saw something in it which had escaped all those generations of country squires, and from which he expected some personal advantage. What was it, then, and how had it affected his fate? It was perfectly obvious to me on reading the ritual that the measurements must refer to some spot to which the rest of the document alluded, and that if we could find that spot we should be in a fair way towards finding what the secret was which the old Musgraves had thought it necessary to embalm in so curious a fashion. There were 2 guides given to us to start with, an oak and an elm. As to the oak there could be no question at all. Right in front of the house upon the left-hand side of the drive there stood a patriarch among oaks, one of the most magnificent trees that I have ever seen. That was there when your ritual was drawn up," said I, as we drove past it. "It was there at the Norman Conquest, in all probability," he answered. "It has a girth of 23 feet. Here was one of the fixed points secured. "Have you any old elms?" I asked. "There used to be a very old one over yonder, but it was struck by lightning 10 years ago, and we cut down the stump." "You can see where it used to be?" "Oh, yes. There are no other elms?" "No old ones, but plenty of beeches. I should like to see where it grew." We had driven up in a dog-cart, and my client led me away at once, without our entering the house, to the scar on the lawn where the elm had stood. It was nearly midway between the oak and the house. My investigation seemed to be progressing. "I suppose it is impossible to find out how high the elm was?" I asked. "Oh, I can give you it at once. It was 64 feet. "How do you come to know it?" I asked in surprise. "When my old tutor used to give me an exercise in trigonometry, it always took the shape of measuring heights. When I was a lad I worked out every tree and building in the estate." This was an unexpected piece of luck. My data were coming more quickly than I could have reasonably hoped. "Tell me," I asked, "did your butler ever ask you such a question?" Reginald Musgrave looked at me in astonishment. "Now that you call it to my mind," he answered, "Brunton did ask me about the height of the tree some months ago, in connection with some little argument with the groom." Now this was excellent news, Watson, for it showed me that I was on the right road. I looked up at the sun. It was low in the heavens, and I calculated that in less than an hour it would lie just above the topmost branches of the old oak. One condition mentioned in the ritual would then be fulfilled, and the shadow of the elm must mean the farther end of the shadow, otherwise the trunk would have been chosen as the guide. I had then to find where the far end of the shadow would fall when the sun was just clear of the oak. That must have been difficult, Holmes, when the elm was no longer there. But at least I knew that if Brunton could do it, I could also. Besides, there was no real difficulty. I went with Musgrave to his study and whittled myself this peg, to which I tied this long string with a knot at each yard. Then I took 2 lengths of a fishing rod, which came to just 6 feet, and I went back with my client to where the elm had been. The sun was just grazing the top of the oak. I fastened the rod on end, marked out the direction of the shadow, and measured it. It was 9 feet in length. Of course, the calculation now was a simple one. If a rod of 6 feet threw a shadow of 9, a tree of 64 feet would throw one of 96, and the line of the one would of course be the line of the other. I measured out the distance, which brought me almost to the wall of the house, and I thrust a peg into the spot. You can imagine my exultation, Watson, when within 2 inches of my peg I saw a conical depression in the ground. I knew that it was the mark made by Brunton in his measurements, and that I was still upon his trail. From this starting point I proceeded to step, having first taken the cardinal points by my pocket compass. 10 steps with each foot took me along parallel with the wall of the house, and again I marked my spot with a peg, and then I carefully paced off 5 to the east and 2 to the south. It brought me to the very threshold of the old door. 2 steps to the west meant now that I was to go 2 paces down the stone-flagged passage, and this was the place indicated by the ritual. Never have I felt such a cold chill of disappointment, Watson. For a moment it seemed to me that there must be some radical mistake in my calculations. The setting sun shone full upon the passage floor, and I could see that the old foot-worn grey stones with which it was paved were firmly cemented together, and had certainly not been moved for many a long year. Brunton had not been at work here. I tapped upon the floor, but it sounded the same all over, and there was no sign of any crack or crevice. But fortunately Musgrave, who had begun to appreciate the meaning of my proceedings, and who was now as excited as myself, took out his manuscript to check my calculations. "And under," he cried. "You have omitted the and under." I had thought that it meant that we were to dig, but now of course I saw at once that I was wrong. "There is a cellar under this, then?" I cried. "Yes, and as old as the house. Down here, through this door." We went down a winding stone stair, and my companion, striking a match, lit a very large lantern which stood on a barrel in the corner. In an instant it was obvious that we had at last come upon the true place, and that we had not been the only people to visit the spot recently. It had been used for the storage of wood, but the billets, which had evidently been littered over the floor, were now piled at the sides, as to leave clear space in the middle. In this space lay a large and heavy flagstone with a rusted iron ring in the centre, to which a thick shepherd's check muffler was attached. "By Jove!" cried my client, "that's Brunton's muffler. I've seen it on him, and could swear to it. What has the villain been doing here?" At my suggestion, a couple of the county police were summoned to be present, and I then endeavoured to raise the stone by pulling on the cravat. I could only move it slightly, and it was with the aid of one of the constables that I succeeded at last in carrying it to one side. A black hole yawned beneath it, into which all peered, while Musgrave, kneeling at the side, pushed down the lantern. A small chamber about 7 feet deep and 4 feet square lay open to us. At one side of this was a squat, brass-bound wooden box, the lid of which was hinged upward with this curious old-fashioned key projecting from the lock. It was furred outside by a thick layer of dust, and damp and worms had eaten through the wood, so that a crop of livid fungi was growing on the inside of it. Several discs of metal, old coins apparently, such as I hold here, were scattered over the bottom of the box, but it contained nothing else. At the moment, however, we had no thought for the old chest, for our eyes were riveted upon that which crouched beside it. It was the figure of a man, clad in a suit of black, who squatted down upon his hams with his forehead sunk upon the edge of the box, and his 2 arms thrown out on each side of it. The attitude had drawn all the stagnant blood to the face, and no man could have recognized that distorted, liver-coloured countenance. But his height, his dress, and his hair were all sufficient to show my client, when we had drawn the body up, that it was indeed his missing butler. He had been dead some days, but there was no wound or bruise upon his person to show how he had met his dreadful end. When his body had been carried from the cellar, we found ourselves still confronted with a problem which was almost as formidable as that with which we had started. I confess that so far, Watson, I had been disappointed in my investigation. I had reckoned upon solving the matter when once I had found the place referred to in the ritual. But now I was there, and was apparently as far as ever from knowing what it was which the family concealed with such elaborate precautions. It is true that I had thrown a light upon the fate of Brunton, but now I had to ascertain how that fate had come upon him, and what part had been played in the matter by the woman who had disappeared. I sat down upon a keg in the corner and thought the whole matter carefully over. You know my methods in such cases, Watson. I put myself in the man's place, and having first gauged his intelligence, I tried to imagine how I should myself have proceeded under the same circumstances. In this case the matter was simplified by Brunton's intelligence being quite first-rate, so that it was unnecessary to make any allowance for the personal equation, as the astronomers have dubbed it. He knew that something valuable was concealed. He had spotted the place. He found the stone which covered it was just too heavy for a man to move unaided. What would he do next? He could not get help from outside, even if he had someone whom he could trust, without the unbarring of doors and considerable risk of detection. It was better, if he could, to have his helpmate inside the house. But whom could he ask? This girl had been devoted to him. A man always finds it hard to realize that he may have finally lost a woman's love, however badly he may have treated her. He would try by a few attentions to make his peace with the girl, Howells, and then would engage her as his accomplice. Together they would come at night to the cellar, and their united force would suffice to raise the stone. So far I could follow their actions as if I had actually seen them. But for two of them and one a woman, it must have been very heavy work, the raising of that stone. A burly Sussex policeman and I had found it no light job. What would they do to assist them? Probably what I would have done myself. I rose and examined carefully the different billets of wood which were scattered round the floor. Almost at once I came upon what I expected. One piece, about 3 feet in length, had a very marked indentation at one end, while several were flattened at the sides, as if they had been compressed by some considerable weight. Evidently, as they had dragged the stone up, they had thrust the chunks of wood into the chink, until at last, when the opening was large enough to crawl through, they would hold it open by a billet placed lengthwise, which might very well become indented at the lower end, since the whole weight of the stone would press it down onto the edge of this other slab. So far I was still on safe ground. And now, how was I to proceed to reconstruct this midnight drama? Clearly only one could fit into the hole, and that one was Brunton. The girl must have waited above. Brunton then unlocked the box, handed up the contents, presumably since they were not to be found, and then what happened? What smouldering fire of vengeance had suddenly sprung into flame in this passionate Celtic woman's soul when she saw the man who had wronged her perhaps far more than we suspected, in her power? Was it a chance that the wood had slipped and that the stone had shut Brunton into what had become his sepulchre? Had she only been guilty of silence as to his fate, or had some sudden blow from her hand dashed the support away and sent the slab crashing down into its place? Be that as it might, I seemed to see that woman's figure still clutching at her treasure trove, and flying wildly up the winding stair, with her ears ringing perhaps with the muffled screams from behind her, and with the drumming of frenzied hands against the slab of stone which was choking her faithless lover's life out. Here was the secret of her blanched face, her shaken nerves, her peals of hysterical laughter on the next morning. But what had been in the box? What had she done with that? Of course, it must have been the old metal and pebbles which my client had dragged from the mere. She had thrown them in there at the first opportunity to remove the last trace of her crime. For 20 minutes I sat motionless, thinking the matter out. Musgrave still stood with a very pale face, swinging his lantern and peering down into the hole. "These are coins of Charles I," said he, holding out the few which had been in the box. "You see, we were right in fixing our date for the ritual." "We may find something else of Charles I," I cried, as the probable meaning of the first 2 questions of the ritual broke suddenly upon me. "Let me see the contents of the bag which you fished from the mere." We ascended to his study, and he laid the debris before me. I could understand his regarding it as of small importance when I looked at it, for the metal was almost black, and the stones lustreless and dull. I rubbed one of them on my sleeve, however, and it glowed afterwards like a spark in the dark hollow of my hand. The metalwork was in the form of a double ring, but it had been bent and twisted out of its original shape. "You must bear in mind," said I, "that the royal party made head in England even after the death of the king, and that when they at last fled they probably left many of their most precious possessions buried behind them, with the intention of returning for them in more peaceful times. My ancestor, Sir Ralph Musgrave, was a prominent cavalier and the right-hand man of Charles II in his wanderings," said my friend. "Ah, indeed," I answered. "Well, now, I think that really should give us the last link that we wanted. I must congratulate you on coming into the possession, though in rather a tragic manner, of a relic which is of great intrinsic value, but of even greater importance as a historical curiosity." "What is it, then?" he gasped in astonishment. "It is nothing less than the ancient crown of the kings of England." "The crown?" "Precisely. Consider what the ritual says. How does it run? 'Whose was it? His who is gone.' That was after the execution of Charles. Then, 'Who shall have it? He who will come.' That was Charles II, whose advent was already foreseen. There can, I think, be no doubt that this battered and shapeless diadem once encircled the brows of the royal Stuarts." "And how came it in the pond?" "That is a question that will take some time to answer." And with that I sketched out to him the whole long chain of surmise and of proof which I had constructed. The twilight had closed in, and the moon was shining brightly in the sky before my narrative was finished. "And how was it, then, that Charles did not get his crown when he returned?" asked Musgrave, pushing back the relic into its linen bag. "Ah, there you lay up your finger upon the one point which we shall probably never be able to clear up. It is likely that the Musgrave who held the secret died in the interval, and by some oversight left this guide to his descendant without explaining the meaning of it. From that day to this it has been handed down from father to son, until at last it came within reach of a man who tore its secret out of it, and lost his life in the venture. And that's the story of the Musgrave ritual, Watson. They have the crown down at Hurlstone, though they had some legal bother and a considerable sum to pay before they were allowed to retain it. I'm sure that if you mentioned my name they would be happy to show it to you. Of the woman nothing was ever heard, and the probability is that she got away out of England and carried herself and the memory of her crime to some land beyond the seas. End of The Adventure of the Musgrave Ritual. Recording by Simon Evers.
The Body Snatcher by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Body Snatcher by Robert Louis Stevenson. Every night in the year 4 of us sat in the small parlour of the George at Debenham, the undertaker and the landlord and Fettes and myself. Sometimes there'd be more, but blow high, blow low, come rain or snow or frost, we four would be each planted in his own particular armchair. Fettes was an old drunken Scotchman, a man of education, obviously, and a man of some property, since he lived in idleness. He'd come to Debenham years ago, while still young, and by a mere continuance of living, had grown to be an adopted townsman. His blue camlet cloak was a local antiquity, like the church spire. His place in the parlour at the George, his absence from church, his old, crapulous, disreputable vices, were all things, of course, in Debenham. He had some vague radical opinions and some fleeting infidelities, which he would now and again set forth and emphasize with tottering slaps upon the table. He drank rum, 5 glasses regularly every evening, and for the greater portion of his nightly visit to the George sat with his glass in his right hand, in a state of melancholy alcoholic saturation. We called him the Doctor, for he was supposed to have some special knowledge of medicine, and had been known, upon a pinch, to set a fracture or reduce a dislocation, but beyond these slight particulars we had no knowledge of his character and antecedents. One dark winter night, it had struck 9 some time before the landlord joined us, there was a sick man in the George, a great neighbouring proprietor suddenly struck down with apoplexy on his way to Parliament, and the great man's still greater London doctor had been telegraphed to his bedside. It was the first time that such a thing had happened in Debenham, for the railway was but newly open, and we were all proportionately moved by the occurrence. "He's come," said the landlord, after he had filled and lighted his pipe. "He?" said I. "Who? Not the doctor?" "Himself," replied our host. And what's his name?" "Dr. McFarlane," said the landlord. Fettes was far through his third tumbler, stupidly fuddled, now nodding over, now staring mazily around him. But at the last word he seemed to awaken and repeated the name McFarlane twice, quietly enough the first time, but with certain sudden emotion at the second. "Yes," said the landlord, "that's his name. Dr. Wolfe McFarlane." Fettes became instantly sober. His eyes awoke, his voice became clear, loud, and steady, his language forcible and earnest. We were all startled by the transformation, as if a man had risen from the dead. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I am afraid I have not been paying much attention to your talk. Who is this Wolfe McFarlane?" And then, when he had heard the landlord out, "It cannot be, it cannot be," he added. "Yet I would like well to see him face to face." "Do you know him, Doctor?" asked the undertaker with a gasp. "God forbid," was the reply, and yet the name is a strange one. It were too much to fancy two. Tell me, landlord, is he old?" "Well," said the host, "he's not a young man, to be sure, and his hair is white, but he looks younger than you." "He is older, though. Years older, but," with a slap upon the table, "it's the rum you see in me face, rum and sin. This man perhaps may have an easy conscience and a good digestion. Conscience! Hear me speak. You would think I was some good old decent Christian, would you not? But no, not I. I never canted. Voltaire might have canted if he'd stood in my shoes, but the brains," with a rattling fillip on his bald head, "the brains were clear and active, and I saw and made no deductions." "If you know this, Doctor," I ventured to remark after a somewhat awful pause, "I should gather that you do not share the landlord's good opinion." Fettes paid no regard to me. "Yes," he said with sudden decision, "I must see him face to face." There was another pause, and then a door was closed rather sharply on the first floor, and a step was heard upon the stair. "Oh, that's the doctor," cried the landlord. Look sharp, and you can catch him." It was but 2 steps from the small parlour to the door of the Old George Inn. The wide oak staircase landed almost in the street. There was room for a Turkey rug and nothing more between the threshold and the last round of the descent, but this little space was every evening brilliantly lit up, not only by the light upon the stair and the great signal lamp below the sign, but by the warm radiance of the bar-room window. The George thus brightly advertised itself to passers-by in the cold street. Fettes walked steadily to the spot, and we, who were hanging behind, beheld the 2 men meet, as one of them had phrased it, face to face. Dr. McFarlane was alert and vigorous. His white hair set off his pale and placid, although energetic, countenance. He was richly dressed in the finest of broadcloth and the whitest of linen, with a great gold watch chain and studs and spectacles of the same precious material. He wore a broad-folded tie, white and speckled with lilac, and he carried on his arm a comfortable driving coat of fur. There was no doubt but he became his years, breathing as he did of wealth and consideration, and it was a surprising contrast to see our parlour sot, bald, dirty, pimpled, and robed in his old camlet cloak, confront him at the bottom of the stairs. "McFarlane," he said somewhat loudly, more like a herald than a friend. The great doctor pulled up short on the 4th step, as though the familiarity of the address surprised and somewhat shocked his dignity. "Toddy McFarlane," repeated Fettes. The London man almost staggered. He stared for the swiftest of seconds at the man before him, glanced behind him with a sort of scare, and then in a startled whisper, "Fettes," he said, "you!" "Aye," said the other, "me. Did you think I was dead too? We are not so easy shut of our acquaintance." "Hush, hush," explained the doctor. "Hush, hush. This meeting is so unexpected. I can see you are unmanned. I hardly knew you. I confess at first, but I am overjoyed to have this opportunity. For the present it must be how do you do and goodbye in one, for my fly is waiting and I must not fail the train. But you shall, let me see, yes, you shall give me your address and you can count on early news of me. We must do something for you, Fettes. I fear you are out at elbows, but we must see to that for Old Lang Syne, as once we sang at suppers." "Money," cried Fettes. "Money from you. The money that I had from you is lying where I cast it in the rain." Dr. McFarlane had talked himself into some measure of superiority and confidence, but the uncommon energy of this refusal cast him back into his first confusion. A horrible, ugly look came and went across his almost venerable countenance. "Well, my dear fellow," he said, be it as you please. My last thought is to offend you. I would intrude on none. I will leave you my address, however." "I do not wish it. I do not wish to know the roof that shelters you," interrupted the other. "I heard your name. I feared it might be you. I wished to know if, after all, there were a God. I know now there is none. Begone!" He still stood in the midst of the rug, between the stair and the doorway, and the great London physician, in order to escape, would be forced to step to one side. It was plain that he hesitated before the thought of this humiliation. White as he was, there was a dangerous glitter in his spectacles. But while he still paused uncertain, he became aware that the driver of his fly was peering in from the street at this unusual scene, and caught a glimpse at the same time of our little body from the parlour, huddled by the corner of the bar. The presence of so many witnesses decided him at once to flee. He crouched together, brushing on the wainscot, and made a dart like a serpent, striking for the door. But his tribulation was not yet entirely at an end, for even as he was passing, Fettes clutched him by the arm, and these words came in a whisper, and yet painfully distinct. "Have you seen it again?" The great rich London doctor cried out aloud with a sharp throttling cry. He dashed his questioner across the open space, and with his hands over his head fled out the door like a detected thief. Before it had occurred to one of us to make a movement, the fly was already rattling toward the station. The scene was over like a dream, but the dream had left proofs and traces of its passage. The next day the servant found the fine gold spectacles broken on the threshold, and that very night we were all standing breathless by the barroom window, and Fettes at our side, sober and pale and resolute in look. "God protect us, Mr. Fettes," said the landlord, coming first into possession of his customary senses. "What in the universe is all this? These are strange things you have been saying." Fettes turned toward us. He looked us each in succession in the face. "See if you can hold your tongue," said he. "That man Macfarlane is not safe to cross. Those that have done so already have repented it too late." And then, without so much as finishing his third glass, far less waiting for the other two, he bade us good-bye and went forth under the lamp of the hotel into the black night. We three turned to our places in the parlour and the big red fire and 4 clear candles, and as we recapitulated what had passed, the first chill of our surprise soon changed into a glow of curiosity. We sat late. It was the latest session I have known in the Old George. Each man, before we parted, had his theory that he was bound to prove, and none of us had any nearer business in this world than to track out the past of our condemned companion, and I suppose the secret that he shared with the great London doctor. It's no great boast, but I believe I was a better hand at worming out a story than either of my fellows at the George, and perhaps there is now no other man alive who could narrate it to you, and tell you the following foul and unnatural events. In his young days, Fettes studied medicine in the schools of Edinburgh. He had talent of a kind, the talent that picks up swiftly on what it hears and readily retails it for its own. He worked little at home, but he was civil, attentive, and intelligent in the presence of his masters. They soon picked him out as a lad who listened closely and remembered well. Nay, strange as it seemed to me when I first heard it, he was in those days well favoured, and pleased by his exterior. There was at that period a certain extramural teacher of anatomy, whom I shall here designate by the letter K. His name was subsequently too well known. The man who bore it skulked through the streets of Edinburgh in disguise, while the mob that applauded at the execution of Burke called loudly for the blood of his employer. But Mr. K was then at the top of his vogue. He enjoyed a popularity due partly to his own talent and address, partly to the incapacity of his rival, the university professor. The students, at least, swore by his name, and Fettes believed himself, and was believed by others, to have laid the foundations of success when he had acquired the favour of this meteorically famous man. Mr. K was a bon vivant as well as an accomplished teacher. He liked a sly allusion no less than a careful preparation. In both capacities Fettes enjoyed and deserved his notice, and by the second year of his attendance he held the half-regular position of second demonstrator, or sub-assistant, in his class. In this capacity the charge of the theatre and lecture room devolved in particular upon his shoulders. He had to answer for the cleanliness of the premises and the conduct of the other students, and it was a part of his duty to supply, receive, and divide the various subjects. It was with a view to this last, at that time very delicate, affair, that he was lodged by Mr. K. in the same wind and at last in the same building with the dissecting room. Here, after a night of turbulent pleasures, his hand still tottering, his sight still misty and confused, he would be called out of bed in the black hours before the winter dawn by the unclean and desperate interlopers who supplied the table. He would open the door to these men, since infamous throughout the land. He would help them with their tragic burden, pay them their sordid price, and remain alone when they were gone with the unfriendly relics of humanity. From such a scene would return to snatch another hour or two of slumber, to repair the abuses of the night and refresh himself for the labours of the day. Few lads could have been more insensible to the impressions of a life thus passed among the ensigns of mortality. His mind was closed against all general considerations. He was incapable of interest in the fate and fortunes of another, the slave of his own desires and low ambitions. Cold, light, and selfish in the last resort, he had that modicum of prudence, miscalled morality, which keeps a man from inconvenient drunkenness or punishable theft. He coveted, besides, a measure of consideration from his masters and his fellow pupils, and he had no desire to fail conspicuously in the external parts of life. Thus he made it his pleasure to gain some distinction in his studies, and day after day rendered unimpeachable eye service to his employer, Mr. K. For his day of work he indemnified himself by nights of roaring, blackguardly enjoyment, and when that balance had been struck, the organ that he called his conscience declared itself content. The supply of subjects was a continual trouble to him as well as to his master. In that large and busy class, the raw material of the anatomists kept perpetually running out, and the business thus rendered necessary was not only unpleasant in itself, but threatened dangerous consequences to all who were concerned. It was the policy of Mr. K. to ask no questions in his dealings with the trade. "They bring the body, and we pay the price," he used to say, dwelling on the alliteration. "Quid pro quo." And again, somewhat profanely, "Ask no questions," he would tell his assistants, "for conscience' sake." There was no understanding that the subjects were provided by the crime of murder. Had that idea been broached to him in words, he would have recoiled in horror, but the lightness of his speech upon so grave a matter was in itself an offence against good manners, and a temptation to the men with whom he dealt. Fettes, for instance, had often remarked to himself upon the singular freshness of the bodies. He had been struck again and again by the hang-dog, abominable looks of the ruffians who came to him before the dawn, and, putting things together clearly in his private thoughts, he perhaps attributed a meaning too immoral and too categorical to the unguarded counsels of his master. He understood his duty, in short, to have three branches: to take what was brought, to pay the price, and to avert the eye from any evidence of crime. One November morning this policy of silence was put sharply to the test. He had been awake all night with a racking toothache, pacing his room like a caged beast, or throwing himself in fury on his bed, and had fallen at last into that profound, uneasy slumber that so often follows on a night of pain, when he was awakened by the third or fourth angry repetition of the concerted signal. There was a thin, bright moonshine. It was bitter cold, windy and frosty. The town had not yet awakened, but an indefinable stir already precluded the noise and business of the day. The ghouls had come later than usual, and they seemed more than usually eager to be gone. Fettes, sick with sleep, lighted them upstairs. He heard their grumbling Irish voices through a dream, and as they stripped the sack from their sad merchandise, he leaned, dozing, with his shoulder propped against the wall. He had to shake himself to find the men their money. As he did so, his eyes lighted on the dead face. He started. He took 2 steps nearer, with the candle raised. "God Almighty! That is Jane Galbraith!" The men answered nothing, but they shuffled nearer the door. I know her, I tell you," he continued. "She was alive and hearty yesterday. It's impossible she can be dead. It's impossible you should have got this body fairly." "Sure, sir, you're mistaken entirely," said one of the men. But the other looked Fettes darkly in the eyes and demanded the money on the spot. It was impossible to misconceive the threat or to exaggerate the danger. The lad's heart failed him. He stammered some excuses, counted out the sum, and saw his hateful visitors depart. No sooner were they gone than he hastened to confirm his doubts. By a dozen unquestionable marks he identified the girl he had jested with the day before. He saw with horror marks upon her body that might well betoken violence. A panic seized him, and he took refuge in his room. There he reflected at length over the discovery that he had made, considered soberly the bearing of Mr. K's instructions and the danger to himself of interference in so serious a business, and at last, in sore perplexity, determined to wait for the advice of his immediate superior, the class assistant. This was a young doctor, Wolfe Macfarlane, a high favourite among all the reckless students, clever, dissipated, and unscrupulous to the last degree. He had travelled and studied abroad. His manners were agreeable and a little forward. He was an authority on the stage, skilful on the ice or the links with skate or golf club. He dressed with nice audacity, and, to put the finishing touch upon his glory, he kept a gig and a strong trotting horse. With Fettes he was on terms of intimacy. Indeed, their relative positions called for some community of life, and when subjects were scarce, the pair would drive far into the country in Macfarlane's gig, visit and desecrate some lonely graveyard, and return before dawn with their booty to the door of the dissecting room. On that particular morning Macfarlane arrived somewhat earlier than his wont. Fettes heard him and met him on the stairs, told him his story, and showed him the cause of his alarm. Macfarlane examined the marks on her body. "Yes," he said with a nod, "it looks fishy." Well, what should I do?" asked Fettes. "Do?" repeated the other. "Do you want to do anything?" "Least said, soonest mended, I should say." "Someone else might recognize her," objected Fettes. "She was as well known as the Castle Rock." "We'll hope not," said Macfarlane. "And if anybody does, well, you didn't, don't you see? And there's an end to it. The fact is, this has been going on too long. Stir up the mud and you'll get Kay into the most unholy trouble. You'll be in a shocking box yourself. So will I, if you come to that. I should like to know how any of us would look, or what the devil we should have to say for ourselves in any Christian witness box. For me, you know there's one thing certain, that, practically speaking, all our subjects have been murdered." "Macfarlane!" cried Fettes. "Come now," sneered the other, "as if you hadn't suspected it yourself." "Well, suspecting is one thing, and proof another. Yes, I know, and I'm as sorry as you are this should have come here," tapping the body with his cane. "The next best thing for me is not to recognize it, and," he added coolly, "I don't. You may, if you please. I don't dictate, but I think a man of the world would do as I do. And I may add, I fancy that is what Kay would look for at your hands. The question, of course, is, why did he choose us two for his assistants? And I answer, because he didn't want old wives." This was the tone of all others to affect the mind of a lad like Fettes. He agreed to imitate Macfarlane. The body of the unfortunate girl was duly dissected, and no one remarked or appeared to recognize her. One afternoon, when his day's works were over, Fettes dropped into a popular tavern and found Macfarlane sitting with a stranger. This was a small man, very pale and dark, with coal black eyes. The cut of his features gave a promise of intellect and refinement, which was but feebly realized in his manners, for he proved upon a nearer acquaintance coarse, vulgar, and stupid. He exercised, however, a very remarkable control over Macfarlane, issued orders like the great Bashaw, became inflamed at the least discussion or delay, and commented rudely on the civility with which he was obeyed. This most offensive person took a fancy to Fettes on the spot, plied him with drinks, and honoured him with unusual confidences on his past career. If a tenth part of what he confessed were true, he was a very loathsome rogue, and the lad's vanity was tickled by the attention of so experienced a man. "I'm a pretty bad fellow myself," the stranger remarked, "but Macfarlane, he's a boy. Toddy Macfarlane, I call him. Toddy, order your friend another glass, or it might be. Toddy, you jump up and shut the door." "Toddy hates me," he said again. "Oh, yes, Toddy, you do." "Don't you call me that confounded name," growled Macfarlane. "Hear him. Did you ever see the lads play knife? He'd like to do that all over my body," remarked the stranger. "We medicals have a better way than that," said Fettes. "When we dislike a dead friend of ours, we dissect him." Macfarlane looked up sharply, as though this jest was scarcely to his mind. The afternoon passed. Gray, for that was the stranger's name, invited Fettes to join them at dinner. ordered a feast so sumptuous that the tavern was thrown in commotion, and when all was done, commanded Macfarlane to settle the bill. It was late before they separated. The man Gray was incapably drunk. Macfarlane, sobered by his fury, chewed the cud of the money he had been forced to squander, and the slights he had been obliged to swallow. Fettes, with various liquors singing in his head, returned home with devious footsteps and a mind entirely in abeyance. Next day Macfarlane was absent from the class, and Fettes smiled to himself as he imagined him still squiring the intolerable Gray from tavern to tavern. As soon as the hour of liberty had struck, he posted from place to place in quest of his last night's companions. He could find them, however, nowhere, so returned early to his rooms, went early to bed, and slept the sleep of the just. At 4 a.m. he was awakened by the well-known signal. Descending to the door, he was filled with astonishment to find Macfarlane with his gig, and in the gig one of those long and ghastly packages with which he was so well acquainted. "What?" he cried. "Have you been out alone? How did you manage?" But Macfarlane silenced him roughly, bidding him turn to business. When they had got the body upstairs and laid it on the table, Macfarlane made at first as if he were going away. Then he paused and seemed to hesitate, and then, "You had better look at the face," said Macfarlane, in tones of some constraint. "You had better," he repeated, as Fettes only stared at him in wonder. But where, and how, and when did you come by it?" cried the other. "Look at the face," was the only answer. Fettes was staggered. Strange doubts assailed him. He looked from the young doctor to the body, and then back again. At last, with a start, he did as he was bidden. He had almost expected the sight that met his eyes, and yet the shock was cruel. To see, fixed in the rigidity of death and naked on that coarse layer of sackcloth, the man whom he had left well clad and full of meat and sin upon the threshold of a tavern, awoke, even in the thoughtless Fettes, some of the terrors of the conscience. It was a cras tibi which re-echoed in his soul, that two whom he had known should have come to lie upon these icy tables. Yet these were only secondary thoughts. His first concern regarded Wolfe. Unprepared for a challenge so momentous, he knew not how to look his comrade in the face. He durst not meet his eye, and he had neither words nor voice at his command. It was Macfarlane himself who made the first advance. He came up quietly behind and laid his hand gently but firmly on the other's shoulder. "Richardson," said he, "may have the head." Now Richardson was a student who had long been anxious for that portion of the human subject to dissect. There was no answer, and the murderer resumed, "Talking of business, you must pay me. Your accounts, you see, must tally." Fettes found a voice, the ghost of his own. "Pay you?" he cried. "Pay you for that?" "Why, yes, of course, you must. By all means, and on every possible account, you must," returned the other. "I dare not give it for nothing. You dare not take it for nothing. It would compromise us both. This is another case like Jane Galbraith's. The more things are wrong, the more we must act as if all were right. Where does old K keep his money?" "There," answered Fettes, hoarsely, pointing to a cupboard in the corner. "Give me the key, then," said the other calmly, holding out his hand. There was an instant's hesitation, and the die was cast. Macfarlane could not suppress a nervous twitch, the infinitesimal mark of an immense relief, as he felt the key between his fingers. He opened the cupboard, brought out pen and ink and a paper book that stood in one compartment, and separated from the funds in a drawer a sum suitable to the occasion. "Now look here," he said. "There is the payment made, first proof of your good faith, first step to your security. You have now to clinch it by a second. Enter the payment in your book, and then you, for your part, may defy the devil." The next few seconds were for Fettes an agony of thought, but in balancing his terrors it was the most immediate that triumphed. Any future difficulty seemed almost welcome if he could avoid a present quarrel with Macfarlane. He set down the candle which he had been carrying all this time, and with a steady hand entered the date, the nature, and the amount of the transaction. "And now," said Macfarlane, "it's only fair that you should pocket the lucre. I've had my share already. By the by, when a man of the world falls into a bit of luck, he has a few shillings extra in his pocket. I'm ashamed to speak of it, but there's a rule of conduct in the case. No treating, no purchase of expensive class books, no squaring of old debts. Borrow, don't lend." "Macfarlane," began Fettes, still somewhat hoarsely, I've put my neck in a halter to oblige you." "To oblige me?" cried Wolfe. "Oh, come. You did, as near as I can see the matter, what you downright had to do in self-defence. Suppose I got into trouble, where would you be? This second little matter flows clearly from the first. Mr. Grey is the continuation of Miss Galbraith. You can't begin and then stop. If you begin, you must keep on beginning. That's the truth. No rest for the wicked." A horrible sense of blackness and the treachery of fate seized hold upon the soul of the unhappy student. "My God," he cried, "but what have I done? And when did I begin? To be made a class assistant in the name of reason, where's the harm in that? Service wanted the position. Service might have got it. Would he have been where I am now?" "My dear fellow," said Macfarlane, "what a boy you are. What harm has come to you? What harm can come to you if you hold your tongue? Why, man, do you know what this life is? There are two squads of us, the lions and the lambs. If you're a lamb, you'll come to lie upon these tables like Grey or Jane Galbraith. If you're a lion, you'll live and drive a horse like me, like Kay, like all the world with any wit or courage. You're staggered at the first, but look at Kay. My dear fellow, you're clever, you have pluck, I like you, and Kay likes you. You were born to lead the hunt, and I tell you on my honour and my experience of life, 3 days from now you'll laugh at all these scarecrows like a high school boy at a farce." And with that, Macfarlane took his departure and drove off, up the wind in his gig, to get under cover before daylight. Fettes was thus left alone with his regrets. He saw the miserable peril in which he stood involved. He saw, with inexpressible dismay, that there was no limit to his weakness, and that, from concession to concession, he had fallen from the arbiter of Macfarlane's destiny to his paid and helpless accomplice. He would have given the world to have been a little braver at the time, but it did not occur to him that he might still be brave. The secret of Jane Galbraith and the cursed entry in the day-book closed his mouth. Hours passed as the class began to arrive. The members of the unhappy Grey were dealt out to one and to another, and received without remark. Richardson was made happy with the head, and before the hour of freedom rang, Fettes trembled with exultation to perceive how far they had already gone towards safety. For 2 days he continued to watch with increasing joy the dreadful process of disguise. On the 3rd day Macfarlane made his appearance. He had been ill, he said, but he made up for lost time by the energy with which he directed the students. To Richardson in particular he extended the most valuable assistance and advice, and that student, encouraged by the praise of the demonstrator, burned high with ambitious hopes, and saw the medal already in his grasp. Before the week was out, Macfarlane's prophecy had been fulfilled. Fettes had outlived his terrors and had forgotten his baseness. He began to plume himself upon his courage, and had so arranged the story in his mind that he could look back on these events with an unhealthy pride. Of his accomplice he saw but little. They met, of course, in the business of the class. They received their orders together from Mr. Kay. At times they had a word or two in private, and Macfarlane was from first to last particularly kind and jovial. But it was plain that he avoided any reference to their common secret. And even when Fettes whispered to him that he had cast in his lot with the lions and forsworn the lambs, he only signed to him smilingly to hold his peace. At length an occasion arose which threw the pair once more into a closer union. Mr. Kay was again short of subjects, pupils were eager, and it was a part of this teacher's pretensions to be always well supplied. At the same time there came the news of a burial in the rustic graveyard of Glencoe. Time has little changed the place in question. It stood then, as now, upon a crossroad, out of call of human habitations, and buried fathoms deep in the foliage of 6 cedar trees. The cries of the sheep upon the neighbouring hills, the streamlets upon either hand, one loudly singing among pebbles, the other dripping furtively from pond to pond, the stir of the wind in the mountainous old flowering chestnuts, and once in 7 days the voice of the bell and the old tunes of the precentor, were the only sounds that disturbed the silence round the rural church. The Resurrection Man, to use a by-name of the period, was not to be deterred by any of the sanctities of customary piety. It was part of his trade to despise and desecrate the scrolls and trumpets of old tombs, the paths worn by the feet of worshippers and mourners, and the offerings and the inscriptions of bereaved affection. To rustic neighbourhoods where love is more than commonly tenacious, and where some bonds of blood or fellowship unite the entire society of a parish, the body-snatcher, far from being repelled by natural respect, was attracted by the ease and safety of the task. To bodies that had been laid in earth in joyful expectation of a far different awakening, there came that hasty, lamplit, terror-haunted resurrection of the spade and mattock. The coffin was forced, the crements torn, and the melancholy relics, clad in sackcloth, after being rattled for hours on moonless byways, were at length exposed to uttermost indignities before a class of gaping boys. Somewhat as two vultures may swoop upon a dying lamb, Fettes and Macfarlane were to be let loose upon a grave in that green and quiet resting place. The wife of a farmer, a woman who had lived for 60 years, and been known for nothing but good butter and a godly conversation, was to be rooted from her grave at midnight and carried dead and naked to that far-away city that she had always honoured with her Sunday's best. The place beside her family was to be empty till the crack of doom, her innocent and almost venerable members to be exposed to that last curiosity of the anatomist. Late one afternoon the pair set forth, well wrapped in cloaks and furnished with a formidable bottle. It rained without remission, a cold, dense, lashing rain. Now and again there blew a puff of wind, but these sheets of falling water kept it down. Bottle and all, it was a sad and silent drive as far as Pennacock, where they were to spend the evening. They stopped once to hide their implements in a thick bush not far from the churchyard, and once again at the Fisher's Tryst, to have a toast before the kitchen fire and vary their nips of whisky with a glass of ale. When they reached their journey's end, the gig was housed, the horse was fed and comforted, and the two young doctors in a private room sat down to the best dinner and the best wine the house afforded. The lights, the fire, the beating rain upon the window, the cold, incongruous work that lay before them, added zest to their enjoyment of the meal. With every glass their cordiality increased. Soon Macfarlane handed a little pile of gold to his companion. "A compliment," he said. "Between friends, these little damned accommodations ought to fly like pipe lights." Fettes pocketed the money and applauded the sentiment to the echo. "You are a philosopher," he cried. "I was an ass till I knew you. You and Kay between you, by the Lord Harry. But you'll make a man out of me." "Of course we will," applauded Macfarlane. "A man, I tell you. It required a man to back me up the other morning. There are some big, brawling, 40-year-old cowards who would have turned sick at the sight of the damn thing, but not you. You kept your head. I watched you." "Well, and why not?" Fettes thus vaunted himself. "It was no affair of mine. There was nothing to gain on the one side but disturbance, and on the other I could count on your gratitude, don't you see?" And he slapped his pocket till the gold pieces rang. Macfarlane somehow felt a certain touch of alarm at these unpleasant words. He may have regretted that he had taught his young companion so successfully, but he had no time to interfere, for the other noisily continued in this boastful strain. "The great thing is not to be afraid. Now, between you and me, I don't want to hang. That's practical. But for all cant, Macfarlane, I was born with a contempt. Hell, God, devil, right, wrong, sin, crime, and all the other old gallery of curiosities. They may frighten boys, but men of the world, like you and me, despise them. Here's to the memory of Grey." It was by this time growing somewhat late. The gig, according to order, was brought round to the door with both lamps brightly shining, and the young men had to pay their bill and take the road. They announced that they were bound for Peebles, and drove in that direction till they were clear of the last houses of the town. Then, extinguishing the carriage lamps, returned upon their course, and followed a by-road toward Glencorse. There was no sound but that of their own passage and the incessant strident pouring of the rain. It was pitch dark, and here and there a white gate or a white stone in the wall guided them for a short space across the night. But for the most part it was at a foot pace, and almost groping, that they picked their way through that resonant blackness to their solemn and isolated destination. In the sunken woods that traversed the neighbourhood of the burying ground the last glimmer failed them, and it became necessary to kindle a match and re-illumine one of the lanterns of the gig. Thus, under the dripping trees, and environed by huge and moving shadows, they reached the scene of their unhallowed labours. They were both experienced in such affairs, and powerful with the spade, and they had scarce been 20 minutes at their task before they were rewarded by a dull rattle on the coffin lid. At the same time, Macfarlane, having hurt his hand upon a stone, flung it carelessly above his head. The grave, in which they now stood almost to the shoulders, was close to the edge of the plateau of the graveyard, and the gig lamp had been propped, the better to illuminate their labours, against a tree, and on the immediate verge of the steep bank descending to the stream. Chance had taken a sure aim with the stone. Then came a clang of broken glass. Night fell upon them. Sounds alternately dull and ringing announced the bounding of the lantern down the bank and its occasional collision with the trees. A stone or two, which it had dislodged in its descent, rattled behind it into the profundities of the glen, and then silence, like night, resumed its sway. And they might bend their hearing to its utmost pitch, but naught was to be heard except the rain, now marching to the wind, now steadily falling over miles of open country. They were so nearly at an end of their abhorred task that they judged it wisest to complete it in the dark. The coffin was exhumed and broken open, the body inserted in the dripping sack, and carried between them to the gig. One mounted to keep it in its place, and the other, taking the horse by the mouth, groped along by wall and bush until they reached the wider road by the Fisher's Tryst. Here was a faint, diffused radiancy, which they hailed like daylight. By that they pushed the horse to a good pace and began to rattle along merrily in the direction of the town. They had both been wetted to the skin during their operations, and now, as the gig jumped among the deep ruts, the thing that stood propped between them fell now upon one and now upon the other. At every repetition of the horrid contact, each instinctively repelled it with the greater haste, and the process, natural enough as it was, began to tell upon the nerves of the companions. Macfarlane made some ill-favoured jest about the farmer's wife, but it came hollowly from his lips, and was allowed to drop in silence. Still, their unnatural burden bumped from side to side, and now the head would be laid as if in confidence upon their shoulders, and now the drenching sackcloth would flap icily about their faces. A creeping chill began to possess the soul of Fettes. He peered at the bundle, and it seemed somewhat larger than at first. All over the countryside, and from every degree of distance, the farm dogs accompanied their passage with tragic ululations, and it grew and grew upon his mind that some unnatural miracle had been accomplished, that some nameless change had befallen the dead body, and that it was in fear of their unholy burden that the dogs were howling. "For God's sake," said he, making a great effort to arrive at speech, "for God's sake, let's have a light." Seemingly Macfarlane was affected in the same direction, for, though he made no reply, he stopped the horse, passed the reins to his companion, got down, and proceeded to kindle the remaining lamp. They had by that time got no further than the crossroad down the Auchenclinny. The rain still poured as though the deluge were returning, and it was no easy matter to make a light in such a world of wet and darkness. When at last the flickering blue flame had been transferred to the wick and began to expand and clarify, and shed a wide circle of misty brightness round the gig, it became possible for the two young men to see each other and the thing they had along with them. The rain had moulded the rough sacking to the outlines of the body underneath. The head was distinct from the trunk, the shoulders plainly modelled. Something at once spectral and human riveted their eyes upon the ghastly comrade of their drive. For some time Macfarlane stood motionless, holding up the lamp. A nameless dread was swathed like a wet sheet about the body, and tightened the white skin upon the face of Fettes. A fear that was meaningless, a horror of what could not be, kept mounting to his brain. Another beat of the watch, and he had spoken, but his comrade forestalled him. "That is not a woman," said Macfarlane in a hushed voice. "It was a woman when we put her in," whispered Fettes. Hold that lamp," said the other. "I must see her face." As Fettes took the lamp, his companion untied the fastenings of the sack and drew down the cover from the head. The light fell very clear upon the dark, well-moulded features and smooth-shaven cheeks of a too familiar countenance, often beheld in dreams of both of these young men. A wild yell rang up into the night. Each leaped from his own side into the roadway. The lamp fell, broke, and was extinguished, and the horse, terrified by this unusual commotion, bounded and went off toward Edinburgh at a gallop, bearing along with it, sole occupant of the gig, the body of the dead and long dissected Gray. End of The Body Snatcher by Robert Louis Stevenson. Recording by Mike Harris.
The Chicken by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Chicken by Ellis Parker Butler. Philo Gubb, with 3 rolls of wallpaper under his arm and a pail of mixed paste in one hand, walked along Cherry Street near the brickyard. On this occasion Mr. Gubb was in a reasonably contented frame of mind, for he had just received his share of the reward for capturing the dynamiters, and had this very morning paid the full amount to Mr. Medderbrook, leaving but $11,650 still to be paid to that gentleman for the utterly hopeless gold mine stock. And upon the further payment of 75 cents, half its cost, Mr. Medderbrook gave him a telegram he had received from Cyrilla. The telegram was as follows: "Rapidly shrinking. Have given up all soups, including tomato soup, chicken soup, mulligatawny, mock turtle, green pea, vegetable gumbo, lentil, consomme, bouillon, and clam broth. Now weigh only 950 pounds. Wire at once whether clam chowder is a soup or a food. Fond remembrances to Gubby." Mr. Gubb was thinking of this telegram as he walked toward his work. Just ahead of him a short lane led between Mrs. Smith's house and the Cherry Street Methodist Chapel to the brickyard. Mrs. Smith's chicken coop stood on the fence line between her property and the brickyard. Philo Gubb had passed Mrs. Smith's front gate when Mrs. Smith waddled to her fence and hailed him. "Oh, Mr. Gubb," she panted. "You got to excuse me for speaking to you when I don't know you. Mrs. Miffin says you're a detective." "Deteckating is my aim and my profession," said Mr. Gubb. "Well," said Mrs. Smith, "I want to ask a word of you about crime. I've had a chicken stole." "Chicken stealing is a crime, if ever there was one," said Philo Gubb seriously. "What was the chicken worth?" 40 cents, said Mrs. Smith. "Well," said Philo Gubb, "it wouldn't hardly pay me." "It ain't much," admitted Mrs. Smith. "No, you're right, it ain't," said Philo Gubb. "Was this a rooster or a hen?" "It was a hen," said Mrs. Smith. "Well," said Mr. Gubb, "if you was to offer a reward of $100 for the capture of the thief—" "Oh, my land!" exclaimed Mrs. Smith. "It would be cheaper for me to pay somebody $5 to come and steal the rest of the chickens. It seems to me that you ought to make the thief pay. I ain't the one that did the crime, am I? It's only right that a thief should pay for the time and trouble he puts you to, ain't it?" "I never looked at it that way," said Mr. Gubb thoughtfully. "But it stands to reason." "Of course it does," said Mrs. Smith. "You catch that thief and you can offer yourself $1,000,000 reward if you want to. That's none of my business." "Well," said Philo Gubb, picking up his paste pail, "I guess if there ain't any important murders or things turn up by 7 tonight, I'll start in to work for that reward. I guess I can ask more than $5 reward." At 7 the evening was still light, and Philo Gubb, to cover his intentions and avert suspicion in case his interview with Mrs. Smith had been observed by the thief, put a false beard in his pocket and a revolver beside it, and left his office in the Opera House block cautiously. He slipped into the alley and glided down it, keeping close to the stables. The detective must be cautious. The abandoned brick kilns offered admirable seclusion. A brick kiln is built entirely, or almost so, of the brick that are to be burned, and the kilns are torn down and carted away as the brick are sold. The overstructure of the kilns was a mere roof of half-inch planks laid on timbers that were upheld by poles. A ladder leaning against one of the poles gave access to the roof. In the darkness it was impossible for Philo Gubb to find a fingerprint of the culprit on the kilns, although he looked for one. He did not even find the usual and highly helpful button, torn from its place in the criminal's eagerness to depart. He found only an old horseshoe and a broken tobacco pipe. As there were evidences that the pipe had been abandoned on that spot several years earlier, neither of these was a very valuable clue. Mr. Gubb next gave his attention to the chicken coop. It was preeminently a handmade chicken coop of the rough and ready variety. Philo Gubb entered the chicken house and looked around, lighting his dark lantern and throwing its rays here and there that he might see better. The house was so low of roof that he had to stoop to avoid the roosts, and the tails of the chickens brushed his hat. It needed brushing, so this did no harm. The hens and the two roosters complained gently of this interruption of their beauty sleep and moved along the roosts, and Mr. Gubb went outside again. It was quite evident that the thief had had no great hardships to undergo in robbing that roost. All he had to do was to enter the chicken house, choose a chicken, and walk away with it. Why had he not taken 10 chickens? Mr. Gubb, as he put the keg hoop over the end board of the gate, studied this. The theory that Mr. Gubb adopted was that the thief, coming for a raid on the coop, had been surprised to find it so poorly guarded. It had been so easy to enter the coop and steal the chicken that he had decided it would be folly to take 8 or 10 chickens and thus arouse instant suspicion and reprisal. Instead of this, he had taken but one, trusting that the loss of one would be unnoticed or laid to rats or cats or weasels. Thus he would be able to return again and again as fowl meat was needed or desired, and the chickens would be like money in the bank, a fund on which to draw. This theory was so sound that Mr. Gubb believed it would require nothing more than patience to capture the criminal. The thief would come back for more chickens. Philo Gubb looked around for an advantageous position in which to await the coming of the thief and be unseen himself, and the loose board roof of the brick kiln met his eye. No position could be better. He climbed the ladder inside the kiln, pushed one of the boards aside enough to permit him to squeeze through onto the roof, and creeping carefully over the loose boards, reached the edge of the roof. Here he stretched himself out flat on the boards and waited. Nothing, absolutely nothing, happened. The mosquitoes, numerous indeed because of the nearness of the pond, buzzed around his head and stung him on the neck and hands, but he did not dare slap at them lest he betray his hiding place. Hour followed hour, and no chicken thief appeared, and when the first rays of the sun lighted the east he climbed down and stalked stiffly away to a short hour of sleep. The next night the correspondence school detective wasted no time in preliminary observations of the lay of the land. He kept out of sight until the sun had set and dusk covered the land with shade, and then he went at once to the roof of the brick kiln. This time he was disguised in a red mustache, a pair of flowing white side whiskers, and a woolen cap. He wore 2 revolvers, large ones, in a belt about his waist. It was still too early for brisk business in chicken stealing when Philo Gubb climbed to the roof of the kiln and spread himself out there, and he felt that he had time for a few minutes' sleep. He was tremendously sleepy. Sleep fairly pushed his eyelids down over his eyes, and he put his crooked arm under his head and, after thinking fondly of Syrilla for a few minutes, went to sleep so suddenly that it was like falling off a cliff into dreamland. He dreamed uneasily of having been captured by an array of 40 chicken thieves, of having been led in triumph before the Supreme Court of the United States, and of having been condemned as a detective trust on the charge of acting in restraint of trade, as injuring the Chicken Stealers Association's business, and required to dissolve himself. The dream was agonizing as he tried one dissolvent after another without success. Turpentine merely dissolved his skin. Alcohol had no effect whatever. He imagined himself in a long room in which stood vast rows of vats bearing different labels, and in and out of these he climbed, trying to obey the order of the court, but nothing seemed capable of dissolving him. And he suddenly discovered that he was made of rubber. He seemed to remember that rubber was soluble in benzene, and he started on a tour of the vats, trying to find a benzene vat. He walked many miles. Sometimes he arose in the air with ease and grace and flew a few miles. Finally he found the vat of benzene, immersed himself in it, and began to dissolve calmly and with a blessed sense of having done his duty. It was then that Philo Gubb entered the dreamless sleep of the utterly weary, and about the same time two men slunk under the roof of the brick kiln, and after looking carefully around took seats on the fallen bricks, resting their backs against the partly demolished kiln. They arranged the bricks as comfortably as possible before seating themselves, and when they were seated one of them drew a whiskey bottle from his pocket, and after taking a good swig offered it to his partner. "Nope," said he. "I'm going to steer clear of that stuff until I know where I'm at, and you're a fool for not doing the same, Wixy. First thing you know you'll be soused, and if you are, and anything turns up, what'll I do? I got all I can do to take care of you sober." "Ah, turn up? What's going to turn up way out here?" asked Wixy. "They ain't nobody follerin' us anyway. That's just a notion you got. Your nerves has gone back on you, Sandlot." "My nerve is all right, and don't you worry about that," said Sandlot. "I've got plenty of nerve, so I don't have to brace it up with booze, and you ain't. That's what's the matter with you. You saw that feller as well as I did. Didn't you see him at the bureau?" "That feller with the white whiskers?" "Yes, him. And didn't you see him again in Derlingport? Well, what was he follerin' us that way for when he told us at Joliet he was goin' east?" "A tramp has as good a right to change his mind as what we have," said Wixy. "Didn't we tell him we was goin' east ourselves? Maybe he ain't lookin' for steady company any more than we be. Maybe he come this way to get away from us, like we did to get away from Say, Sandlot," he said almost pleadingly, "you don't really think old White Whiskers was a trailin' us, do you? You ain't got a notion he's a detective?" "How do I know what he is?" asked Sandlot. "All I know is that when I see a feller like that once, and then again, and he looks like he was tryin' to keep hid from us, I want to shake him off. I know that, and I know I'm going to shake him off, and I know that if you get all boozed up and full of liquor and can't walk, and that feller shows up, I'm a going to quit you and look out for myself. When a feller steals something, or does any little harmless thing like that, it's different. He can't afford to stick to a pal, even if he gets nabbed. But when it's a case of—" "Now, don't use that word," said Wixy angrily. "It wasn't no more murder than nothing. Was we going to let Chicago Chicken bash our heads in just because we stood up for our rights? Him wanting a full half just because he put us onto the job. He ought to be killed for asking such a thing." "Well, he wasn't he?" asked Sandlot. "You killed him, all right. It was you swung on him with the rock, Wixy. Remember that?" "Trying to put it off on me, ain't you?" said Wixy angrily. "Well, you can't do it. If I hang, you hang. Maybe I did take a rock to him, but you had him strangled to death before I ever hit him." "What's the use gabbing about it?" said Sandlot. "He's dead, and we made our getaway, and all we got to do is keep got away. There ain't nobody ever going to find him, not where we sunk him in that deep water." "Ain't I been sayin' that right along?" asked Wixy. "Ain't I been tellin' you was a fool to be scared of an old feller like White Whiskers? Cuttin' across country this way, when we might as well be 40 miles more down the Rock Island, travelin' along as nice as you please in a box car." "Now look here," said Sandlot menacingly. "I ain't going to take no abuse from you, drunk or sober. If you don't like my way, you go back to the railroad and leave me go my own way. I'm going on across country until I come to another railroad, I am. And if I come to a river and I run across a boat, I'm going to take that boat and float a ways. When I says nobody is going to know anything about what we did to the chicken over there in Chicago, I mean it. Nobody is. But didn't Sal know all three of us was going out on that job that night? And when the chicken don't come back, ain't she going to guess something happened to the chicken? She's going to think he made a rich haul like he did, and that he up and quit her, said Wixy. That's what she'll think. And what if she does? Says Sandlot. She and him has been boardin' with Mother Smith, ain't they? Ain't Mother Smith been handin' the chicken money when he needed it because he said he was workin' up this job with us? I bet the chicken owed Mother Smith $100, and when he don't come back, then what? Sal will say she ain't got no money because the chicken quit her, and Mother Smith will... Well, what? Asked Wixy. She'll send word to every crook in the country to spot the chicken, and you know it. And when word comes back that there ain't no trace of him... You've lost your nerve, that's what ails you, said Wixy scornfully. No, I ain't, Sandlot insisted. I've heard plenty of fellers tell how Mother Smith keeps tabs on anybody that tries to do her out of 10 cents even. Why, maybe the chicken promised to come back that night and pay up. I bet he did. And I bet he was sour on Sal. And I bet Mother Smith knew it all the time, and that when he didn't come back that night she sent out word to spot him or us. I'll bet you. You've lost your nerve, said Wixy drunkenly. You never did have no nerve. You're so scared you're seeing ghosts. All right, said Sandlot, rising. I'll see ghosts then, but I'll see them by myself. You can go. Goodbye, said Wixy carelessly, and finished the last drop in his bottle. Goodbye, old Sandlot, goodbye. Sandlot hesitated a moment and then arose, and after a parting glance at Wixy struck out across the drying floor of the brickyard and was lost in the darkness. Wixy blinked and balanced the empty bottle in his hand. He's afraid, he boasted to himself. He's a coward. Afraid of dark, afraid of ghosts. Lost his nerve. I ain't afraid. He rose to his feet unsteadily. Sandlot's coward, he said, and threw down the empty bottle with a motion of disgust at the cowardice of Sandlot. The bottle burst with a jangling of glass. On the loose board roof, Philo Gubb raised his head suddenly. For an instant he imagined he was a disembodied spirit, his body having been dissolved in benzine. But as he became wider awake, he was conscious of a noise beneath him. Wixy was shifting 20 or 30 bricks that had fallen from the kiln upon a truss of straw, used the last winter to cover new molded bricks to protect them from the frost against their drying. He was preparing a bed. He muttered to himself as he worked, and Philo Gubb, placing his eye to a crack between the boards of the roof, tried to observe him. The darkness was so absolute he could see nothing whatever. He heard Wixy stretch out on the straw, and in a minute more he heard the heavy breathing of a sleeper. Wixy was not letting any cowardice disturb his repose, at all events, and Philo Gubb considered how he could best get himself off the roof. The sleeping man was immediately beneath him. The ladder was a full 10 yards away. Every motion made the loose boards complain. Looking down, Mr. Gubb saw that the top of the kiln reached within a few feet of where he lay, and that the partially removed sides had left a series of giant steps. Mr. Gubb loosened his pistols in his belt. Now that he had the chicken thief so near, he meant to capture him. With the utmost care, he slid one of the boards of the roof aside and put his long legs into the opening thus made, feeling for the kiln until he touched it, and when he had a firm footing on it, he lowered the upper part of his body through the roof. 5 feet away, a cross timber reached from one pillar of the roof to another, and just below that was one of the steps of the kiln. Philo Gubb lighted his dark lantern, and casting its ray, saw this cross piece. If he could jump and reach it, he could drop to the lower step and avoid the danger of bringing the side of the kiln down with him. He slipped the lantern into his pocket, reached out his hands, and jumped into the dark. For an instant his fingers grappled with the cross piece. He struggled to gain a firmer hold, and then he dropped straight upon the sleeping Wixy. He alighted fair and square on the murderer's stomach, and the air went out of Wixy in a sudden whoof. Philo Gubb, in the unreasoning excitement of the moment, grappled with Wixy, but the unresistance of the man told that he was unconscious, and the Correspondence School detective released him and stood up. He uncovered the lens of his dark lantern and turned the ray on Wixy. The murderer lay flat on his back, his eyes closed and his mouth open. Mr. Gubb put his hand on Wixy's heart. It still beat. The man was not dead. With the dark lantern in one hand and a rusty tin can in the other, Mr. Gubb hurried to the pond and returned with the can full of water. But even in this crisis he did not act thoughtlessly. He set the dark lantern on a shelf of the kiln so that its rays might illuminate Wixy and himself alike, drew one of his pistols and pointed it full at Wixy's head, and holding it so, he dashed the can of water in the face of the unconscious man. Wixy moved uneasily. He emitted a long sigh and opened his eyes. "I got you," said Philo Gubb sternly. "There ain't no use to make a move, because I'm a deteckative, and if you do, I'll shoot this pistol at you. If you're able so to do, just put up your hands." Wixy blinked in the strong light of the lantern. He groaned and placed one of his hands on his stomach. "Put 'em up," said Philo Gubb, and with another groan Wixy raised his hands. He was still flat on his back. He looked as if he were doing some sort of health exercise. In a minute the hands fell to the ground. "I guess you better set up," said Philo Gubb. "You ain't going to be able to hold up your hands if you lay down that way." As he helped Wixy to a sitting position, he kept his pistol against the fellow's head. "Now then," said Philo Gubb, when he had arranged his captive to suit his taste, "what you got to say?" "I got to say I never done what you think I done, whatever it is," said Wixy. "I don't know what it is, but I never done it. Some other feller done it." "That don't bother me none," said Philo Gubb. "If you didn't do it, I don't know who did. Just about the best thing you can do is to account for the chicken and pay my expenses of getting you, and the quicker you do it, the better off you'll be." Pale as Wixy was, he turned still paler when Philo Gubb mentioned the chicken. "I never killed the chicken!" he almost shouted. "I never did it!" "I don't care whether you killed the chicken or not," said Philo Gubb calmly. "The chicken is gone, and I reckon that's the end of the chicken. But Mrs. Smith has got to be paid." "Did she send you?" asked Wixy, trembling. "Did Mother Smith put you on to me?" "She did so," said the Correspondence School detective. "And you can pay up or go to jail. How do you like that?" Wixy studied the tall detective. "Look here," he said. "S'pose I give you 50 and we'll call it square." He meant $50. "Maybe that would satisfy Mrs. Smith," said Philo Gubb, thinking of 50 cents. "But it don't satisfy me. My time's valuable, and it's got to be paid for. 10 times 50 ain't a bit too much, and if it had took longer to catch you, I'd have asked more. If you want to give that much, all right, and if you don't, all right too." Wixy studied the face of Philo Gubb carefully. There was no sign of mercy in the bird-like face of the paper-hanger detective. Indeed, his face was severe. It was relentless in its sternness. $5 was little enough to ask for 2 nights of first-class Correspondence School detective work. Rather than take less, he would lead the chicken thief to jail. And Wixy, with his third and half of the chicken's third of the proceeds of the criminal job that had led to the death of the chicken, knowing the relentlessness of Mother Smith, that female Fagin of Chicago, considered that he would be doing well to purchase his freedom for $500. "All right, pal," he said suddenly. "You're on. It's a bet. Here you are." He slipped his hand into his pocket and drew out a great roll of money. With the muzzle of Philo Gubb's pistol hovering just out of reach before him, he counted out 5 crisp $100 bills. He held them out with a sickly grin. Philo Gubb took them and looked at them, puzzled. "What's this for?" he asked, and Wixy suddenly blazed forth in anger. "Now don't come any of that!" he cried. "A bargain's a bargain. Don't you come a pretendin' you didn't say you'd take 500 and try to get more out of me. I won't give you no more, I won't. You can jug me if you want to. You can't prove nothing on me, and you know it. Have you found the body of the chicken? Well, you got to have the corpus, what you call it, ain't you? Huh? Ain't 500 enough? I bet the chicken never cost Mother Smith more than 150. I was only thinking, began Philo Gubb. Don't think, then, said Wixy. $500 seemed too... Philo began again. It's all you'll get if I hang for it, said Wixy firmly. You can give Mother Smith what you want and keep what you want. That's all you'll get. Philo Gubb could not understand it. He tried to, but he could not understand it at all. And then suddenly a great light dawned in his brain. There was something this chicken thief knew that he and Mrs. Smith did not know. The stolen chicken must have been of some rare and much sought strain. So it was all right. The thief was paying what the chicken was worth, and not what Mrs. Smith thought it was worth in her ignorance. He slipped the money into his pocket. "All right," he said. "I'm satisfied if you are. The chicken was a fancy bird, ain't it so?" "The chicken was a tough old rooster, that's what he was," said Wixy, staggering to his feet. "I thought he was a hen," said Philo Gubb. "Mrs. Smith said he was a hen." Wixy laughed a sickly laugh. "That ain't much of a joke. That's why everybody called him Chicken, because his first name was Hen." Philo Gubb's mouth fell open. He was convinced now that he had to do with an insane man. Wixy moved toward the open drying floor. "Well, so long, pard," he said to Philo Gubb. "Give my regards to Mother Smith. And say," he added, "if you see Sal, don't let her know what happened to the chicken. Don't say anybody made away with the chicken, see? Tell Sal the chicken flew the coop himself, see?" "Who is Sal?" asked Philo Gubb. "You ask Mother Smith," said Wixy. "She'll tell you." And he went out into the dark. Philo Gubb heard him shuffle across the drying floor, and when the sound had died away in the distance he put up his revolver. $500, he said, and he routed Mrs. Smith out of bed. He did not tell her the amount of reward he had made the chicken thief pay. He asked her what the most expensive chicken in the world might be worth, and she reluctantly accepted $10 as being far too much. Then he asked her who Sal was. "Sal?" queried Mrs. Smith. "The chicken thief declared the statement that you would know," said Mr. Gubb. "He said to tell her—" "Well, Mr. Gubb," said Mrs. Smith tartly, "I don't know any Sal, and if I did I wouldn't carry messages to her for a chicken thief. And it's past midnight, and the draft on my bare feet is giving me my death of cold. And if you think this is a pink tea for me to stand around and hold fool conversation at, I don't." And she slammed the door. End of The Chicken by Ellis Parker Butler.
The Coin of Dionysus by Ernest Brahma, pseudonym for Ernest Brahma Smith. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Coin of Dionysus by Ernest Brahma. It was 8 o'clock at night and raining, scarcely a time when a business so limited in its clientele as that of a coin dealer could hope to attract any customer, but a light was still showing in the small shop that bore over its window the name of Baxter. And in the even smaller office at the back the proprietor himself sat reading the latest Pell-Mell. His enterprise seemed to be justified, for presently the doorbell gave its announcement, and, throwing down his paper, Mr. Baxter went forward. As a matter of fact, the dealer had been expecting someone, and his manner as he passed into the shop was unmistakably suggestive of a caller of importance. But at the first glance toward his visitor the excess of deference melted out of his bearing, leaving the urbane, self-possessed shopman in the presence of the casual customer. "Mr. Baxter, I think," said the latter. He had laid aside his dripping umbrella and was unbuttoning overcoat and coat to reach into an inner pocket. "You hardly remember me, I suppose. Mr. Carlyle, 2 years ago I took up a case for you. To be sure, Mr. Carlyle, the private detective. Inquiry agent, corrected Mr. Carlyle precisely. Well, smiled Mr. Baxter, for that matter, I am a coin dealer and not an antiquarian or a numismatist. Is there anything in that way that I can do for you? Yes, replied his customer. It's my turn to consult you. He had taken a small wash-leather bag from the inner pocket, and now turned something carefully out upon the counter. What can you tell me about that? The dealer gave the coin a moment's scrutiny. There is no question about this, he replied. It's a Sicilian tetradrachm of Dionysus. Yes, I know that. I have it on the label out of the cabinet. I can tell you further that it's supposed to be one that Lord Seastoke gave £250 for at the Bryce sale in '94. Well, it seems to me that you can tell me more about it than I can tell you, remarked Mr. Baxter. What is it that you really want to know? I want to know, replied Mr. Carlyle, whether it's genuine or not. Oh, has any doubt been cast upon it? Certain circumstances raised a suspicion, that's all. The dealer took another look at the tetradrachm through his magnifying glass, holding it by the edge with the careful touch of an expert. Then he shook his head slowly in a confession of ignorance. Of course I could make a guess. No, don't, interrupted Mr. Carlyle hastily. An arrest hangs on it, and nothing short of certainty is any good to me. Oh, is that so, Mr. Carlyle? Said Mr. Baxter with increased interest. Well, to be quite candid, the thing is out of my line. Now, if it was a rare Saxon penny or a double noble, I'd stake my reputation on my opinion, but I do very little in the classical series. Mr. Carlyle did not attempt to conceal his disappointment as he returned the coin to the bag and replaced the bag in the inner pocket. I had been relying on you, he grumbled reproachfully. Where on earth am I to go now? Well, there's always the British Museum. To be sure, thanks, but will anyone who can tell me be there now? Now? No fear, replied Mr. Baxter. Go round in the morning. But I must know tonight, explained the visitor, reduced to despair again. Tomorrow will be too late for the purpose. Mr. Baxter did not hold out much encouragement in the circumstances. You can scarcely expect to find anyone at business now, he remarked. I should have been gone these 2 hours myself, only I happened to have an appointment with an American millionaire who fixed his own time. Something indistinguishable from a wink slid off Mr. Baxter's right eye. Offmanson, he's called, and a bright young pedigree hunter has traced his descent from Offa, king of Mercia. So he quite naturally wants a set of offers as a sort of collateral proof. Very interesting, murmured Mr. Carlyle, fidgeting with his watch. I should love an hour's chat with you about your millionaire customer some other time. Just now, look here, Baxter. Can't you give me a line of introduction to some dealer in this sort of thing who happens to live in town? You must know dozens of experts. Why, bless my soul, Mr. Carlyle, I don't know a man of them away from this business, said Mr. Baxter, staring. They may live in Park Lane, or they may live in Petticoat Lane, for all I know. Besides, there aren't so many experts as you seem to imagine, and the two best will very likely quarrel over it. You've had to go with expert witnesses, I suppose. I don't want a witness. There'll be no need to give evidence. All I want's an absolute authoritative pronouncement that I can act on. Is there no one who can really say whether the thing is genuine or not? Mr. Baxter's meaning silence became cynical in its implication as he continued to look at his visitor across the counter. Then he relaxed. Oh, stay a bit. There is a man, an amateur, I remember hearing wonderful things about some time ago. They say he really does know. There you are, explained Mr. Carlyle, much relieved. There always is someone. Who is he? Funny name, replied Baxter. Something Wynne, or Wynne something. He craned his neck to catch sight of an important motor car that was drawing to the curb before his window. Oh yes, Wynne Carados. You'll excuse me now, Mr. Carlyle, won't you? This looks like Mr. Offmanson. Mr. Carlyle hastily scribbled the name down on his cup. Wynne Carados, right? Where does he live? I haven't the remotest idea, replied Baxter, referring the arrangement of his tie to the judgment of the wall mirror. I've never seen the man myself. Now, Mr. Carlyle, I'm sorry I can't do any more for you. You won't mind, will you? Mr. Carlyle could not pretend to misunderstand. He enjoyed the distinction of holding open the door for the transatlantic representative of the line of Offa as he went out, and then made his way through the muddy streets back to his office. There was only one way of tracing a private individual at such short notice, through the pages of the directories, and the gentleman did not flatter himself by a very high estimate of his chances. Fortune favoured him, however. He very soon discovered a Wynn Carrados living at Richmond. Oh, and better still, further search failed to unearth another. There was apparently only one householder, at all events, of that name in the neighbourhood of London. He jotted down the address and set off for Richmond. The house was some distance from the station, Mr. Carlyle learned. He took a taxicab and drove, dismissing the vehicle at the gate. He prided himself on his power of observation and the accuracy of the deductions which resulted from it, a detail of his business. "That's nothing more than using one's eyes and putting two and two together," he'd modestly declared, when he wished to be deprecatory rather than impressive, and by the time he'd reached the front door of The Turrets, he'd formed some opinion of the position and tastes of the man who lived there. A manservant admitted Mr. Carlyle and took in his card, his private card with the bare request for an interview that would not detain Mr. Carrados for 10 minutes. Luck still favoured him. Mr. Carrados was at home and would see him at once. The servant, the hall through which they passed, and the room into which he was shown, all contributed something to the deductions which the quietly observant gentleman was half unconsciously recording. "Mr. Carlyle," announced the servant. The room was a library or a study. The only occupant, a man of about Carlyle's own age, had been using a typewriter up to the moment of his visitor's entrance. He now turned and stood up with an expression of formal courtesy. "It's very good of you to see me at this hour," apologized the caller. The conventional expression of Mr. Carrados's face changed a little. "Surely my man has got your name wrong," he exclaimed. "Isn't it Lewis Calling?" The visitor stopped short, and his agreeable smile gave place to a sudden flash of anger or annoyance. "No, sir," he replied stiffly. "My name is on the card which you have before you." "Oh, I beg your pardon," said Mr. Carrados with perfect good humour. "I hadn't seen it, but I used to know a Calling some years ago at St. Michael's." St. Michael's? Mr. Carlyle's feature underwent another change, no less instant and sweeping than before. "St. Michael's? Wynn Carrados? Good heavens! It isn't Max Wynn, old winning Wynn?" "A little older and a little fatter, yes," replied Carrados. "I have changed my name, you see." "Extraordinary meeting like this," said his visitor, dropping into a chair and staring hard at Mr. Carrados. "I've changed more than my name. How did you recognize me?" "The voice," replied Mr. Carrados. "It took me back to that little smoke-dried attic den of yours where we—" "My God!" exclaimed Carlyle bitterly. "Don't remind me of what we were going to do in those days." He looked round the well-furnished, handsome room and recalled the other signs of wealth that he had noticed. "At all events, you seem fairly comfortable, Wynn." "I am alternately envied and pitied," replied Carrados with a placid tolerance of circumstance that seemed characteristic of him. "Still, as you say, I am fairly comfortable." "Envied, I can understand, but why are you pitied?" "Because I am blind," was the tranquil reply. "Blind?" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, using his own eyes superlatively. "Do you mean literally blind?" "Yes, literally. I was riding along a bridle path through a wood about a dozen years ago with a friend. He was in front. At one point a twig sprang back. You know how easily a thing like that happens. It just flicked my eye. Nothing to think twice about." "And that blinded you?" "Yes, ultimately. It's called amaurosis." "I can scarcely believe it. You seem so sure and self-reliant. Your eyes are full of expression, only a little quieter than they used to be. I believe you were typing when I came in. Aren't you having me?" "You miss the dog and the stick," smiled Carrados. "No, it's a fact." "But what an awful infliction for you, Max. You were always such an impulsive, reckless sort of fellow. Never quiet. You must miss a fearful lot." "Has anyone else recognized you?" asked Carrados quietly. "Ah, that was the voice, you said," replied Carlyle. "Yes, but other people heard the voice as well. Only I had no blundering, self-confident eyes to be hoodwinked." "No, that's a rum way of putting it," said Carlyle. "Are your ears never hoodwinked, may I ask?" "Not now, nor my fingers, nor any of my other senses that have to look out for themselves." Well, murmured Mr. Carlyle, cut short in his sympathetic emotions. I'm glad you take it so well. Of course, if you find it an advantage to be blind, old man—" He stopped and reddened. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he concluded stiffly. "No, not an advantage, perhaps," replied the other thoughtfully. "Still, it has compensations that one might not think of. A new world to explore, new experiences, new powers awakening, strange new perceptions, life in the fourth dimension. But why do you beg my pardon, Louis?" "Well, I'm an ex-solicitor struck off in connection with the falsifying of a trust account, Mr. Carrados," replied Carlyle, writing. "Sit down, Louis," said Carrados suavely. His face, even his incredibly living eyes, beamed placid good nature. "The chair on which you will sit, the roof above you, all the comfortable surroundings to which you have so amiably alluded, are the direct result of falsifying a trust account. But do I call you Mr. Carlyle in consequence? Certainly not, Louis." "I did not falsify the account," replied Carlyle hotly. He sat down, however, and added more quietly, "But why do I tell you all this? I have never spoken of it before." "Blindness invites confidence," replied Carrados. "We are out of the running. Human rivalry ceases to exist. Besides, why shouldn't you? In my case, the account was falsified." "Of course, that's all bunkum, Max," commented Carlyle. "Still, I appreciate your motive." "Practically everything I possess was left to me by an American cousin, on the condition that I took the name of Carrados. He made his fortune by an ingenious conspiracy of doctoring the crop reports and unloading favourably in consequence. I need hardly remind you that the receiver is equally guilty with the thief." "But twice as safe. I know something of that, Max. Have you any idea what my business is?" "You shall tell me," replied Carrados. "I run a private inquiry agency. When I lost my profession I had to do something for a living. This occurred. I dropped my name, changed my appearance, and opened an office. I knew the legal side down to the ground, and I got a retired Scotland Yard man to organize the outside work." "Excellent!" cried Carrados. "Do you unearth many murders?" "No," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "Our business lies mostly in the conventional lines among divorce and defalcation." "Oh, that's a pity," remarked Carrados. "Do you know, Louis, I always had a secret ambition to be a detective myself. I've even thought lately that I might still be able to do something at it if the chance came my way." "That makes you smile?" "Well, certainly the idea. Yes, the idea of a blind detective, the blind tracking the alert. Of course, as you say, certain faculties are no doubt quickened," Mr. Carlyle hastened to add considerately. "But seriously, with the exception of an artist, I don't suppose there's any man who is more utterly dependent on his eyes." Whatever opinion Carrados might have held privately, his genial exterior did not betray a shadow of dissent. For a full minute he continued to smoke as though he derived an actual visual enjoyment from the blue sprays that travelled and dispersed across the room. He had already placed before his visitor a box containing cigars of a brand which that gentleman keenly appreciated, but generally regarded as unattainable, and the matter-of-fact ease and certainty with which the blind man had brought the box and put it before him had sent a questioning flicker through Carlyle's mind. "You used to be rather fond of art yourself, Louis," he remarked presently. "Give me your opinion of my latest purchase, the bronze lion on the cabinet there." Then, as Carlyle's gaze went about the room, he added quickly, No, not that cabinet, the one on your left." Carlyle shot a sharp glance at his host as he got up, but Carrados's expression was merely benignly complacent. Then he strolled across to the figure. "Very nice," he admitted. "Late Flemish, isn't it?" No, actually it's a copy of Vidal's Roaring Lion." "Vidal?" "A French artist." The voice became indescribably flat. "He also had the misfortune to be blind, by the way." "You old humbug, Max!" shrieked Carlyle. "You've been thinking that out for the last 5 minutes." Then the unfortunate man bit his lip and turned his back toward his host. "Do you remember how we used to pile it up on that obtuse ass Sanders? Then roast him?" asked Carrados, ignoring the half-smothered exclamation with which the other man had recalled himself. "Yes," replied Carlyle quietly. "This is very good," he continued, addressing himself to the bronze again. "However did he do it?" "With his hands." Naturally, but I mean, how did he study his model? Also with his hands, he called it seeing near. Even with a lion? Handled it? In such cases he required the services of a keeper, who brought the animal to bay while Vidal exercised his own particular gift. You don't feel inclined to put me on the track of a mystery, Lewis? Unable to regard this request as anything but one of old Max's unquenchable pleasantries, Mr. Carlyle was on the point of making a suitable reply when a sudden thought caused him to smile knowingly. Up to that point he had, indeed, completely forgotten the object of his visit. Now that he remembered the doubtful Dionysus and Mr. Baxter's recommendation, he immediately assumed that some mistake had been made. Either Max was not the Wynn Carados he had been seeking, or else the dealer had been misinformed. For although his host was wonderfully expert in the face of his misfortune, it was inconceivable that he could decide the genuineness of a coin without seeing it. The opportunity seemed a good one of getting even with Carados by taking him at his word. "Yes," Mr. Carlyle said. He accordingly replied with crisp deliberation as he recrossed the room. Yes, I will, Max. Here is the clue to what seems to be a rather remarkable fraud." He put the tetradrachm into his host's hand. "And what do you make of it?" For a few seconds Carados handled the piece with the delicate manipulation of his fingertips, while Carlyle looked on with a self-appreciative grin. Then, with equal gravity, the blind man weighed the coin in the balance of his hand. Finally, he touched it to his tongue. "Well?" demanded the other. "Of course, I have not much to go on, and if I was more fully in your confidence I might come to another conclusion." Yes, interposed Carlyle with amused encouragement. "Then I should advise you to arrest the parlour-maid, Nina Brune, communicate with the police authorities of Padua for particulars of the career of Helen Brunesi, and suggest to Lord Seastoke that he should return to London to see what further depredations have been made in his cabinet." Mr. Carlyle's groping hand sought and found a chair, onto which he dropped blankly. His eyes were unable to detach themselves for a single moment from the very ordinary spectacle of Mr. Carados's mildly benevolent face, while the sterilized ghost of his now forgotten amusement still lingered about his features. "Good heavens," he managed to articulate, "how do you know?" "Isn't that what you wanted of me?" asked Carados suavely. "Don't humbug, Max," said Carlyle severely. "This is no joke." An undefined mistrust of his own powers suddenly possessed him in the presence of this mystery. How do you come to know of Nina Brune and Lord Seastoke?" "You are a detective, Lewis," replied Carados. "How does one know these things? By using one's eyes and putting two and two together." Carlyle groaned and flung out an arm petulantly. Is it all bunkum, Max? Do you really see all the time, though that doesn't go very far toward explaining it?" "Like Vidal, I see very well at close quarters," replied Carados, lightly running a forefinger along the inscription on the tetradrachm. "For longer range I keep another pair of eyes. Would you like to test them?" Mr. Carlyle's assent was not very gracious. It was, in fact, faintly sulky. He was suffering the annoyance of feeling distinctly unimpressive in his own department, but he was also curious. "The bell is just behind you, if you don't mind," said his host. "Parkinson will appear. You might take note of him while he is in." The man who had admitted Mr. Carlyle proved to be Parkinson. "This gentleman is Mr. Carlyle, Parkinson," explained Carados the moment the man entered. "You will remember him for the future?" Parkinson's apologetic eyes swept the visitor from head to foot, but so lightly and swiftly that it conveyed to that gentleman the comparison of being very deftly dusted. "I will endeavour to do so, sir," replied Parkinson, turning again to his master. "I shall be at home to Mr. Carlyle whenever he calls. That is all." "Very well, sir." "Now, Lewis," remarked Carados briskly, when the door had closed again, "you had a good opportunity of studying Parkinson. What is he like?" "Oh, in what way?" "I mean, as a matter of description. I am a blind man. I haven't seen my servant for 12 years. What idea can you give me of him? I asked you to notice." "Well, I know you did, but your Parkinson is the sort of man who's very little about him to describe. He's the embodiment of the ordinary. His height is about average." 5'9", murmured Carrados, slightly above the mean. Scarcely noticeably so. Clean-shaven, medium brown hair, no particularly marked features, dark eyes, good teeth. False, interposed Carrados. The teeth, not the statement. Possibly, admitted Mr. Carlyle. I'm not a dental expert, and I had no opportunity of examining Mr. Parkinson's mouth in detail. But what is the drift of all this? His clothes? Oh, just the ordinary evening dress of a valet. There's not much room for variety in that. You noticed, in fact, nothing special by which Parkinson could be identified? Well, he wore an unusually broad gold ring on the little finger of the left hand. Yes, but that is removable. And yet Parkinson has an ineradicable mole, a small one, I admit, on his chin. And you, a human sleuth-hound. Oh, Lewis! At all events, retorted Carlyle, writhing a little under this good-humoured satire, although it was easy enough to see in it Carrados's affectionate intention. At all events, I dare say I can give as good a description of Parkinson as he can give of me. Well, that is what we are going to test. Ring the bell again. Seriously? Quite. I am trying my eyes against yours. If I can't give you 50 out of 100, I'll renounce my private detectorial ambition forever. Oh, it isn't quite the same, objected Carlyle, but he rang the bell. Come in and close the door, Parkinson, said Carrados when the man appeared. Don't look at Mr. Carlyle again. In fact, you had better stand with your back towards him. He won't mind. Now describe to me his appearance as you observed it. Parkinson tendered his respectful apologies to Mr. Carlyle for the liberty he was compelled to take by the deferential quality of his voice. Oh, let's see. Mr. Carlyle, sir, wears patent leather boots of about size 7 and very little used. There are 5 buttons, but on the left boot 1 button, the third up, is missing, leaving loose threads and not the more usual metal fastener. Mr. Carlyle's trousers, sir, of a dark material, a dark grey line of about 1/4 of an inch wider on a darker ground. The bottoms are turned permanently up and are just now a little muddy, if I may say so. Very muddy, interposed Mr. Carlyle generously. It's a wet night, Parkinson. Yes, sir, very unpleasant weather. If you will allow me, sir, I will brush you in the hall. The mud is dry now, I notice. Then, sir, continued Parkinson, reverting to the business at hand, there are dark green cashmere hose. A curb pattern keychain passes into the left-hand trouser pocket. From the visitor's nether garments, the photographic-eyed Parkinson proceeded to higher ground, and with increasing wonder Mr. Carlyle listened to the faithful catalogue of his possessions. His fetter and link Albert of gold and platinum was minutely described. His spotted blue ascot with its gentlemanly pearl scarf pin was set forth, and the fact that the buttonhole in the left lapel of his morning coat showed signs of use was duly noted. What Parkinson saw he recorded, but he made no deductions. A handkerchief carried in the cuff of the right sleeve was simply that to him, and not an indication that Mr. Carlyle was indeed left-handed. But a more delicate part of Parkinson's undertaking remained. He approached it with a double cough. As regards Mr. Carlyle's personal appearance, sir? No, enough, cried the gentleman concerned hastily. I am more than satisfied. You are a keen observer, Parkinson. I have trained myself to suit my master's requirements, sir, replied the man. He looked toward Mr. Carrados, received a nod, and withdrew. Mr. Carlyle was the first to speak. That man of yours would be worth £5 a week to me, Max, he remarked thoughtfully, but of course... I don't think he would take it, replied Carrados in a voice of equally detached speculation. He suits me very well, but you have the chance of using his services indirectly. You still mean that seriously? I notice in you a chronic disinclination to take me seriously, Lewis. It is really, to an Englishman, almost painful. Is there something inherently comic about me, or the atmosphere of the turrets? No, my friend, replied Mr. Carlyle. But there is something essentially preposterous. That is, what points to the improbable. Now, what is it? It might be merely a whim, but it is more than that, replied Carrados. It is, well, partly vanity, partly ennui, partly... Certainly there was something more nearly tragic in his voice than comic now. Partly hope. Mr. Carlyle was too tactful to pursue the subject. "Those are three tolerable motives," Carlyle acquiesced. "I'll do anything you want, Max, on one condition. Agreed?" "Agreed." "And it is?" "That you tell me how you knew so much of this affair." He tapped the silver coin which lay on the table near him. "I am not easily flabbergasted," he added. "You won't believe that there is nothing to explain, that it is purely second sight?" "No," replied Carlyle tersely, "I won't. You are quite right. And yet the thing is very simple." "Well, they always are when you know," soliloquized the other. "That's what makes them so confoundedly difficult when you don't." "Okay, here is this one, then. In Padua, which seems to be regaining its old reputation as the birthplace of spurious antiques, by the way, there lives an ingenious craftsman named Pietro Stelli. This simple soul, who possesses a talent not inferior to that of Cavino at his best, has for many years turned his hand to the not unprofitable occupation of forging rare Greek and Roman coins. As a collector and student of certain Greek colonials, and a specialist in forgeries, I have been familiar with Stelli's workmanship for years. Latterly he seems to have come under the influence of an international crook, called at the moment Dompierre, who soon saw a way of utilizing Stelli's genius on a royal scale. Helene Brunesi, who in private life is, and really is, I believe, Madame Dompierre, readily lent her services to the enterprise." "Quite so," nodded Mr. Carlyle, as his host paused. "You see the whole sequence, of course?" "Well, no, not exactly in detail," confessed Mr. Carlyle. "Dompierre's idea was to gain access to some of the most celebrated cabinets of Europe, and substitute Stelli's fabrications for the genuine coins. The princely collection of rarities that he would thus amass might be difficult to dispose of safely, but I have no doubt that he had matured his plans. Helene, in the person of Nina Brun, an anglicized French parlourmaid, a part which she fits to perfection, was to obtain wax impressions of the most valuable pieces, and to make the exchange when the counterfeits reached her. In this way it was obviously hoped that the fraud would not come to light until long after the real coins had been sold, and I gather that she has already done her work successfully in several houses. Then, impressed by her excellent references and capable manner, my housekeeper engaged her, and for a few weeks she went about her duties here. It was fatal to this detail of the scheme, however, that I have the misfortune to be blind. I am told that Helene has so innocently angelic a face as to disarm suspicion, but I was incapable of being impressed, and that good material was thrown away. But one morning my material fingers, which of course knew nothing of Helene's angelic face, discovered an unfamiliar touch about the surface of my favourite Euclides, and although there was doubtless nothing to be seen, my critical sense of smell reported that had been recently pressed against it. I began to make discreet inquiries, and in the meantime my cabinets went to the local bank for safety. Helene countered by receiving a telegram from Angiers, calling her to the deathbed of her aged mother. The aged mother succumbed. Duty compelled Helene to remain at the side of her stricken patriarchal father, and doubtless the turrets was written off the syndicate's operations as a bad debt. "Well, very interesting," admitted Mr. Carlyle, "but at the risk of seeming obtuse," his manner had become delicately chastened, "I must say that I fail to trace the inevitable connection between Nina Brun and this particular forgery, assuming that it is a forgery." "Set your mind at rest about that, Lewis," replied Carrados. "It is a forgery, and it is a forgery that none but Pietro Stelli could have achieved. That is the essential connection. Of course, there are accessories. A private detective coming urgently to see me with a notable tetradrachm in his pocket, which he announces to be the clue to a remarkable fraud. Well, really, Lewis, one scarcely needs to be blind to see through that." "And Lord Seastroke, I suppose you happen to discover that Nina Brun has gone there?" "No, I cannot claim to have discovered that, or I should certainly have warned him at once when I found out, only recently, about the gang. As a matter of fact, the last information I had of Lord Seastroke was a line in yesterday's Morning Post to the effect that he was still at Cairo. But many of these pieces," he brushed his finger almost lovingly across the vivid chariot race that embellished the reverse of the coin, and broke off to remark, You really ought to take up the subject, Lewis. You have no idea how useful it might prove to you some day." "Yeah, I really think I must," replied Carlyle grimly. £250 the original of this cost, I believe. Cheap, too. It would make £500 in New York today. As I was saying, many are literally unique. This gem by Kimon is... Oh, here is his signature, you see. Peter is particularly good at lettering. And as I handled the genuine tetradrachm about 2 years ago, when Lord Seastoke exhibited at a meeting of our society in Albemarle Street, there is nothing at all wonderful in my being able to fix the locale of your mystery. Indeed, I feel that I ought to apologize for it all being so simple." "I think," remarked Mr. Carlyle, critically examining the loose threads on his left boot, "that the apology on that head would be more appropriate from me." End of The Coin of Dionysus, read by Mike Harris. The Field Bazaar by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Field Bazaar, a story of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, written in 1896. "Oh, I should certainly do it," said Sherlock Holmes. I started at the interruption, for my companion had been eating his breakfast with his attention entirely centred upon the paper which was propped up by the coffee pot. Now I looked across at him to find his eyes fastened upon me with the half amused, half questioning expression which he usually assumed when he felt he had made an intellectual point. "Do what?" I asked. He smiled as he took his slipper from the mantelpiece and drew from it enough shag tobacco to fill the old clay pipe with which he invariably rounded off his breakfast. "A most characteristic question of yours, Watson," said he. "You will not, I am sure, be offended if I say that any reputation for sharpness which I may possess has been entirely gained by the admirable foil which you have made for me. Have I not heard of debutantes who have insisted upon plainness in their chaperons? Well, there is a certain analogy. Our long companionship in the Baker Street rooms had left us on those easy terms of intimacy when much may be said without offence, and yet I acknowledge that I was nettled by his remark. "I may be very obtuse," said I, "but I confess that I am unable to see how you have managed to know that I was asked to help in the Edinburgh University Bazaar. But precisely. The letter was only just come to hand, and I have not spoken to you since." "In spite of that," said Holmes, leaning back in his chair and putting his fingertips together, "I would even venture to suggest that the object of the bazaar is to enlarge the university cricket field." I looked at him in such bewilderment that he vibrated with silent laughter. "The fact is, my dear Watson, that you are an excellent subject," said he. "You are never blasé. You respond instantly to any external stimulus. Your mental processes may be slow, but they are never obscure, and I found during breakfast that you were easier reading than the leader in the Times in front of me." "Well, I should be glad to know how you arrived at your conclusions," said I. "I fear that my good nature in giving explanations has seriously compromised my reputation," said Holmes. "But in this case the train of reasoning is based upon such obvious facts that no credit can be claimed for it. You entered the room with a thoughtful expression, the expression of a man who is debating some point in his mind. In your hand you held a solitary letter. Now, last night you retired in the best of spirits, so it was clear that it was this letter in your hand which had caused the change in you." "Yes, this is obvious." "Well, it's all obvious when it's explained to you. I naturally asked myself what the letter could contain which might have this effect upon you, and as you walked, you held the flap side of the envelope toward me, and I saw upon it the same shield-shaped device which I had observed upon your old college cricket cap. It was clear, then, that the request came from Edinburgh University, or from some club connected with the University. When you reached the table, you laid down the letter beside your plate with the address uppermost, and you walked over to look at the framed photograph upon the left of the mantelpiece." It amazed me to see the accuracy with which he had observed my movements. "And what next?" I asked. "I began by glancing at the address, and I could tell, even at the distance of 6 feet, that it was an unofficial communication. Thus I gathered from the use of the word 'doctor' upon the address, to which, as a bachelor of medicine, you have no legal claim. I knew that university officials are pedantic in their correct use of titles, and I was thus enabled to say with certainty that your letter was unofficial. When on your return to the table you turned over your letter and allowed me to perceive that the enclosure was a printed one, the idea of a bazaar first occurred to me. I had already weighed the possibility of its being a political communication, but this seemed improbable in the present stagnant condition of politics. So when you returned to the table your face still retained its expression, and it was evident that your examination of the photograph had not changed the current of your thoughts. In that case it must itself bear upon the subject in question. I turned my attention to the photograph, therefore, and saw at once that it consisted of yourself as a member of the Edinburgh University 11, with the pavilion and cricket field in the background. My small experience of cricket clubs has taught me that, next to churches and cavalry ensigns, they are the most debt-laden things upon earth. When upon your return to the table I saw you take out your pencil and draw lines upon the envelope, I was convinced that you were endeavouring to realize some projected improvement which was to be brought about by a bazaar. Your face still showed some indecision, so that I was able to break in upon you with my advice that you should assist in so good an object. I could not help smiling at the extreme simplicity of his explanation. "Of course it was as easy as possible," said I. My remark appeared to nettle him. "I may add," said he, "that the particular help which you have been asked to give was that you should write in their album, and that you have already made up your mind that the present incident will be the subject of your article." But how?" I cried. "It's as easy as possible," said he, "and I leave its solution to your own ingenuity. In the meantime," he added, raising his paper, "you will excuse me if I return to this very interesting article upon the trees of Cremona, and the exact reasons for the preeminence in the manufacture of violins. It's one of those small outlying problems to which I am sometimes tempted to direct my attention." End of The Field Bazaar, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Mike Harris.
A Foreign Office Romance, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. A Foreign Office Romance, by Arthur Conan Doyle. There are many folk who knew Alphonse Lacour in his old age. From about the time of the Revolution of '48 until he died in the second year of the Crimean War, he was always to be found in the same corner of the Café de Provence, at the end of the Rue Saint-Honoré, coming down about 9 in the evening, and going when he could find no one to talk with. It took some self-restraint to listen to the old diplomatist, for his stories were beyond all belief, and yet he was quick at detecting the shadow of a smile or the slightest little raising of the eyebrows. Then his huge rounded back would straighten itself, his bulldog chin would project, and his R's would brr like a kettle drum. When he got as far as "Ah, monsieur Rit, vous ne m'y croyez pas donc," it was quite time to remember that you had a ticket for the opera. There was his story of Talleyrand and the 5 oyster shells, and there was his utterly absurd account of Napoleon's second visit to Ajaccio. Then there was that most circumstantial romance, which he never ventured upon until his second bottle had been uncorked, of the Emperor's escape from St. Helena, how he lived for a whole year in Philadelphia while Count Hébert de Bertrand, who was his living image, personated him at Longwood. But of all his stories there was none which was more notorious than that of the Koran and the Foreign Office messenger. And yet when Monsieur Otto's memoirs were written, it was found that there really was some foundation for old Lacour's incredible statement. "You must know, monsieur," he would say, that I left Egypt after Kleber's assassination. I would gladly have stayed on, for I was engaged in a translation of the Koran, and between ourselves I had thoughts at the time of embracing Mahometanism, for I was deeply struck by the wisdom of their views about marriage. They had made an incredible mistake, however, upon the subject of wine, and this was what the Mufti who attempted to convert me could never get over. Then when old Kleber died and Menu came to the top, I felt that it was time for me to go. It's not for me to speak of my own capabilities, monsieur, but you will really understand that the man does not care to be ridden by the mule. I carried my Koran and my papers to London, where Monsieur Otto had been sent by the First Council to arrange a treaty of peace. For both nations were very weary of the war, which had already lasted 10 years. Here I was most useful to Monsieur Otto on account of my knowledge of the English tongue, and also, if I may say so, on account of my natural capacity. They were happy days during which I lived in the square of Bloomsbury. The climate of Monsieur's country is, it must be confessed, detestable, but then what would you have? Flowers grow best in the rain. One has but to point to the Monsieur's fellow countrywomen to prove it. Well, Monsieur Otto, our ambassador, was kept terribly busy over that treaty, and all of his staff were worked to death. We had not Pitt to deal with, which was perhaps as well for us. He was a terrible man, that Pitt, and wherever half a dozen enemies of France were plotting together, there was his sharp-pointed nose right in the middle of them. The nation, however, had been thoughtful enough to put him out of office, and we had to do with Monsieur Addington. But my Lord Hawkesbury was the foreign minister, and it was with him that we were obliged to do our bargaining. You can understand that it was no child's play. After 10 years of war, each nation had got hold of a great deal which had belonged to the other, or to the other's allies. What was to be given back, and what was to be kept? Is this island worth that peninsula? If we do this at Venice, will you do that at Sierra Leone? If we give up Egypt to the Sultan, will you restore the Cape of Good Hope, which you have taken from our allies, the Dutch? So we wrangled and wrestled, and I have seen Monsieur Otto come back to the embassy so exhausted that his secretary and I had to help him from his carriage to his sofa. But at last things adjusted themselves, and the night came round when the treaty was to be finally signed. Now, you must know that one great card which we held, the one great card, and which we played at every point of the game, was that we had Egypt. The English were very nervous about our being there. It gave us a foot on each end of the Mediterranean, you see, and they were not sure that that wonderful little Napoleon of ours might not make it the base of an advance against India. So whenever Lord Hawkesbury proposed to retain anything, we had only to reply, in that case, of course, we cannot consent to evacuate Egypt. And in this way we quickly brought him to reason. It was by the help of Egypt that we gained terms that were remarkably favourable, and especially that we caused the English to consent to give up the Cape of Good Hope. We did not wish your people, monsieur, to have any foothold in South Africa, for history has taught us that the British foothold of one half-century is the British Empire the next. It's not your army or your navy against which we have to guard, but it is your terrible younger son and your man in search of a career. When we French have a possession across the seas, we like to sit in Paris and to felicitate ourselves upon it. With you, it is different. You take your wives and your children, and you run away to see what kind of a place this may be. And after that, we might as well try to take that old square of Bloomsbury away from you. Well, it was upon the 1st of October that the treaty was finally to be signed. In the morning I was congratulating Monsieur Otto upon the happy conclusion of his labours. He was a little pale shrimp of a man, very quick and nervous, and he was so delighted now at his own success that he could not sit still, but ran about the room chattering and laughing, while I sat on a cushion in the corner, as I had learned to do in the East. Suddenly in came a messenger with a letter which had been forwarded from Paris. Monsieur Otto cast his eyes upon it, and then, without a word, his knees gave way, and he fell senseless upon the floor. I ran to him, as did the courier, and between us we carried him to the sofa. He might have been dead from his appearance, but I could still feel his heart thrilling beneath my palm. What is this, then?" I asked. I do not know," answered the messenger. "Monsieur Terrien told me to hurry as never man hurried before, and to put this letter into the hands of Monsieur Otto. I was in Paris at midday yesterday." I know that I am to blame, but I could not help glancing at the letter, picking it out of the senseless hand of Monsieur Otto. My God, the thunderbolt that it was! I did not faint, but I sat down beside my chief and I burst into tears. It was but a few words, but they told us that Egypt had been evacuated by our troops a month before. All our treaty was undone then, and the one consideration which had induced our enemies to give us good terms had vanished. In 12 hours it would not have mattered, but now the treaty was not yet signed. We should have to give up the Cape. We should have to let England have Malta. Now that Egypt was gone, we had nothing to offer in exchange. But we are not so easily beaten, we Frenchmen. You English misjudge us when you think that because we show emotions which you conceal, that we are therefore of a weak and womanly nature. You cannot read your histories and believe that. Monsieur Otto recovered his sense presently, and we took counsel what we should do. It is useless to go on, Alphonse, said he. This Englishman will laugh at me when I ask him to sign. Courage, I cried, and then a sudden thought came into my head. How do we know that the English will have news of this? Perhaps they may sign the treaty before they know of it. Monsieur Otto sprang from the sofa and flung himself into my arms. Alphonse, he cried, you have saved me. Why should they know about it? Our news has come from Toulon to Paris and thence straight to London. Theirs will come by sea through the Straits of Gibraltar. At this moment it is unlikely that anyone in Paris knows of it, save only Talleyrand and the First Council. If we keep our secret, we may still get our treaty signed. Ah, monsieur, you can imagine the horrible uncertainty in which we spent the day. Never, never shall I forget those slow hours during which we sat together, starting at every distant shout, lest it should be the first sign of the rejoicing which this news would cause in London. Monsieur Otto passed from youth to age in a day. As for me, I find it easier to go out and meet danger than to wait for it. I set forth, therefore, toward evening. I wandered here and wandered there. I was in the fencing rooms of Monsieur Angelo, and in the salon de boxe of Monsieur Jackson, and in the club of Brooks, and in the lobby of the Chamber of Deputies, but nowhere did I hear any news. Still, it was possible that Milord Hawkesbury had received it himself just as we had. He lived in Harley Street, and there it was that the treaty was to be finally signed that night at 8. I entreated Monsieur Otto to drink 2 glasses of Burgundy before he went, for I feared lest his haggard face and trembling hands should arouse suspicion in the English minister. Well, we went round together in one of the embassy's carriages about 7:30. Monsieur Otto went in alone, but presently, on excuse of getting his portfolio, he came out again, with his cheeks flushed with joy, to tell me that all was well. He knows nothing, he whispered. Ah, if the next half-hour were over. Give me a sign when it is settled, said I. For what reason? Because until then no messenger shall interrupt you. I give you my promise. I, Alphonse Lacoeur. He clasped my hands in both of his. I shall make an excuse to move one of the candles onto the table in the window, said he, and hurried into the house, whilst I was left waiting beside the carriage. Well, if we could but secure ourselves from interruption for a single half-hour, the day would be our own. I had hardly begun to form my plans when I saw the lights of a carriage coming swiftly from the direction of Oxford Street. If it should be the messenger, what could I do? I was prepared to kill him, yes, even to kill him, rather than at this last moment allow our work to be undone. Thousands die to make a glorious war. Why should not one die to make a glorious peace? What though they hurried me to the scaffold, I should have sacrificed myself for my country. I had a little curved Turkish knife strapped to my waist. My hand was on the hilt of it when the carriage which had alarmed me so rattled safely past me. But another might come. I must be prepared. Above all, I must not compromise the embassy. I ordered our carriage to move on, and I engaged what you call a hackney coach. Then I spoke to the driver and gave him a guinea. He understood that it was a special service. You shall have another guinea if you do what you're told, said I. All right, master, said he, and turned his slow eyes upon me without a trace of excitement or curiosity. If I enter your coach with another gentleman, you will drive up and down Harley Street, and take no orders from anyone but me. When I get out, you will carry the other gentleman to Wattier's Club in Bruton Street. All right, master, said he again. So I stood outside my Lord Hawkesbury's house, and you can think how often my eyes went up to that window in the hope of seeing the candle twinkle in it. 5 minutes passed, and another 5. Oh, how slowly they crept along. It was a true October night, raw and cold, with a white fog crawling over the wet, shining cobblestones, and blurring the dim oil lamps. I could not see 50 paces in either direction, but my ears were straining to catch the rattle of hoofs or the rumble of wheels. It's not a cheering place, monsieur, this street of Harley, even upon a sunny day. The houses are solid and very respectable over yonder, but there is nothing of the feminine about them. It's a city to be inhabited by males. But on that raw night, amid the damp and the fog, with the anxiety gnawing at my heart, it seemed the saddest, weariest spot in the whole wide world. I paced up and down, slapping my hands to keep them warm and still straining my ears, and then, suddenly, out of the dull hum of the traffic down in Oxford Street, I heard a sound detach itself and grow louder and louder and clearer with every instant, until 2 yellow lights came flashing through the fog, and a light cabriolet whirled up to the door of the Foreign Minister. It had not stopped before a young fellow sprang out of it and hurried to the steps, while the driver turned his horse and rattled off into the fog once more. Ah, it is in the moment of action that I am best, monsieur. You, who only see me when I am drinking my wine in the Café de Provence, cannot conceive the heights to which I rise. At that moment, when I knew that the fruit of a 10 years' war were at stake, I was magnificent. It was the last French campaign, and I the general and army in one. "Sir," said I, touching him upon the arm, "are you the messenger for Lord Hawkesbury?" "Yes," said he. "I've been waiting for you half an hour. You to follow me at once. He is with the French ambassador." I spoke with such assurance that he never hesitated for an instant. When he entered the hackney coach and I followed him in, my heart gave such a thrill of joy that I could hardly keep from shouting aloud. He was a poor little creature, this Foreign Office messenger, not much bigger than Monsieur Rateau. And monsieur can see my hands now, and imagine what they were like when I was 27 years of age. Well, now that I had him in my coach, the question was what I should do with him. I did not wish to hurt him if I could help it. "This is pressing business," said he. "I have a dispatch which I must deliver instantly." Our coach had rattled down Harley Street, but now, in accordance with my instruction, it turned and began to go up again. Hello, he cried. "What's this?" "What then?" I asked. We are driving back. Where is Lord Hawkesbury?" "We shall see him presently." Let me out," he shouted. "There is some trickery in this coachman. Stop the coach. Let me out, I say." I dashed him back into his seat as he tried to turn the handle of the door. He roared for help. I clapped my palm across his mouth. He made his teeth meet through the side of it. I seized his own cravat and bound it over his lips. He still mumbled and gurgled, but the noise was covered by the rattle of our wheels. We were passing the minister's house, and there was no candle in the window. The messenger sat quiet for a little, and I could see the glint of his eye as he stared at me through the gloom. He was partly stunned, I think, by the force with which I had hurled him into his seat, and also he was pondering, perhaps, what he should do next. Presently he got his mouth partly free from the cravat. "You can have my watch and my purse if you will let me go," said he. "Sir," said I am as honourable a man as you are yourself." "Who are you, then?" "My name is of no importance." What do you want with me?" It is a bet." "A bet? What do you mean?" "Do you understand that I am on the government service, and that you will see the inside of a jail for this?" "That is the bet. That is the sport," said I. "You may find it poor sport before you finish," he cried. "What is this insane bet of yours, then?" "I have bet," I answered, "that I will recite a chapter of the Koran to the first gentleman whom I should meet in the street." Well, I don't know what made me think of it, save that my translation was always running in my head. He clutched at the door handle, and again I had to hurl him back into his seat. "How long will it take?" he gasped. "It depends on the chapter," I answered. A short one, then, and let me go." "But is it fair?" I argued. "When I say a chapter, I do not mean the shortest chapter, but rather one which should be of average length." "Help, help, help!" he squealed, and I was compelled again to adjust his cravat. "A little patience," said I, "and it will soon be over. I should like to recite the chapter which would be of most interest to yourself. You will confess that I am trying to make things as pleasant as I can for you." He slipped his mouth free again. "Quick, then, quick!" he groaned. The chapter of the camel," I suggested. "Oh, yes. Or that of the fleet stallion. Oh, yes, only proceed." We had passed the window, and there was no candle. I settled down to recite the chapter of the stallion to him. "Perhaps you do not know your Koran very well, monsieur?" "Well, I knew it by heart then, as I know it by heart now. The style is a little exasperating for anyone who is in a hurry. But then, what would you have? The people in the East are never in a hurry, and it was written for them. I repeated it all with the dignity and solemnity which a sacred book demands, and the young Englishman, he wriggled and groaned. When the horses, standing on 3 feet and placing the tip of their 4th foot upon the ground, were mustered in front of him in the evening, he said, I have loved the love of earthly good above the remembrance of things on high, and have spent the time in viewing these horses. Bring the horses back to me. And when they were brought back, he began to cut off their legs. It was at this moment that the young Englishman sprang at me. My God, how little can I remember of the next few minutes. He was a boxer, this shred of a man. He had been trained to strike. I tried to catch him by the hands. Back, back, he came upon my nose and upon my eye. I put down my head and thrust at him with it. Pack, he came from below, but, I was too much for him. I hurled myself upon him, and he had no place where he could escape from my weight. He fell flat upon the cushions, and I seated myself upon him with such conviction that the wind flew from him as from a burst bellows. Then I searched to see what there was with which I could tie him. I drew the strings from my shoes, and with one I secured his wrists, and with another his ankles. Then I tied the cravat round his mouth again, so that he could only lie and glare at me. When I had done all this, and had stopped the bleeding of my own nose, I looked out of the couch, and, monsieur, the very first thing that caught my eyes was that candle, that dear little candle, glimmering in the window of the minister. Alone, with these 2 hands, I had retrieved the capitulation of an army and the loss of a province. Yes, monsieur, what Abercrombie and 5,000 men had done upon the beach of Aboukir was undone by me, single-handed, in a hackney coach in Harley Street. Well, of course, I had no time to lose, for at any moment Monsieur Otto might be down. I shouted to my driver, gave him his 2nd guinea, and allowed him to proceed to Watier's. For myself, I sprang into our embassy carriage, and a moment later the door of the minister opened. He had himself escorted Monsieur Otto downstairs, and now so deep was he in talk that he walked out bareheaded as far as the carriage. As I stood there by the open door, there came the rattle of wheels, and a man rushed down the pavement. "A dispatch of great importance for my Lord Hawkesbury," he cried. I could see that it was not my messenger, but a second one. My Lord Hawkesbury caught the paper from his hand and read it by the light of the carriage lamp. His face, monsieur, was as white as this plate before he had finished. "Monsieur Otto," he cried, "we have signed this treaty upon a false understanding. Egypt is in our hands." What? Cried Monsieur Otto. "Impossible. It is certain. It fell to Abercrombie last month." "In that case," said Monsieur Otto, "it is very fortunate that the treaty is signed." "Very fortunate for you, sir," cried my Lord Hawkesbury, and he turned back to the house. Next day, monsieur, what they call the Bow Street runners were after me, but they could not run across salt water, and Alphonse Lacoeur was receiving the congratulations of Monsieur Talleyrand and the First Council before ever his pursuers had got as far as Dover. End of A Foreign Office Romance by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Mike Harris.
The Greenstone God and the Stockbroker by Fergus Hume. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud. The Greenstone God and the Stockbroker by Fergus Hume. As a rule, the average detective gets twice the credit he deserves. I am not talking of the novelist's miracle-monger, but of the flesh-and-blood reality who is liable to err and who frequently proves such liability. You can take it as certain that a detective who sets down a clean run and no hitch as entirely due to his austerity is young in years and still younger in experience. Older men who have been bamboozled 100 times by the craft of criminality recognize the influence of chance to make or mar. There you have it. 9 times out of 10, chance does more in clinching a case than all the dexterity and mother wit of the man in charge. The exception must be engineered by an infallible apostle. Such a one is unknown to me, out of print. This opinion, based rather on collective experience than on any one episode, can be substantiated by several incontrovertible facts. In this instance, one will suffice. Therefore, I take the Brixton case to illustrate chance as a factor in human affairs. Had it not been for that Maori fetish, but such rather ends than begins the story. Therefore, it were wise to dismiss it for the moment. Yet that piece of green stone hanged, a person mentioned hereafter. When Mr. and Mrs. Paul Vincent set up housekeeping at Ulster Lodge, they were regarded as decided acquisitions in Brixton society. She, pretty and musical; he, smart in looks, moderately well off, and an excellent tennis player. Their progenitors, his father and her mother, both since deceased, had lived a life of undoubted middle-class respectability. The halo thereof still environed their children, who were, in consequence of such inherited grace and their own individualisms, much sought after by genteel Brixtonians. Moreover, this popular couple were devoted to each other, and even after 3 years of marriage they posed still as lovers. This was as it should be, and by admiring friends and relations the Vincents were regarded as paragons of matrimonial perfection. Vincent was a stockbroker, therefore he passed most of his time in the city. Judge then of the commotion when pretty Mrs. Vincent was discovered in the study, stabbed to the heart. So aimless a crime were scarce imaginable. She had many friends, no known enemies, yet she came to this tragic end. Closer examination revealed that the escritoire had been broken into, and Mr. Vincent declared himself the poorer by £200. Primarily, therefore, robbery was the sole object, but by reason of Mrs. Vincent's interference, the thief had been converted into a murderer. So excellently had the assassin chosen his time that such choice argued a close acquaintance with the domestic economy of Ulster Lodge. The husband was detained in town till midnight. The servants, cook and housemaid, on leave to attend wedding festivities, were absent until 11 o'clock. Mrs. Vincent, therefore, was absolutely alone in the house for 6 hours, during which period the crime had been committed. The servants discovered the body of their unfortunate mistress and raised the alarm at once. Later on, Vincent arrived to find his wife dead, his house in possession of the police, and the 2 servants in hysterics. For that night nothing could be done, but at dawn a move was made towards elucidating the mystery. At this point I come into the story. Instructed at 9 o'clock to take charge of the case, by 10 I was on the spot, noting details and collecting evidence. Beyond removal of the body, nothing had been disturbed, and the study was in precisely the same condition as when the crime was discovered. I examined carefully the apartment, and afterwards interrogated the cook, the housemaid, and lastly the master of the house. The result gave me slight hope of securing the assassin. The room, a fair-sized one, looking out on a lawn between house and road, was furnished in cheap bachelor fashion. An old-fashioned desk placed at right angles to the window, a round table reaching nigh the sill, 2 armchairs, 3 of the ordinary cane-seated kind, and on the mantelpiece an arrangement of pipes, pistols, boxing gloves, and foils. One of these latter was missing. A single glimpse showed how terrible a struggle had taken place before the murderer had overpowered his victim. The tablecloth lay disorderly on the floor, 2 of the lighter chairs were overturned, and the desk, with several drawers open, was hacked about considerably. No key was in the door lock which faced the escritoire, and the window snick was fastened securely. Further search resulted in the following discoveries. 1. A hatchet used for chopping wood, found near the desk. 2. A foil with a button broken off, lying under the table. And 3. A green stone idol, edged under the fender. The cook, defiantly courageous by reason of brandy, declared that she had left the room at 4 o'clock on the previous day and had returned close on 11. The back door, to her surprise, was open. With the housemaid, she went to inform her mistress of this fact, and found the body lying midway between door and fireplace. At once she called the police. Her master and mistress were a most attached couple, and, so far as she knew, they had no enemies. Similar evidence was obtained from the housemaid, with the additional information that the hatchet belonged to the woodshed. The other rooms were undisturbed. Poor young Vincent was so broken down by the tragedy that he could hardly answer my questions with calmness. Sympathizing with his natural grief, I interrogated him as delicately as was possible, and I am bound to admit that he replied with remarkable promptitude and clearness. "What do you know of this unhappy affair?" I asked, when we were alone in the drawing-room. He refused to stay in the study, as was surely natural under the circumstances. "Absolutely nothing," he replied. "I went to the city yesterday at 10 in the morning, and, as I had business to do, I wired my wife that I would not return till midnight. She was full of health and spirits when I last saw her, but now—" Incapable of further speech, he made a gesture of despair. Then, after a pause, he added, "Have you any theory on the subject?" "Judging from the wrecked condition of the desk, I should say robbery." "Robbery?" he interrupted, changing color. "Yes, that was the motive. I had £200 locked up in the desk." "In gold or notes?" "The latter. 450s, Bank of England." "You are sure they are missing?" "Yes. The drawer in which they were placed is smashed to pieces." "Did anyone know you had placed £200 therein?" "No, save my wife, and yet— Ah!" he said, breaking off abruptly, "that is impossible." "What is impossible?" "I will tell you when I hear your theory." "You got that notion out of novels of the shilling short," I answered dryly. "Every detective doesn't theorize on the instant. I haven't any particular theory that I know of. Whosoever committed this crime must have known your wife was alone in the house, and that there was £200 locked up in that desk. Did you mention these two facts to anyone?" Vincent pulled his mustache in some embarrassment. I guessed by the action that he had been indiscreet. "I don't wish to get an innocent person into trouble," he said at length, "but I did mention it to a man named Roy." "For what reason?" "It is a bit of a story. I lost 200 to a friend at cards, and drew 450s to pay him. He went out of town, so I locked up the money in my desk for safety. Last night Roy came to me at the club, much agitated, and asked me to loan him 100. Said it meant ruin else. I offered him a check, but he wanted cash. I then told him I had left 200 at home, so at the moment I could not lay my hand on it. He asked if he could not go to Brixton for it, but I said the house was empty and—" "But it wasn't empty." "I believed it would be. I knew the servants were going to that wedding, and I thought my wife, instead of spending a lonely evening, would call on some friend." "Well, and after you told Roy that the house was empty?" "He went away, looking awfully cut up, and swore he must have the money at any price. But it is quite impossible he could have anything to do with this." "I don't know. You told him where the money was, and that the house was unprotected as you thought. What was more probable than that he should have come down with the intention of stealing the money? If so, what follows? Entering by the back door, he takes the hatchet from the woodshed to open the desk. Your wife, hearing a noise, discovers him in the study. In a state of frenzy, he snatches a foil from the mantelpiece and kills her, then decamps with the money. There's your theory, and a mighty bad one for Roy." "You don't intend to arrest him?" asked Vincent quickly. "Not on insufficient evidence. If he committed the crime and stole the money, it is certain that, sooner or later, he will change the notes. Now, if I had the numbers—" "Here are the numbers," said Vincent, producing his pocketbook. "I always take the numbers of such large notes. But surely," he added, as I copied them down, "surely you don't think Roy guilty?" "I don't know. I should like to know his movements on that night." "I cannot tell you. He saw me at the Chestnut Club about 7 o'clock and left immediately afterwards. I kept my business appointment, went to the Alhambra, and then returned home." "Give me Roy's address and describe his personal appearance." He is a medical student and lodges at number Gower Street. Tall, fair-haired, a good-looking young fellow. And his dress last night? He wore evening dress, concealed by a fawn-colored overcoat. I duly noted these particulars, and I was about to take my leave when I recollected the greenstone idol. It was so strange an object to find in prosaic Brixton that I could not help thinking it must have come there by accident. "By the way, Mr. Vincent," said I, producing the monstrosity, "is this greenstone god your property?" "I never saw it before," replied he, taking it in his hands. "Is it? Ah," he added, dropping the idol, "there is blood on it." "'Tis the blood of your wife, sir. If it does not belong to you, it does to the murderer. From the position in which it was found, I fancy it slipped out of his breast pocket as he stood over his victim. As you see, it is stained with blood. He must have lost his presence of mind, else he would not have left behind so damning a piece of evidence. This idol, sir, will hang the assassin of Mrs. Vincent." "I hope so, but unless you are sure of Roy, do not mar his life by accusing him of this crime." "I certainly should not arrest him without sufficient proof," I answered promptly, and so took my departure. Vincent showed up very well in this preliminary conversation. Much as he desired to punish the criminal, yet he was unwilling to subject Roy to possible unfounded suspicions. Had I not forced the club episode out of him, I doubt whether he would have told it. As it was, the information gave me the necessary clue. Roy alone knew that the notes were in the escritoire, and imagined, owing to the mistake of Vincent, that the house was empty. Determined to have the money at any price, his own words, he intended but robbery, till the unexpected appearance of Mrs. Vincent merged the latter in the greater crime. My first step was to advise the bank that 4 50-pound notes, numbered so-and-so, were stolen, and that the thief or his deputy would probably change them within a reasonable period. I did not say a word about the crime, and kept all special details out of the newspapers. For as the murderer would probably read up the reports, so as to shape his course by the action of the police, I judged it wiser that he should know as little as possible. Those minute press notices do more harm than good. They gratify the morbid appetite of the public, and put the criminal on his guard. Thereby the police work in the dark, but he, thanks to the posting up of special reporters, knows the doings of the law, and baffles it accordingly. The greenstone idol worried me considerably. I wanted to know how it had got into the study of Ulster Lodge. When I knew that, I could nail my man. But there was considerable difficulty to overcome before such knowledge was available. Now a curiosity of this kind is not a common object in this country. A man who owns one must have come from New Zealand, or have obtained it from a New Zealand friend. He could not have picked it up in London. If he did, he would not carry it constantly about with him. It was therefore my idea that the murderer had received the idol from a friend on the day of the crime. That friend, to possess such an idol, must have been in communication with New Zealand. The chain of thought is somewhat complicated, but it began with curiosity about the idol, and ended in my looking up the list of steamers going to the Antipodes. Then I carried out a little design which need not be mentioned at this moment. In due time it will fit in with the hanging of Mrs. Vincent's assassin. Meanwhile, I followed up the clue of the banknotes, and left the greenstone idol to evolve its own identity. Thus I had 2 strings to my bow. The crime was committed on the 20th of June, and on the 23rd 2 50-pound notes, with numbers corresponding to those stolen, were paid into the Bank of England. I was astonished at the little care exercised by the criminal in concealing his crime, but still more so when I learned that the money had been banked by a very respectable solicitor. Furnished with the address, I called on this gentleman. Mr. Maudsley received me politely, and he had no hesitation in telling me how the notes had come into his possession. I did not state my primary reason for the inquiry. "I hope there is no trouble about these notes," said he, when I explained my errand. "I have had sufficient already." "Indeed, Mr. Maudsley, in what way?" For answer he touched the bell, and when it was answered, "Ask Mr. Ford to step this way," he said. Then turning to me, I must reveal what I had hoped to keep secret, but I trust the revelation will remain with yourself." "That is as I may decide after hearing it. I am a detective, Mr. Maudsley, and you may be sure I do not make these inquiries out of idle curiosity." Before he could reply, a slender, weak-looking young man, nervously excited, entered the room. This was Mr. Ford, and he looked from me to Maudsley with some apprehension. "This gentleman," said his employer, not unkindly, "comes from Scotland Yard about the money you paid me 2 days ago." It is all right, I hope," stammered Ford, turning red and pale and red again. "Where did you get the money?" I asked, parrying his question. "From my sister." I started when I heard this answer, and with good reason. My inquiries about Roy had revealed that he was in love with a hospital nurse whose name was Clara Ford. Without doubt she had obtained the notes from Roy after he had stolen them from Ulster Lodge. But why the necessity of the robbery? "Why did you get £100 from your sister?" I asked Ford. He did not answer, but looked appealingly at Maudsley. That gentleman interposed. "We must make a clean breast of it, Ford," he said, with a sigh. "If you have committed a second crime to conceal the first, I cannot help you. This time matters are not at my discretion." "I have committed no crime," said Ford desperately, turning to me. "Sir, I may as well admit that I embezzled £100 from Mr. Maudsley to pay a gambling debt. He kindly and most generously consented to overlook the delinquency if I replaced the money. Not having it myself, I asked my sister. She, a poor hospital nurse, had not the amount. Yet, as non-payment meant ruin to me, she asked a Mr. Julian Roy to help her. He at once agreed to do so, and gave her 2 £50 notes. She handed them to me, and I gave them to Mr. Maudsley, who paid them into the bank." This, then, was the reason of Roy's remark. He did not refer to his own ruin, but to that of Ford. To save this unhappy man, and for the love of the sister, he had committed the crime. I did not need to see Clara Ford, but at once made up my mind to arrest Roy. The case was perfectly clear, and I was fully justified in taking this course. Meanwhile, I made Maudsley and his clerk promise silence, as I did not wish Roy to be put on his guard by Miss Ford, through her brother. "Gentlemen," I said after a few moments' pause, "I cannot at present explain my reasons for asking these questions, as it would take too long, and I have no time to lose. Keep silent about this interview till tomorrow, and by that time you shall know all." "Has Ford got into fresh trouble?" asked Maudsley anxiously. "No, but someone else has." "My sister?" began Ford faintly, when I interrupted him at once. "Your sister is all right, Mr. Ford. Pray trust in my discretion. No harm shall come to her or to you, if I can help it, but above all, be silent." This they readily promised, and I returned to Scotland Yard, quite satisfied that Roy would get no warning. The evidence was so clear that I could not doubt the guilt of Roy. Else how had he come in possession of the notes? Already there was sufficient proof to hang him, yet I hoped to clinch the certainty by proving his ownership of the greenstone idol. It did not belong to Vincent or to his dead wife, yet someone must have brought it into the study. Why not Roy, who to all appearances had committed the crime, the more so as the image was splashed with the victim's blood? There was no difficulty in obtaining a warrant, and with this I went off to Gower Street. Roy loudly protested his innocence. He denied all knowledge of the crime and of the idol. I expected the denial, but I was astonished at the defense he put forth. It was very ingenious, but so manifestly absurd that it did not shake my belief in his guilt. I let him talk himself out, which perhaps was wrong, but he would not be silent, and then I took him off in a cab. "I swear I did not commit the crime," he said, passionately. "No one else was more astonished than I at the news of Mrs. Vincent's death." "Yet you were at Ulster Lodge on the night in question?" "I admit it," he replied frankly. "Were I guilty I would not do so, but I was there at the request of Vincent." "I must remind you that all you say now will be used in evidence against you." "I don't care. I must defend myself. I asked Vincent for £100 and—" "Of course you did, to give to Miss Ford." "How do you know that?" he asked sharply. from her brother through Maudsley. He paid the notes supplied by you into the bank. If you wanted to conceal your crime, you should not have been so reckless." "I have committed no crime," retorted Roy fiercely. "I obtained the money from Vincent at the request of Miss Ford to save her brother from being convicted for embezzlement. Vincent denies that he gave you the money. Then he lies. I asked him at the Chestnut Club for £100. He had not that much on him, but said that 200 were in his desk at home. As it was imperative that I should have the money on the night, I asked him to let me go down for it. And he refused. He did not. He consented and gave me a note to Mrs. Vincent, instructing her to hand me over £100. I went to Brixton, got the money in 250s, and gave them to Miss Ford. When I left Ulster Lodge between 8 and 9, Mrs. Vincent was in perfect health and quite happy." "An ingenious defense," said I doubtfully. "But Vincent absolutely denies that he gave you the money." Roy stared hard at me to see if I were joking. Evidently the attitude of Vincent puzzled him greatly. "That is ridiculous," said he quietly. "He wrote a note to his wife instructing her to hand me the money." "Where is that note?" "I gave it to Mrs. Vincent." "It cannot be found," I answered. "If such a note were in her possession, it would now be in mine." "Don't you believe me?" "How can I, against the evidence of those notes and the denial of Vincent?" "But he surely does not deny that he gave me the money." "He does." "He must be mad," said Roy in dismay. "One of my best friends, and to tell so great a falsehood. Why, if—" "You had better be silent," I said, weary of this foolish talk. "If what you say is true, Vincent will exonerate you from complicity in the crime. If things occurred as you say, there is no sense in his denial." The latter remark was made to stop the torrent of his speech. It was not my business to listen to incriminating declarations or to ingenious defenses. All that sort of thing is for judge and jury. Therefore I ended the conversation as above, and marched off my prisoner. Whether the birds of the air carry news I do not know, but they must have been busy on this occasion, for next morning every newspaper in London was congratulating me on my clever capture of the supposed murderer. Some detectives would have been gratified by this public laudation. I was not. Roy's passionate protestations of innocence made me feel uneasy, and I doubted whether, after all, I had the right man under lock and key. Yet the evidence was strong against him. He admitted having been with Mrs. Vincent on the fatal night. He admitted possession of 2 50-pound notes. His only defense was the letter of the stockbroker, and this was missing, if indeed it had ever been written. Vincent was terribly upset by the arrest of Roy. He liked the young man, and he had believed in his innocence so far as was possible, but in the face of such strong evidence he was forced to believe him guilty. Yet he blamed himself severely that he had not lent the money and so averted the catastrophe. "I had no idea that the matter was of such moment," he said to me, "else I would have gone down to Brixton myself and given him the money. Then his frenzy would have spared my wife and himself a death on the scaffold." "What do you think of his defense?" "It is wholly untrue. I did not write a note, nor did I tell him to go to Brixton. Why should I when I fully believe no one was in the house?" "It was a pity you did not go home, Mr. Vincent, instead of to the Alhambra." "It was a mistake," he assented, "but I had no idea Roy would attempt the robbery. Besides, I was under engagement to go to the theatre with my friend, Dr. Monson." "Do you think that idol belongs to Roy?" "I can't say. I never saw it in his possession. Why?" "Because I firmly believe that if Roy had not the idol in his pocket on that fatal night, he is innocent. Oh, you look astonished, but the man who murdered your wife owns that idol." The morning after this conversation, a lady called at Scotland Yard and asked to see me concerning the Brixton case. Fortunately, I was then in the neighborhood, and guessing who she was, I afforded her the interview she sought. When all left the room, she raised her veil, and I saw before me a noble-looking woman, somewhat resembling Mr. Maudsley's clerk. Yet, by some contradiction of nature, her face was the more virile of the two. "You are Miss Ford?" I said, guessing her identity. "I am Clara Ford," she answered quietly. "I have come to see you about Mr. Roy." "I am afraid nothing can be done to save him." "Something must be done," she said passionately. "We are engaged to be married, and all a woman can do to save her lover, I will do. Do you believe him to be guilty?" "In the face of such evidence, Miss Ford—" "I don't care what evidence is against him," she retorted. "He is as innocent of the crime as I am. Do you think that a man fresh from the committal of a crime would place the money won by that crime in the hands of the woman he professes to love? I tell you he is innocent." "Mr. Vincent doesn't think so." "Mr. Vincent?" said Miss Ford with scornful emphasis. "Oh, yes, I quite believe he would think Julian guilty." "Surely not if it were possible to think otherwise. He is, or rather was, a staunch friend to Mr. Roy." "So staunch that he tried to break off the match between us. Listen to me, sir. I have told no one before, but I tell you now. Mr. Vincent is a villain. He pretended to be the friend of Julian, and yet he dared to make proposals to me, dishonorable proposals for which I could have struck him. He, a married man, a pretended friend, wished me to leave Julian and fly with him." "Surely you are mistaken, Miss Ford. Mr. Vincent was most devoted to his wife." "He did not care at all for his wife," she replied steadily. "He was in love with me. To save Julian annoyance, I did not tell him of the insults offered to me by Mr. Vincent. Now that Julian is in trouble by an unfortunate mistake, Mr. Vincent is delighted." "It is impossible. I assure you Vincent is very sorry to—" "You do not believe me," she said, interrupting. "Very well, I shall give you proof of the truth. Come to my brother's rooms in Bloomsbury. I shall send for Mr. Vincent, and if you are concealed you shall hear from his own lips how glad he is that my lover and his wife are removed from the path of this dishonorable passion." "I will come, Miss Ford, but I think you are mistaken in Vincent." "You shall see," she replied coldly. Then with a sudden change of tone, "Is there no way of saving Julian? I am sure that he is innocent. Appearances are against him, but it was not he who committed the crime. Is there no way, no way?" Moved by her earnest appeal, I produced the greenstone idol and told her all I had done in connection with it. She listened eagerly, and readily grasped at the hope thus held out to her of saving Roy. When in possession of all the facts, she considered in silence for some 2 minutes. At the end of that time she drew down her veil and prepared to take her departure. "Come to my brother's rooms in Alfred Place, near Tottenham Court Road," said she, holding out her hand. "I promise you that there you shall see Mr. Vincent in his true character. Good-bye till Monday at 3 o'clock." From the color in her face and the bright light in her eye, I guessed that she had some scheme in her head for the saving of Roy. I think myself clever, but after that interview at Alfred Place I declare I am but a fool compared to this woman. She put 2 and 2 together, ferreted out unguessed of evidence, and finally produced the most wonderful result. When she left me at this moment, the greenstone idol was in her pocket. With that she hoped to prove the innocence of her lover and the guilt of another person. It was the cleverest thing I ever saw in my life. The inquest on the body of Mrs. Vincent resulted in a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. Then she was buried, and all London waited for the trial of Roy. He was brought up, charged with the crime, reserved his defense, and in due course he was committed for trial. Meantime I called on Miss Ford at the appointed time, and found her alone. "Mr. Vincent will be here shortly," she said calmly. "I see Julian is committed for trial." "And he has reserved his defense." "I shall defend him," said she, with a strange look in her face. "I am not afraid for him now. He saved my unhappy brother. I shall save him." "Have you discovered anything?" "I have discovered a great deal. Hush! That is Mr. Vincent," she added, as a cab drew up to the door. "Hide yourself behind this curtain, and do not appear until I give you the signal." Wondering what she was about to do, I concealed myself as directed. The next moment Vincent was in the room, and then ensued one of the strangest of scenes. She received him coldly and motioned him to a seat. Vincent was nervous, but she might have been of stone, so little emotion did she display. "I have sent for you, Mr. Vincent," she said, to ask for your help in releasing Julian." "How can I help you?" he answered in amazement. "Willingly would I do so, but it is out of my power." "I don't think it is." "I assure you, Clara," he began eagerly when she cut him short. "Yes, call me Clara. Say that you love me. Lie, like all men, and yet refuse to do what I wish." "I am not going to help Julian to marry you," declared he sullenly. "You know that I love you. I love you dearly. I wish to marry you." "Is not that declaration rather soon after the death of your wife?" "My wife is gone, poor soul. Let her rest." "Yet you loved her." "I never loved her," he said, rising to his feet. "I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I loved you. My wife is dead. Julian Roy is in prison on a charge of murdering her. With these obstacles removed, there is no reason why we should not marry." "If I marry you," she said slowly, "will you help Julian to refute this charge?" "I cannot. The evidence is too strong against him." "You know that he is innocent, Mr. Vincent." "I do not. I believe that he murdered my wife." "You believe that he murdered your wife?" she reiterated, coming a step nearer and holding out the greenstone idol. "Do you believe that he dropped this in the study when his hand struck the fatal blow?" "I don't know," he said, coolly glancing at the idol. "I never saw it before." "Think again, Mr. Vincent, think again. Who was it that went to the Alhambra at 8 o'clock with Mr. Monson and met there the captain of a New Zealand steamer with whom he was acquainted?" "It was I," said Vincent defiantly. "And what of that?" "This," she said in a loud voice, "this captain gave you the greenstone idol at the Alhambra, and you placed it in your breast pocket. Shortly afterwards you followed to Brixton the man whose death you had plotted. You repaired to your house, killed your unhappy wife, who received you in all innocence, took the balance of the money, hacked the desk, and then dropped by accident this idol which convicts you of the crime." During this speech she advanced step by step towards the wretched man, who, pale and anguished, retreated before her fury. He came right to my hiding place and almost fell into my arms. I had heard enough to convince me of his guilt, and the next moment I was struggling with him. "It is a lie!" he said hoarsely, trying to escape. "It is true," said I, pinning him down. "From my soul I believe you to be guilty." During the fight his pocketbook fell on the floor, and the papers therein were scattered. Miss Ford picked up one spotted with blood. "The proof," she said, holding it before us. "The proof that Julian spoke the truth. There is the letter written to you which authorized your unhappy wife to give him £100. Vincent saw that all was against him, and gave in without further struggles, like the craven he was. "Fate is too strong for me," he said, when I snapped the handcuffs on his wrists. "I admit the crime. It was for love of you that I did it. I hated my wife, who was a drag on me, and I hated Roy, who loved you. In one sweep I thought to rid myself of both. His application for that money put the chance into my hand. I went to Brixton, I found that my wife had given the money as directed, and then I killed her with the foil snatched from the wall. I smashed the desk and overturned the chair to favor the idea of the robbery, and then I left the house. Driving to a higher station than Brixton, I caught a train and was speedily back at the Alhambra. Monson never suspected my absence, thinking I was in a different corner of the house. I had thus an alibi ready. Had it not been for that letter, which I was fool enough to keep, and that infernal idol that dropped out of my pocket, I should have hanged Roy and married you. As it turns out, the idol has betrayed me. And now, sir," he said, turning to me, "you had better take me to jail." I did so there and then. After the legal formalities were gone through, Julian Roy was released, and ultimately married Miss Ford. Vincent was hanged, as he well deserved to be, for so cowardly a crime. My reward was the greenstone god, which I keep as a memento of a very curious case. Some weeks later Miss Ford told me the way in which she had laid the trap. "When you revealed your suspicions about the idol," she said, "I was convinced that Vincent had something to do with the crime. You mentioned Mr. Monson as having been with him at the Alhambra. He is one of the doctors at the hospital in which I am employed. I asked him about the idol and showed it to him. He remembered it being given to Vincent by the captain of the Ketangata. The curious look of the thing had impressed itself on his memory. On hearing this, I went to the docks and I saw the captain. He recognized the idol and remembered giving it to Vincent. From what you told me, I guessed the way in which the plot had been carried out, so I spoke to Vincent as you heard. Most of it was guesswork, and only when I saw that letter was I absolutely sure of his guilt. It was due to the greenstone idol. So I think, but to chance also. But for the accident of the idol dropping out of Vincent's pocket, Roy would have been hanged for a crime of which he was innocent. Therefore do I say that in 9 cases out of 10, chance does more to clinch a case than all the dexterity of the man in charge. End of The Greenstone God and the Stockbroker. Recording by Alan Winterowd. boomcoach.blogspot.com.
The Horror of the Heights by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Horror of the Heights, which includes the manuscript known as the Joyce Armstrong Fragment by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The idea that the extraordinary narrative, which has been called the Joyce Armstrong Fragment, is an elaborate practical joke evolved by some unknown person, cursed by a perverted and sinister sense of humor, has now been abandoned by all who have examined the matter. The most macabre and imaginative of plotters would hesitate before linking his morbid fancies with the unquestioned and tragic facts which reinforce the statement. Though the assertions contained in it are amazing and even monstrous, it's nonetheless forcing itself upon the general intelligence that they are true, and that we must readjust our ideas to the situation. This world of ours appears to be separated by unexpected danger. I'll endeavor in this narrative, which reproduces the original document in its necessarily somewhat fragmentary form, to lay before the reader the whole of the facts up to date, prefacing my statement by saying that if there be no question at all as to the facts concerning Lieutenant Myrtle, R.N., and Mr. Hay Connor, who undoubtedly met their end in the manner described. The Joyce Armstrong fragment was found in the field which is called Lower Haycock, laying 1 mile to the westward of the village of Withyham, upon the Kent and Sussex border. It was on the 15th September last that an agricultural labourer, James Flynn, in the employment of Matthew Dodd, farmer of the Chauntry Farm, Withyham, perceived a briar pipe laying near the footpath which skirts the hedge in Lower Haycock. A few paces farther on, he picked up a pair of broken binocular glasses. Finally, among some nettles in the ditch, he caught sight of a flat canvas-backed book, which proved to be a notebook with detachable leaves, some of which had come loose and were fluttering along the base of the hedge. These he collected, but some, including the first, were never recovered, and leave a deplorable hiatus in this all-important statement. The notebook was taken by the labourer to his master, who in turn showed it to Dr. J. H. Atherton of Hartfield. This gentleman at once recognized the need for an expert examination, and the manuscript was forwarded to the Aero Club in London, where it now lies. The first 2 pages of the manuscript are missing. There is also one torn away at the end of the narrative, though none of these affect the general coherence of the story. It is conjectured that the missing opening is concerned with the record of Mr. Joyce Armstrong's qualification as an aeronaut, which can be gathered from other sources and are admitted to be unsurpassed among the air pilots of England. For many years he has been looked upon as among the most daring and the most intellectual of flying men, a combination which has enabled him to both invent and test several new devices, including the common gyroscopic attachment which is known by his name. The main body of the manuscript is written neatly in ink, but the last few lines are in pencil and are so ragged as to be hardly legible, exactly, in fact, as they might be expected to appear if they were scribbled off hurriedly from the seat of a moving aeroplane. There are, it may be added, several stains, both on the last page and on the outside cover, which have been pronounced by the Home Office experts to be blood, probably human, and certainly mammalian. The fact that something closely resembling the organism of malaria was discovered in this blood, and that Joyce Armstrong is known to have suffered from intermittent fever,
is a remarkable example of the new weapon which modern science has placed in the hands of our detectives. And now a word as to the personality of the author of this epoch-making statement. Joyce Armstrong, according to the few friends who really knew something of the man, was a poet and a dreamer, as well as a mechanic and an inventor. He was a man of considerable wealth, much of which he had spent in the pursuit of his aeronautical hobby. He had 4 private airplanes in his hangars near Devizes, and is said to have made no fewer than 170 ascents in the course of the last year. He was a retiring man with dark moods, in which he would avoid the society of his fellows. Captain Dangerfield, who knew him better than anyone, says that there were times when his eccentricity threatened to develop into something more serious. His habit of carrying a shotgun with him in his aeroplane was one manifestation of it. Another was the morbid effect which the fall of Lieutenant Myrtle had upon his mind. Myrtle, who was attempting the height record, fell from an altitude of something over 30,000 feet. Horrible to narrate, his head was entirely obliterated, though his body and limbs preserved their configuration. At every gathering of airmen, Joyce Armstrong, according to Dangerfield, would ask, with an enigmatic smile, "And where, pray, is Myrtle's head?" On another occasion, after dinner at the mess of the flying school on Salisbury Plain, he started a debate as to what will be the most permanent danger which airmen will have to encounter. Having listened to successive opinions as to air pockets, faulty construction, and overbanking, he ended up by shrugging his shoulders and refusing to put forward his own views, though he gave the impression that they differed from any advanced by his companions. It's worth remarking that after his own complete disappearance, it was found that his private affairs were arranged with a precision which may show that he had a strong premonition of disaster. With these essential explanations, I will now give the narrative exactly as it stands, beginning at page 3 of the blood-soaked notebook. Nevertheless, when I dined at Rheims with Coselli and Gustav Raymond, I found that neither of them was aware of any particular danger in the higher layers of the atmosphere. I did not actually say what was in my thoughts, but I got so near to it that if they had any corresponding idea, they could not have failed to express it. But then they are 2 empty, vainglorious fellows with no thought beyond seeing their own silly names in the newspaper. It's interesting to note that neither of them had ever been much beyond the 20,000-foot level. Of course, men have been higher than this, both in balloons and in the ascent of mountains. It must be well above that point that the aeroplane enters the danger zone, always presuming that my premonitions are correct. Aeroplaning has been with us now for more than 20 years, and one might well ask, why should this peril be only revealing itself in our day? The answer is obvious. In the old days of weak engines, when 100 horsepower Gnome or Green was considered ample for every need, the flights were very restricted. Now that 300 horsepower is the rule rather than the exception, visits to the upper layers have become easier and more common. Some of us can remember how, in our youth, Garros made a worldwide reputation by attaining 19,000 feet, and it was considered a remarkable achievement to fly over the Alps. Our standard now has been immeasurably raised, and there are 20 high flights for 1 in former years. Many of them have been undertaken with impunity. The 30,000-foot level has been reached time after time with no discomfort beyond cold and asthma. And what does this prove? A visitor might descend upon this planet 1,000 times and never see a tiger. Yet tigers exist, and if he chanced to come down into a jungle, he might be devoured. There are jungles of the upper air, and there are worse things than tigers which inhabit them. I believe in time they will map these jungles accurately out. Even at the present moment I could name 2 of them. One of them lies over Pau-Biarritz district of France. Another is just over my head as I write here in my house in Wiltshire. I rather think there is a third in the Homburg-Wiesbaden district. It was the disappearance of the airmen that first set me to thinking. Of course, everyone said that they had fallen into the sea, but that did not satisfy me at all. First, there was Verrier in France. His machine was found near Bayonne, but they never got his body. There was the case of Baxter also, who vanished, though his engine and some of the iron fittings were found in a wood in Leicestershire. In that case, Dr. Middleton of Amesbury, who was watching the flight with a telescope, declared that just before the clouds obscured the view, he saw the machine, which was at an enormous height, suddenly rise perpendicularly upwards in a succession of jerks, in a manner that he would have thought to be impossible. That was the last seen of Baxter. There was a correspondence in the papers, but it never led to anything. There were several other similar cases, and then there was the death of Hay Connor. What a cackle there was about an unsolved mystery of the air, and what columns in the halfpenny papers, and yet how little was ever done to get to the bottom of the business. He came down in a tremendous vol plane from an unknown height. He never got off his machine and died in his pilot's seat. Died of what? Heart disease, said the doctors. Rubbish. Hay Connor's heart was as sound as mine is. What did Venables say? Venables was the only man who was at his side when he died. He said that he was shivering and looked like a man who had been badly scared. Died of fright, said Venables, but could not imagine what he was frightened about. Only said one word to Venables which sounded like monstrous. They could make nothing of that at the inquest, but I could make something of it. Monsters. That was the last word of poor Harry Hay Connor, and he did die of fright, just as Venables thought. And then there was Myrtle's head. Do you really believe, does anybody really believe, that a man's head could be driven clean into his body by the force of a fall? Well, perhaps it may be possible, but I, for one, have never believed that it was so with Myrtle. And the grease upon his clothes, all slimy with grease, said somebody at the inquest. Queer that nobody got thinking after that. I did, but then I'd been thinking for a good long time. I've made 3 ascents, how Dangerfield used to chaff me about my shotgun. But I've never been high enough. Now, with this new light Paul Veronet machine and its 175 Rober, I should easily touch the 30,000 tomorrow. I'll have a shot at the record. Maybe I shall have a shot at something else as well. Of course it's dangerous. If a fellow wants to avoid danger, he'd best keep out of flying altogether, and subside finally into flannel slippers and a dressing gown. But I'll visit the air jungle tomorrow, and if there's anything there, I shall know it. If I return, I'll find myself a bit of a celebrity. If I don't, this notebook may explain what I'm trying to do, and how I lost my life in doing it, but no drivel about accidents or mysteries, if you please. I chose my Paul Vernier monoplane for the job. There's nothing like a monoplane when real work is to be done. Beaumont found that out in very early days. For one thing, it doesn't mind damp, and the weather looks as if we should be in the clouds all the time. It's a bonny little model and answers my hand like a tender-mouthed horse. The engine's a 10-cylinder rotary Robur working up to 175. It has all the modern improvements, enclosed fuselage, high-curved landing skids, brakes, gyroscopic steadiers, and 3 speeds, worked by an alteration of the angle of the planes upon the Venetian blind principle. I took a shotgun with me and a dozen cartridges filled with buckshot. You should have seen the face of Perkins, my old mechanic, when I directed him to put them in. I was dressed like an Arctic explorer with 2 jerseys under my overalls, thick socks inside my padded boots, a storm cap with flaps, and my talc goggles. It was stifling outside the hangars, but I was going for the summit of the Himalayas and had to dress for the part. Perkins knew there was something on and implored me to take him with me. Perhaps I should if I were using the biplane, but a monoplane is a one-man show. If you want to get the last foot of life out of it. Of course, I took an oxygen bag. The man who goes for the altitude record without one will either be frozen or smother, or both. I had a good look at the planes, the rudder bar, and the elevating lever before I got in. Everything was in order as far as I could see. Then I switched on my engine and found that she was running sweetly. When they let her go, she rose almost at once upon the lowest speed. I circled my home field once or twice just to warm her up, and then with a wave to Perkins and the others, I flattened out my planes and put her on her highest. She turned her nose up a little, and she began to climb in a great spiral for the cloud bank above me. It's all important to rise slowly and adapt yourself to the pressure as you go. It was a close, warm day for an English September, and there was a hush and heaviness of impending rain. Now and then there came sudden puffs of wind from the southwest, one of them so gusty and unexpected that it caught me napping and turned me half round for an instant. I remember the time when gusts and the whirls and air pockets used to be things of danger, before we learned to put on overmastering power into our engines. Just as I reached the cloud banks, with the altimeter marking 3,000, down came the rain. My word, how it poured! It drummed upon my wings and lashed against my face, blurring my glasses so that I could hardly see. I got down onto a lower speed, for it was painful to travel against it. As I got higher, it became hail, and I had to turn tail to it, one of my cylinders rising steadily, with plenty of power. After a bit the trouble passed, whatever it was, and I heard the full, deep-throated purr, the 10 singing as one. That's where the beauty of our modern silencers comes in. We can at last control our engines by ear. How they squeal and squeak and sob when they're in trouble. All those cries for help were wasted in the old days when every sound was swallowed up by the monstrous racket of the machine. If only the early aviators could have come back to see the beauty and perfection of the mechanism which had been brought at the cost of their lives. About 9:30 I was nearing the clouds. Down below me, all blurred and shadowed with rain, lay the vast expanse of Salisbury Plain. Half a dozen flying machines were doing hack work at the 1,000-foot level, looking like little black swallows against the green background. I dare say they were wondering what I was doing up in cloudland. Suddenly a grey curtain drew across beneath me, and the wet folds of vapours were swirling round my face. It was clammily cold and miserable, but I was above the hailstorm, and that was something gained. The cloud was dark and thick as a London fog. In my anxiety to get clear, I cocked her nose up until the automatic alarm bell rang, and I actually began to slide backwards. My sopped and dripping wings had made me heavier than I thought, but presently I was in lighter cloud and soon had cleared up the first layer. There was a second, opal-coloured and fleecy, at a great height above my head, a white, unbroken ceiling above, and a dark, unbroken floor below, with the monoplane labouring upward upon a vast spiral between them. It is small water birds that went past me, flying very fast to the westwards. The quick whir of their wings and their musical cry were cheery to my ear. I fancied that they were teal, but I'm a wretched zoologist. Now that we humans have become birds, we must really learn to know our brethren by sight. The wind down beneath me whirled and swayed the broad cloud plain. Once a great eddy formed in it, a whirlpool of vapour, and through it, as down a funnel, I caught sight of the distant world. A large white biplane was passing at a vast depth beneath me. I fancy it was the morning mail service between Bristol and London. Then the drift swirled inwards again, and the great solitude was unbroken. Just after 10 I touched the lower edge of the upper cloud stratum. It consisted of fine, diaphanous vapour drifting swiftly from the westwards. The wind had been steadily rising all this time, and it was now blowing a sharp breeze, 28 an hour by my gauge. Already it was very cold, though my altimeter only marked 9,000. The engines were working beautifully, and we went droning steadily upwards. The cloud bank was thicker than I had expected, but at last it thinned out into a golden mist before me, and then in an instant I had shot out from it, and there was an unclouded sky and a brilliant sun above my head, all blue and gold above, all shining silver below, one vast glimmering plain as far as my eyes could reach. It was 10:15 o'clock, and the barograph needle pointed to 12,800. Up I went and up, my ears concentrated upon the deep purring of my motor, my eyes busy always with the watch, the revolution indicator, the petrol lever, and the oil pump. No wonder aviators are said to be a fearless race. With so many things to think of, there is no time to trouble about oneself. About this time I noted how unreliable is the compass when above a certain height from the earth. At 15,000 feet mine was pointing east and a point south. The sun and the wind gave me my true bearings. I had hoped to reach an eternal stillness in these high altitudes, but with every 1,000 feet of ascent the gale grew stronger. My machine groaned and trembled in every joint and rivet as she faced it, and swept away like a sheet of paper when I banked her on the turn, skimming downwind at a greater pace perhaps than ever mortal man has moved. Yet I had always to turn back again and tack up into the wind's eye, for it was not merely a height record that I was after. By all my calculations, it was above Little Wiltshire that my air jungle lay, and all my labour might be lost if I struck the outer layers at some further point. When I reached the 19,000-foot level, which was about midday, the wind was so severe that I looked with some anxiety to the stays of my wings, expecting momentarily to see them snap or slacken. I even cast loose the parachute behind me and fastened its hoop into the ring of my leather belt, so as to be ready for the worst. Now was the time when a bit of scamped work by the mechanic is paid for by the life of the aeronaut. But she held together bravely. Every cord and strut was humming and vibrating like so many harp strings, but it was glorious to see how, for all the beating and the buffeting, she was still the conqueror of nature and the mistress of the sky. There is surely something divine in man himself that he should rise so superior to the limitations which creation seems to impose. Rise, too, by such unselfish, heroic devotion as this air conquest has shown. Talk of human degeneration! When has such a story as this been written in the annals of our race? These were the thoughts in my head as I climbed that monstrous inclined plane, with the wind sometimes beating in my face and sometimes whistling behind my ears, while the cloud land beneath me fell away to such a distance that the folds and hummocks of silver had all smoothed out into one flat shining plain. But suddenly I had a horrible and unprecedented experience. I have known before what it is to be in what our neighbours have called a tourbillon, but never on such a scale as this. That huge sweeping river of wind of which I had spoken had, as it appears, whirlpools within it, which were as monstrous as itself. Without a moment's warning, I was dragged suddenly into the heart of one. I spun round for a minute or two with such velocity that I almost lost my senses, and then fell suddenly, left wing foremost, down the vacuum funnel in the centre. I dropped like a stone and lost nearly 1,000 feet. It was only my belt that kept me in my seat, and the shock and breathlessness left me hanging half insensible over the side of the fuselage. But I am always capable of a supreme effort. It's my one great merit as an aviator. I was conscious that the descent was slower. The whirlpool was a cone rather than a funnel, and I had come to the apex. With a terrific wrench, throwing my weight all to one side, I levelled my planes and brought her head away from the wind. In an instant I had shot out of the eddies and was skimming down the sky. Then, shaken but victorious, I turned her nose up and began once more my steady grind on the upward spiral. I took a large sweep to avoid the danger spot of the whirlpool, and soon I was safely above it. Just after 1 o'clock I was 21,000 feet above the sea level. To my great joy I topped the gale, and with every 100 feet of ascent the air grew stiller. On the other hand, it was very cold, and I was conscious of that peculiar nausea which goes with rarefaction of the air. For the first time I unscrewed the mouth of my oxygen bag and took an occasional whiff of the glorious gas. I could feel it running like a cordial through my veins, and I was exhilarated almost to the point of drunkenness. I shouted and sang as I soared upward into the cold, still outer world. It's very clear to me that the insensibility which came upon Glacier, and in a lesser degree upon Coxwell, when in 1862 they ascended in a balloon to a height of 30,000 feet, was due to the extreme speed with which a perpendicular ascent is made. Doing it at an easy gradient and accustoming oneself to the lessened barometric pressure by slow degrees, there are no such dreadful symptoms. At the same great height I found that even without my oxygen inhaler I could breathe without undue distress. It was bitterly cold, however, and my thermometer was at 0 Fahrenheit. At 1:30 I was nearly 7 miles above the surface of the earth, and still ascending steadily. I found, however, that the rarefied air was giving markedly less support to my planes, and that my angle of ascent had to be considerably lowered in consequence. It was already clear that even with my light weight and strong engine power, there was a point in front of me where I should be held. To make matters worse, one of my sparking plugs was in trouble again, and there was intermittent misfiring in the engine. My heart was heavy with the fear of failure. It was about that time that I had a most extraordinary experience. Something whizzed past me in a trail of smoke and exploded with a loud, hissing sound, sending forth a cloud of steam. For the instant I could not imagine what had happened. Then I remembered that the earth is forever being bombarded by meteor stones, and would be hardly inhabitable were they not in nearly every case turned to vapor in the outer layers of the atmosphere. Here is a new danger for the high-altitude man, for 2 others passed me when I was nearing the 40,000-foot mark. I cannot doubt that at the edge of the earth's envelope the risk would be a very real one. My barograph needle marked 41,300 when I became aware that I could go no farther. Physically, the strain was not as yet greater than I could bear, but my machine had reached its limit. The attenuated air gave no firm support to the wings, and the least tilt developed into a side-slip, while she seemed sluggish on her controls. Possibly, had the engine been at its best, another 1,000 feet might have been within our capacity, but it was still misfiring, and 2 out of the 10 cylinders appeared to be out of action. If I had not already reached the zone for which I was searching, then I should never see it upon this journey. But was it not possible that I had attained it? Soaring in circles like a monstrous hawk upon the 40,000-foot level, I let the monoplane guide itself, and with my Mannheim glass I made a careful observation of my surroundings. The heavens were perfectly clear. There was no indication of those dangers which I had imagined. I have said that I was soaring in circles. It struck me suddenly that I would do well to take a wider sweep and open up a new air tract. If the hunter entered an earth jungle, he would drive through it if he wished to find his game. My reasoning had led me to believe that the air jungle which I had imagined lay somewhere over Wiltshire. This should be to the south and west of me. I took my bearings from the sun, for the compass was hopeless and no trace of earth was to be seen. Nothing but the distant silver cloud plain. However, I got my direction as best I might and kept her head straight to the mark. I reckoned that my petrol supply would not last for more than another hour or so, but I could afford to use it to the last drop, since a single magnificent volplane could at any time take me to the earth. Suddenly I was aware of something new. The air in front of me had lost its crystal clearness. It was full of long, ragged wisps of something which I can only compare to very fine cigarette smoke. It hung about in wreaths and coils, turning and twisting slowly in the sunlight. As the monoplane shot through it, I was aware of a faint taste of oil upon my lips, and there was a greasy scum upon the woodwork of the machine. Some infinitely fine organic matter appeared to be suspended in the atmosphere. There was no life there. It was inchoate and diffuse, extending for many square acres, then fringing off into the void. No, it was certainly not life. But might it not be the remains of life? Above all, might it not be the food of life, of monstrous life, even as the humble grease of the ocean is the food of the mighty whale? The thought was in my mind when my eyes looked upward, and I saw the most wonderful vision that ever man has seen. Can I hope to convey it to you even as I saw it myself last Thursday? Conceive a jellyfish such as sails in our summer seas, bell-shaped and of enormous size, far larger, I should judge, than the dome of St. Paul's. It was of a light pink color veined with a delicate green, but the whole huge fabric so tenuous that it was but a fairy outline against the dark blue sky. It pulsated with a delicate and regular rhythm. From it there depended 2 long, drooping green tentacles, which swayed slowly backwards and forwards. This gorgeous vision passed gently with noiseless dignity over my head, as light and fragile as a soap bubble, and drifted upon its stately way. I had half turned my monoplane that I might look after this beautiful creature, when in a moment I found myself amidst a perfect fleet of them, of all sizes, but none so large as the first. Some were quite small, but the majority about as big as an average balloon, and with much the same curvature at the top. There was in them a delicacy of texture and colouring which reminded me of the finest Venetian glass. Pale shades of pink and green were the prevailing tints, but all had a lovely iridescence where the sun shimmered through their dainty forms. Some hundreds of them drifted past me, a wonderful fairy squadron of strange unknown argosies of the sky, creatures whose forms and substance were so attuned to these pure heights that one could not conceive anything so delicate within actual sight or sound of earth. But soon my attention was drawn to a new phenomenon, the serpents of the outer air. These were long, thin, fantastic coils of vapor-like material, which turned and twisted with great speed, flying round and round at such a pace that the eyes could hardly follow them. Some of these ghost-like creatures were 20 or 30 feet long, but it was difficult to tell their girth, for their outline was so hazy that it seemed to fade away into the air around them. These air snakes were of a very light grey or smoke colour, with some darker lines within, which gave the impression of a definite organism. One of them whisked past my very face, and I was conscious of a cold, clammy contact. But their composition was so unsubstantial that I could not connect them with any thought of physical danger, any more than the beautiful bell-like creatures which had preceded them. There was no more solidity in their frames than in the floating spume from a broken wave. But a more terrible experience was in store for me. Floating downward from a great height there came a purplish patch of vapour, small as I saw at first, but rapidly enlarging as it approached me, until it appeared to be hundreds of square feet in size. Though fashioned of some transparent, jelly-like substance, it was none the less of a much more definite outline and solid consistence than anything which I had seen before. There were more traces, too, of a physical organization, especially two vast, shadowy, circular plates upon either side, which may have been eyes, and a perfectly solid white projection between them, which was as curved and cruel as the beak of a vulture. The whole aspect of this monster was formidable and threatening, and it kept changing its colour from a very light mauve to a dark, angry purple, so thick that it cast a shadow as it drifted between my monoplane and the sun. On the upper curve of its huge body there were three great projections, which I can only describe as enormous bubbles, and I was convinced as I looked at them that they were charged with some extremely light gas, which served to buoy up the misshapen and semi-solid mass in the rarefied air. The creature moved swiftly along, keeping pace easily with the monoplane, and for 20 miles or more it formed my horrible escort, hovering over me like a bird of prey which is waiting to pounce. Its method of progression, done so swiftly that it was not easy to follow, was to throw out a long, glutinous streamer in front of it, which in turn seemed to draw forward the rest of the writhing body. So elastic and gelatinous was it that never for 2 successive minutes was it the same shape, and yet each change made it more threatening and loathsome than the last. I knew that it meant mischief. Every purple flush of its hideous body told me so. The vague, goggling eyes, which were turned always upon me, were cold and merciless in their viscid hatred. I dipped the nose of my monoplane downward to escape it. As I did so, as quick as a flash, there shot out a long tentacle from this mass of floating blubber, and it fell as light and sensuous as a whiplash across the front of my machine. There was a loud hiss as it lay for a moment across the hot engine, and it whisked itself into the air again, while the huge, flat body drew itself together as if in sudden pain. I dipped to a vol peak, but again a tentacle fell over the monoplane and was shorn off by the propeller as easily as it might have cut through a smoke wreath. A long, gliding, sticky, serpent-like coil came from behind and caught me around the waist, dragging me out of the fuselage. I tore at it, my fingers sinking into the smooth, glue-like surface, and for an instant I disengaged myself, but only to be caught round the boot by another coil, which gave me a jerk that tilted me almost onto my back. As I fell over, I blazed off both barrels of my gun, though indeed it was like attacking an elephant with a pea-shooter to imagine that any human weapon could cripple that mighty bulk. And yet I aimed better than I knew, for with a loud report, one of the great blisters upon the creature's back exploded with the puncture of the buckshot. It was very clear that my conjecture was right, and that these vast, clear bladders were distended with some lifting gas, for in an instant the huge, cloud-like body turned sideways, writhing desperately to find its balance, while the white beak snapped and gaped in horrible fury. But already I had shot away on the steepest glide that I dared to attempt, my engine still full on, the flying propeller and the force of gravity shooting me downwards like an aerolite. Far behind me I saw a dull, purplish smudge, growing swiftly smaller and merging into the blue sky behind it. I was safe out of the deadly jungle of the outer air. Once out of danger, I throttled my engine, for nothing tears a machine to pieces quicker than running on full power from a height. It was a glorious spiral volplane from nearly 8 miles of altitude, first to the level of the silver cloud bank, then to that of the storm cloud beneath it, and finally in beating rain to the surface of the earth. I saw the Bristol Channel beneath me as I broke from the clouds, but having still some petrol in my tank, I got 20 miles inland before I found myself stranded in a field half a mile from the village of Ashcombe. There I got 3 tins of petrol from a passing motor car, and at 10 minutes past 6 that evening I alighted gently in my own home meadow at Devizes, after such a journey as no mortal upon earth has ever yet taken and lived to tell the tale. I have seen the beauty and I have seen the horror of the heights, and greater beauty or greater horror than that is not within the ken of men. And now it is my plan to go once again before I give my results to the world. My reason for this is that I must surely have something to show by way of proof before I lay such a tale before my fellow men. It's true that others will soon follow and will confirm what I have said, and yet I should wish to carry conviction from the first. Those lovely iridescent bubbles of the air should not be hard to capture. They drift slowly upon their way, and the swift monoplane could intercept their leisurely course. It's likely enough that they would dissolve in the heavier layers of the atmosphere, and that some small heap of amorphous jelly might be all that I should bring to earth with me. And yet something there would surely be by which I could substantiate my story. Yes, I will go, even if I run a risk by doing so. These purple horrors would not seem to be numerous. It's probable that I shall not see one. If I do, I shall dive at once. At the worst, there is always the shotgun, and my knowledge of... Here a page of the manuscript is unfortunately missing. On the next page is written, in large, straggling writing, 43,000 feet. I shall never see earth again. They are beneath me, 3 of them. God help me. It's a dreadful death to die. Such in its entirety is the Joyce Armstrong statement. Of the man nothing has since been seen. Pieces of his shattered monoplane have been picked up in the preserves of Mr. Bud Lushington upon the borders of Kent and Sussex, within a few miles of the spot where the notebook was discovered. If the unfortunate aviator's theory is correct, that this air jungle, as he called it, existed only over the southwest of England, then it would seem that he had fled from it at the full speed of his monoplane, but had been overtaken and devoured by these horrible creatures at some spot in the outer atmosphere above the place where the grim relics were found. The picture of that monoplane skimming down the sky, with the nameless terrors flying as swiftly beneath it and cutting it off, always from the earth, while they gradually closed in upon their victim, is one upon which a man who valued his sanity would prefer not to dwell. There are many, as I am aware, who still jeer at the facts which I have here set forth. But even they must admit that Joyce Armstrong has disappeared, and I would commend them to his own words. This notebook may explain what I am trying to do, and how I lost my life in doing it. But no drivel about accidents or mysteries, if you please. End of The Horror of the Heights by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Mike Harris.
In the Virginia Room by Arlo Bates. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. In the Virginia Room by Arlo Bates. Childless was the word which she murmured in her heart, as she entered the building which had once been the presidential mansion of Jefferson Davis, and now is the Confederate Museum. Why the thought of her estranged daughter flashed upon her as she came to do honor to the memory of her long-dead husband, Mrs. Desborough could not have told, but so overwhelmingly was the sadness of her mood that she could hardly wonder if this bitter memory took advantage of her moment of weakness to obtrude itself. She set her lips tightly and put it determinedly into the background. She would not think of the daughter who was lost to her. Today, and here no thought but should go back in loving homage and passionate grief to the hero whose name she bore. She went at once to the Virginia Room, bowing quickly but kindly to the custodian of the museum, and as she pushed open the door of the sad place, she thought herself alone. The heavy April rain which was drenching Richmond outside kept visitors away, and the building was almost deserted. In her yearly visits to this spot, those pilgrimages which she had made as to a shrine, she had once before had the Virginia Room to herself, untroubled by the presence of strangers, and now with a quick sigh of relief she realized how great had been the comfort of that solitude. To her sensitive nature it was hard to stand before the memorials of her dead, and yet to be aware that strange eyes curious if sympathetic, might be reading in her face all the emotions of her very soul. To preserve the calm necessary before the public had always seemed to her almost like being untrue to the memory she came to consecrate. And today it was with a swelling sigh of relief that she threw back her heavy widow's veil with the free, proud motion which belonged to the women of her race and time, the women bred in the South before the war. She was an old woman, though not much over 60, for pain can age more swiftly than time. The high-bred mien would be hers as long as life remained, and wonderful was her self-control. Again and again she had felt unshed tears burn in her eyes like living fire, yet had been sure that no stranger had had reason to look upon her as more than a casual visitor to the museum. But to be able to let her grief have way seemed almost a joy. She felt the quick drop start at the bare thought. Life had left her no greater blessing than this liberty to weep undiscovered over the memorials of her dead. At the instant a man came from behind one of the cases, so near that she might have touched him. Instinctively she tried to take her handkerchief from her chatelaine, and in her confusion detached the bag. It fell at the feet of the gentleman, who stooped at once to pick it up. As he held it out, she forced a smile to her fine old face. "Thank you," she said. I was very awkward." "Not at all," he responded. "Those bags are easily unhooked." The tone struck her almost like a blow. To the disappointment of finding that she was not alone in this solemn place was added the bitter fact that the intruder had come upon her was not of her people. An impulse of bitterness from the old times of blood and of fire swept over her like a wave. The room had carried her back as it always did to the past, and after almost 20 years, she for the first time broke through the stern resolve that had kept her from hostile speech. "You are a Northerner!" she exclaimed. The words were nothing, but the tone, she knew, was hot with all the long pent-up bitterness. She felt her cheek flush as, almost before the words were spoken, she realized what she had said. The stranger, however, showed no sign of resentment. He smiled, then grew grave again. "Yes. Do not Northerners visit the museum? I suppose nobody came to Richmond without coming here." She was painfully annoyed, and felt her thin cheeks glow as hotly as if she were still a girl. To be lacking in politeness was sufficiently humiliating, but to seem rude to one from the North, to fall in living up to her traditions, was intolerable. "I beg your pardon," she forced herself to say. "To come through that door is to step into the past, and I spoke as I might have when a Yankee in the house of President Davis would have required explicit explanation." The stranger finished the sentence she knew not how to complete. Even in her discomposure, she appreciated both the courtesy which spared her the embarrassment of being left in the confusion of an unfinished remark, and the adroitness which gave to his reply just the right tone of lightness. He was evidently a man of the world. Her instinct, not to be outdone in politeness, least of all by one of her race, made her speak again. "I was rude," she said stiffly. "Today is an anniversary on which I always come here, and I forgot myself." "Then I must have seemed doubly obtrusive," he returned gravely. He was certainly a gentleman. He was well groomed, moreover, with the appearance of quiet wealth. One of his hands was ungloved, and she noted appreciatively how finely shaped it was, how white and well kept. The North had all the wealth now, she reflected involuntarily, while so many of the descendants of old Southern families were forced to earn their very bread by occupations unworthy of them. They could not keep their fine hands, hands that told of blood and breeding for generations, as could this stranger before her. His attractiveness, his air of prosperity, were offensive to her because they emphasized the pitiful poverty of so many of her kin whose forefathers had never known what want could be. "The museum is open to the public," she replied with increasing coldness. She expected him to bow and leave her. Not only did he linger, but she seemed to see in his face a look of pity. Before she could resent this pity, however, she met his eyes with her own, and the look seemed to her to be one of sympathy. "Will you pardon my saying that I too came here today because it is an anniversary?" "An anniversary?" she echoed. "How can an anniversary bring a Northerner here?" "It isn't mine exactly. It is my son's. His mother is a Virginian." So highly strung was her mood that she noticed almost with approval that he had said is and not was. He had at least not deprived his wife of her birthright as a daughter of the Sacred Soul. She began to be aware of a growing excitement. She could hardly have heard unmoved any allusion to a marriage which had taken from the South a woman born to its traditions and to its sorrows. She felt a fresh impulse of anger against this prosperous son of the North, who had carried away from a Virginia mother a daughter as she had been robbed of hers. The cruel pang of crushed motherhood which ached within her at the remembrance of her own child, the child she had herself cast off because of her marriage, was so fierce that for a moment she could not command her voice. She could not shape the question which was in her heart, but she felt that with her eyes she all but commanded the stranger to tell her more. "We live in the North," he explained, "but she has long promised the boy that when he was 8 he should see the relics of his Virginian grandfather, which are in the museum here. Unfortunately, when the time came, she was not well enough to come with him, and as she wished him to be here on this especial day, I have brought him." The Southern woman felt her heart beating tumultuously, and it was almost as if another spoke when she said in a manner entirely conventional, "I trust that her illness is not serious." "If it were, I should not be here myself," he answered. She collected her strength, which seemed to be leaving her, and forced herself to look around the room. She could not have told what she expected, or whether she most hoped or feared what she might see. "But your son?" she asked. The man's face changed subtly. "My father," he replied, "was an officer in the Union Army. I wished to see this place first, to be prepared for Desborough's questions. It isn't easy to answer the questions of a clever lad whose 2 grandfathers have been killed in the same battle, fighting on opposite sides." The name struck her like a blow. She leaned over for support against the corner of the nearest case, and fixed her gaze on the pathetic coat of General Lee behind the glass, which showed her as a faint wrath the reflection of her own face. Desborough had been her husband's name, and this the anniversary of his death. She felt as if the dead had arisen to confront her, and that some imperative call in the blood insistently responded. Yet she could not believe that her son-in-law was before her, regarding her with that straightforward, appealingly honest gaze. She said to herself that the name was merely a coincidence, that every day in the year was the anniversary of the death of some Virginian hero, and that this could not be her daughter's husband. "Have you decided what to tell your son?" she heard her voice, strange and far off, asking amid the thrilling quiet of the room. The stranger regarded her as if struck by the note of challenge in her tone. His serious eyes seemed to her to be endeavoring to probe her own in search of the cause of her sharpness. "I can do no more," was his answer, "than to tell him what I have always told him, the truth as far as I can see it." "And the truth which you can tell him here, before the sacred relics of our dead, the sacred memorials of our lost cause—" She could not go on, but stopped suddenly that he might not hear her voice break. "He has never been taught anything but that the men of the South fought for what they believed, and that no man can do a nobler thing than to give his life for his faith." She became suddenly and illogically sure that she was talking to her son-in-law, although the ground of her conviction was no other than the one she had just before rejected. The whole thing flashed upon her mind as perfectly simple. Her daughter knew that on this day she was always to be found here, and had meant to meet her, with the little son bearing his grandfather's name. The question now was whether the husband knew. Something in the air, something half propitiatory, something certainly beyond the ordinary deference offered to a lady who is a stranger, gave her a vague distrust. She was not untouched by the desire for reconciliation, but she had again and again resisted that before, and least of all could she tolerate the idea of being tricked. The possibility that her son-in-law might be feigning ignorance to work the more surely upon her sympathy angered her. "Do you know who I am?" she demanded abruptly. "I beg your pardon," he answered, evidently surprised, "but I have never been in Richmond before. If you are well known here, or are the wife of some man famous in the South, I am too completely a stranger to recognize you." "Yet you seem to wish to explain yourself to me. Why?" "I don't know," he began hesitatingly, searching her face with his straightforward gray eyes. Then he flushed slightly, and broke out with new feeling. "Yes, I do know. You came just as I was going away, because I could not endure the sadness of it, when every one of these cases seemed to me to drip with blood and tears. That sounds to you extravagant, but the whole thing came over me so tremendously that I couldn't bear it." "I do not understand," she returned tremulously. "You have such collections at the North, I suppose." "But here it came over me that to all the sorrow of loss was added the bitterness of defeat. I felt that no Southerner could come here without feeling that all the agony this commemorates had been in vain, and the pity of it took me by the throat, so that when I spoke to you, you were a sort of impersonation of the South, of the Southern women, and I wanted to ask for pardon." She drew a deep breath and raised her head proudly. "Not for the war," he said quickly, with a gesture which seemed to wave aside her pride and showed her how well he had understood her triumph at the admission seemingly implied in his words. "I am a Northern man, and I believe with my whole soul that the North was right. I believe in the cause for which my father died. Only I see now that if he had lived in the South, the same spirit would have carried him into the Confederate army." "But for what should you ask pardon if the North was in the right?" "For myself, for not understanding, for being so dull all these years that I have lived with a wife faithful to her heart to the South and too loyal to me to speak. We in the North have forgiven, and we think that the South should forget. It has come over me today how easy it is for the conquerors to forgive, and how hard that must be for the conquered." "You do not understand, even now," she said, her voice low with feeling. "Because we are conquered we can forgive, but we should be less than human to forget." The room was very still for a little, and then, following out her thought, she said, as if in wonder, "And you, a Northerner, have felt all this?" He shook his head, with a little smile. "It is perhaps too much to ask," returned he, "that you Southern women should realize that even a Northerner is still human." "Yes, yes, but to feel our suffering, to see—" "It has always been facing me, I understand now, in my wife's eyes, the immeasurable pathos of a people beaten in a struggle they felt to be right. But she had been so happy otherwise, and never spoke of it." "In the heart of every Southern woman," she said solemnly, "though now without bitterness, is always the anguish of our lost cause. We cover the surface, we accept, and God knows we have been patient, but each of us has deep down a sense of the blood that was poured out in vain, of the agony of the men we lost, of how they were humiliated, and of the great cause of liberty lost, lost!" For long, bitter years she had not spoken even to her nearest friends as she was talking to this stranger, this Northerner. The consciousness of this brought her back to the remembrance that he was the husband of her daughter. "Has your wife no relatives in the South who might have made you understand how Southern women must feel?" she asked. He grew instantly colder. "I have never seen her Southern relatives." "Pardon the curiosity of an old woman," she went on, watching him keenly. "May I ask why?" "My wife's mother did not choose to know the Yankee her daughter married." "And you?" "I did not choose to force an acquaintance, or to be known on sufferance," he answered crisply. "I was aware of no wrong, and I did not choose to ask to be forgiven for being a Northerner." She knew that in her heart she was repeatedly accepting this strong, fine man, alien as he was to all the traditions of her life, and she was not ill pleased at his pride. But have you even ever considered what it must have cost the mother to give up her daughter? Why need she have given her up? Marriages between the North and the South had been common enough without any family breach. She was utterly sure that he knew neither to whom he was talking, nor what had been the real cause of her separation from her daughter. She experienced a sort of wild inner exultation that at last had come the moment when she might justify herself, when she might tell the whole dreadful story which had been as eating poison in her veins. She raised her head proudly and looked at him with her whole soul in her eyes. "If you have patience to listen," she said, feeling her cheeks warm, "and will pardon my being personal, I should like to tell you what has happened to me. My husband was a colonel in the Confederate Army. We were married when I was 17 in a brief furlough he won by being wounded at the Battle of the Wilderness. I saw him in the 4 years of the war before he fell at Five Forks, less than a dozen times, and always for the briefest visits. Poor scraps of fearful, hapless, torn out of long stretches of agony. My daughter, my only child, was born after her father's death. Our fortune had gone to the cause. My father and my husband both refused to invest money abroad. They considered it disloyal, and they put everything into Confederate securities, even after they felt sure they should get nothing back. They were too loyal to withhold anything when the country was in deadly peril." She paused, but he did not speak, and with swelling breast and parching throat she went on. "At Five Forks my husband was killed in a hand-to-hand fight with a Northern officer. He struck his enemy down after he had received his own death wound. I pray God he did not know the day was lost. He had gone through so much, I hope that was spared him. On the other side of death he must have found some comfort to help bear it. God must have had some comfort for our poor boys when he permitted the cause of liberty to be lost." She pressed her clenched hand against her bosom, and she did so her eyes met those of her companion. She felt the sympathy of his look, but something recalled her to sense that she was speaking to one from the North. "It is not the cause of liberty to you," she said. "I have forgotten again. I have not spoken of all this for so long. I have not dared. But today I must speak, and you must forgive me if I use the old language." He dropped his glance as if he felt it an intrusion to see her bitter emotion, and said softly, "I think I understand. You need not apologize." "After the war," she went on hurriedly and abruptly, "I lived for my daughter. I worked for her. She was like her father." She choked, but regained the appearance of composure by a mighty effort. "When she was a woman, she was still a child to me, over 20, but I was not twice her age. She went North, and there she fell in love. She wrote me that she was to marry a Northerner, and when she added his name, it was the son of the man who killed her father." "It is not possible!" the other exclaimed. "You imagined it. Such things happened in melodramas." She put up her hand and arrested his words. "This happened not in a melodrama, but in a tragedy, in my life," she said. "I need not go into details. She married him, and I have never seen her since." "Did he know?" "No, it was my wedding gift to my daughter that I kept her secret. That was all I had strength to do. You'd think I was an unnatural mother, of course, but—" She saw that his eyes were moist as he raised them in answering. "I should have said so yesterday without any hesitation. Today—" "Today?" she echoed eagerly as he paused. "Today," he answered, letting his glance sweep over the pathetic memorials so thick about them. "Today, at least, I understand, and I do not wonder." She looked at him with all her heart in her eyes, trying to read his most hidden feeling. Then she touched his arm lightly. with the tips of her slender black gloved fingers. "Come," she said. She led him across the room and pointed to a colonel's sash and pistols which lay in one of the cases under a faded card. "Those were my husband's." "Those?" he cried. "You, Louise's mother? It is impossible." "It may be impossible, but as I said of the other thing, it is true." "The other thing?" he repeated. "What do you mean, the thing you said? That my father and he? That cannot be true. I should surely have known." "It is true," she insisted. "At the moment it happened they were surrounded by our soldiers, and his own men probably did not realize just what had happened. But I know every minute of that fight. One of my husband's staff had been at West Point with them both, and he told me. He saw it and tried to come between them. Your wife married you, knowing you to be the son of the man who killed her father." The Northerner passed his hand across his forehead, as if to wipe away the confusion of his mind. His eyes were cast down, but she saw that their lids were wet. "Poor Louise," he murmured, seemingly rather to himself than to her. "How she must have suffered over that secret. Poor Louise." "You come here," Mrs. Desborough went on, feeling herself choke at his words, but determined not to give way to the warmer impulse of her heart. "And even you are moved by these sacred relics. What do you think they are to us?" She was half conscious that she was appealing to the memorials around her to strengthen her in her purpose not to yield, not to make peace with the son of the man who had slain her husband, her hero, her love. She felt that in harboring for an instant such an impulse, she was untrue to the cause which, though lost, was for her forever living with the deathless devotion of love and anguish. "These relics do move me," her son-in-law said gently. "They move me so deeply that they seem to me wrong. I confess that I was thinking before you came in that if I were a Southerner, with the traditions of the South behind me, and the bitter sense of failure to embitter me, they would stir me to madness, that I should feel it impossible ever to be loyal to anything but the South. The war is over. The South at last is understood. She is honored for the incredible bravery with which, under crushing odds, she fought for her conviction. Why prolong the inevitable pain? Why gather these relics to nourish a feeling absolutely untrue? The feeling that the Union is less your country than it is ours." "Because it is just to the dead," she answered swiftly. "Because it is only justice that we keep in remembrance how true they were, how gallant, how brave, how noble, and, oh God, that we make some poor record of what we of the South have suffered." He shook his head and sighed. She saw the tears in his eyes and did not attempt to hide her own. "Would you have it forgotten," she demanded passionately, "that the grandfather of your son, the father of your wife, was one of God's noblemen? Would you have him remembered only as a beaten rebel? I tell you that if we had not gathered these memorials, every clod that was wet with their blood would cry out against us. In the North you call these men rebels. There is no battlefield in the South where the very rustle of the grass does not whisper over their graves that they were patriots and heroes. And this, poor though it be," and she waved her hand to the cases around them, "is the best memorial we can give them." He made a step forward and held out both his hands impulsively. She did not take them, and they dropped again. He hesitated and then drew back. "It must be as it is," he said sadly. "Even if I blamed you women of the South, I could not say so here. Only," he added, his voice falling, "can you forget that the women of the North have suffered too? I grew up in the shadow of a grief so great that it sapped the very life of my mother, and in the end killed her. Do you think I could visit that upon the innocent head of Louise? I did not mean, though, to speak of myself, now that I know who you are. I will not intrude on you, but my little son, with your husband's name and his mother's eyes, is certainly guiltless. I will not come with him. But may I not send him with my man to see you this afternoon, so that I may say to Louise that you have kissed him and given him your blessing? Sorrow has taken away his other grandmother." It seemed to her that she could not endure the speaking of one syllable more. Her whole body trembled, and she raised her hands in an impulsive gesture which implored him to be silent. All the old mother love for Louise, the passionate crying of her lonely heart for this unseen grandson with the blood of her dead husband warm in his veins, the grief of black years and fidelity to old ideals, warred within her and tore her like wolves. She cast a glance around as if to find some way by which she could flee from this position which it was too terrible to face. Then she saw her companion look at her with infinite pity and sadness. "Then," he said, "I can only say good-bye." But she sprang forward as if she burst from chains, and threw herself upon his breast, the agony of the long, bitter past gushing in a torrent of hot tears. "Oh, my son, she sobbed. End of In the Virginia Room. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
The Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The confession of Herbert de Lernac, now lying under sentence of death at Marseilles, has thrown a light upon one of the most inexplicable crimes of the century, an incident which is, I believe, absolutely unprecedented in the criminal annals of any country. Although there is a reluctance to discuss the matter in official circles, and little information has been given to the press, there are still indications that the statement of this arch-criminal is corroborated by the facts, and that we have at last found a solution for a most astonishing business. As the matter is 8 years old, and as its importance was somewhat obscured by a political crisis which was engaging the public attention at the time, it may be as well to state the facts as far as we have been able to ascertain them. They are collated from the Liverpool papers of that date, from the proceedings at the inquest upon John Slater, the engine driver, and from records of the London and West Coast Railway Company, which have been courteously put at my disposal. Briefly, they are as follows. On the 3rd of June, 1890, a gentleman who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratal desired an interview with Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Central Station in Liverpool. He was a small man, middle-aged and dark, with a stoop which was so marked that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique, whose deferential manner and constant attention showed that his position was one of dependence. His friend or companion, whose name did not transpire, was certainly a foreigner, and probably, from his swarthy complexion, either a Spaniard or a South American. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand a small black leather dispatch box, and it was noticed by a sharp-eyed clerk in the central office that this box was fastened to his wrist by a strap. No importance was attached to the fact at the time, but subsequent events endowed it with some significance. Monsieur Caratal was shown up to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside. Mr. Bland struck the electric bell, summoned Mr. Potter Hood, the traffic manager, and had the matter arranged in 5 minutes. The train would start in 3/4 of an hour. It would take that time to ensure that the line should be clear. The powerful engine called Rochdale, number 247 on the company's register, was attached to 2 carriages with a guard's van behind. The first carriage was solely for the purpose of decreasing the inconvenience arising from the oscillation. The second was divided, as usual, into 4 compartments, a first class smoking, a second class, and a second class smoking.
The first compartment, which was nearest to the engine, was the one allotted to the travellers. The other 3 were empty. The guard of the special train was James Macpherson, who had been some years in the service of the company. The stoker, William Smith, was a new hand. Monsieur Caratal, upon leaving the superintendent's office, rejoined his companion, and both of them manifested extreme impatience to be off. Having paid the money asked, which amounted to £50 5 shillings, at the usual special rate of 5 shillings a mile, they demanded to be shown the carriage, and at once took their seats in it, although they were assured that the better part of an hour must elapse before the line could be cleared. In the meantime, a singular coincidence had occurred in the office which Monsieur Caratal had just quitted. A request for a special is not a very uncommon circumstance in a rich commercial centre, but that 2 should be required upon the same afternoon was most unusual. It so happened, however, that Mr. Bland had hardly dismissed the first traveller before a second entered with a similar request. This was a Mr. Horace Moore, a gentlemanly man of military appearance, who alleged that the sudden serious illness of his wife in London made it absolutely imperative that he should not lose an instant in starting upon the journey. His distress and anxiety were so evident that Mr. Bland did all that was possible to meet his wishes. A second special was out of the question, as the ordinary local service was already somewhat deranged by the first. There was the alternative, however, that Mr. Moore should share the expense of Monsieur Caratal's train, and should travel in the other empty first-class compartment, if Monsieur Caratal objected to having him in the one which he occupied. It was difficult to see any objection to such an arrangement, and yet Monsieur Caratal, upon the suggestion being made to him by Mr. Potter Hood, absolutely refused to consider it for an instant. The train was his, he said, and he would insist upon the exclusive use of it. All argument failed to overcome his ungracious objections, and finally the plan had to be abandoned. Mr. Horace Moore left the station in great distress, after learning that his only course was to take the ordinary slow train which leaves Liverpool at 6 o'clock. At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train, containing the crippled Monsieur Caratal and his gigantic companion, steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line was at that time clear, and there should have been no stoppage before Manchester. The trains of the London and West Coast Railway run over the lines of another company as far as this town, which should have been reached by a special rather before 6 o'clock. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation were caused amongst the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a telegram from Manchester to say that it had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities, elicited the following reply: To James Bland, Superintendent, Central L&WC, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52, well up to time. Dowster, St. Helens. This telegram was received at 6:40. At 6:50 a second message was received from Manchester. No sign of special as advised by you. And then 10 minutes later a third, more bewildering. Presumes some mistake as to proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens timed to follow it has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advises. Manchester. The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect, although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? Had it possibly been sidetracked for some reason in order to allow the slower train to go past? Such an explanation was possible if some small repair had to be effected. A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies which would enable them to say for certain what had become of the missing train. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations beginning at St. Helens End. Special passed here 5 o'clock, Collins Green. Special passed here 6 past 5, Earlstown. Special passed here 5:10, Newton. Special passed here 5:20, Kenyon Junction. No special train has passed here, Barton Moss. The two officials stared at each other in amazement. "This is unique in my 30 years of experience," Mr. Bland said. "Absolutely unprecedented and inexplicable, sir. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. And yet there is no siding, so far as my memory serves me, between the two stations. The special must have run off the metals. But how could the 4:50 Parliamentary pass over the same line without observing it?" "There is no alternative, Mr. Hood. It must be so. Possibly the local train may have observed something which may throw some light upon the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined instantly as far as Barton Moss." The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes. "No news of missing special. Driver and guard of slow train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear, and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester." "That driver and guard will have to go," said Mr. Bland grimly. "There has been a wreck, and they have missed it. The special has obviously run off the metals without disturbing the line. How it could have done so passes my comprehension. But so it must be, and we shall have a wire from Kenyon or Barton Moss presently to say that they have found her at the bottom of an embankment." But Mr. Bland's prophecy was not destined to be fulfilled. Half an hour passed, and then there arrived the following message from the station master of Kenyon Junction. "There are no traces of the missing special. It is quite certain that she passed here, and that she did not arrive at Barton Moss. We have detached engine from goods train, and have myself ridden down the line. But all is clear, and there is no sign of an accident." Mr. Bland tore his hair in his perplexity. "This is rank lunacy, Hood," he cried. "Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing is preposterous. An engine, a tender, 2 carriages, a van, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. Unless we get something positive within the next hour, I'll take Inspector Collins and go down myself." And then at last something positive did occur. It took the shape of another telegram from Kenyon Junction. "Regret to report that the dead body of John Slater, driver of the special train, has just been found among the gorse bushes at a point 2¼ miles from the junction. Had fallen from his engine, pitched down the embankment, and rolled among the bushes. Injuries to his head from the fall appear to be cause of death. Ground has now been carefully examined, and there is no trace of the missing train." The country, of course, was, as has already been stated, in the throes of a political crisis, and the attention of the public was further distracted by the importance and sensational developments in Paris, where a huge scandal threatened to destroy the government and to wreck the reputations of many of the leading men in France. The papers were full of these events, and the singular disappearance of the special train attracted less attention than would have been the case in more peaceful times. The grotesque nature of the event helped to detract from its importance, for the papers were disinclined to believe the facts as reported to them. More than one of the London journals treated the matter as an ingenious hoax, until the coroner's inquest upon the unfortunate driver, an inquest which elicited nothing of importance, convinced them of the tragedy of the incident. Mr. Bland, accompanied by Inspector Collins, the senior detective officer in the service of the company, went down to Kenyon Junction the same evening, and their research lasted throughout the following day, but was attended with purely negative results. Not only was no trace found of the missing train, but no conjecture could be put forward which would possibly explain the facts. At the same time, Inspector Collins's official report, which lies before me as I write, served to show that the possibilities were more numerous than might have been expected. Inspector Collins writes, "In the stretch of railway between these 2 points, the country is dotted with ironworks and collieries. Of these, some are being worked and some have been abandoned. There are no fewer than 12 which have small gauge lines which run trolley cars down to the main line. These can, of course, be disregarded. Beside these, however, there are 7 which have, or have had, proper lines running down and connecting with points to the main line, so as to convey their produce from the mouth of the mine to the great centres of distribution. In every case, these lines are only a few miles in length. Out of the 7, 4 belong to collieries which are worked out, or at least 2 shafts which are no longer used. These are the Red Gauntlet, Hero, Slough of Despond, and Heart's Ease mines. the latter having 10 years ago been one of the principal mines in Lancashire. These 4 side lines may be eliminated from our inquiry, for, to prevent possible accidents, the rails nearest to the main line have been taken up, and there is no longer any connection. There remain 3 other side lines leading A. to the Carnstock Iron Works, B. to the Big Ben Colliery, C. to the Perseverance Colliery. Of these, the Big Ben line is not more than a quarter of a mile long, and ends at a dead wall of coal waiting removal from the mouth of the mine. Nothing had been seen or heard there of any special. The Carnstock Iron Works line was blocked all day upon the 3rd of June by 16 truckloads of hematite. It's a single line, and nothing could have passed. At the Perseverance line, a large double line, which does a considerable traffic, for the output of the mine is very large. On the 3rd of June, this traffic proceeded as usual. Hundreds of men, including a gang of railway platelayers, were working along the 2 lines and a quarter, which constituted the total length of the line, and it is inconceivable that an unexpected train could have come down there without attracting universal attention. It may be remarked in conclusion that this branch line is nearer to St. Helens than the point at which the engine driver was discovered, so that we have every reason to believe that the train was past that point before misfortune overtook her. As to John Slater, there is no clue to be gathered from his appearance or injuries. We can only say that, so far as we can see, he met his end by falling off his engine, though why he fell or what became of the engine after his fall is a question upon which I do not feel qualified to offer an opinion. In conclusion, the inspector offered his resignation to the board, being much nettled by an accusation of incompetence in the London papers. A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and a solution remained as far off as ever. In broad daylight, upon a June afternoon in the most thickly inhabited portion of England, a train, with its occupants, had disappeared as completely as if some master of subtle chemistry had volatilized it into gas. Indeed, among the various conjectures which were put forward in the public press, there were some which seriously asserted that supernatural, or at least preternatural, agencies had been at work, and that the deformed Monsieur Caratal was probably a person who was better known under a less polite name. Others fixed upon his swarthy companion as being the author of the mischief, but what it was exactly which he had done could never be clearly formulated in words. Among the many suggestions put forward by various newspapers or private individuals, there were 1 or 2 which were feasible enough to attract the attention of the public. One, which appeared in the Times, over the signature of an amateur reasoner of some celebrity at that date, attempted to deal with the matter in a critical and semi-scientific manner. An extract must suffice, although the curious can see the whole letter in the issue of the 3rd of July. "It's one of the elementary principles of practical reasoning," he remarked, "that when the impossible has been eliminated, the residuum, however improbable, must contain the truth. It is certain that the train left Kenyon Junction. It is certain that it did not reach Barton Moss. It is in the highest degree unlikely, but still possible, that it may have taken one of the 7 available side lines. It's obviously impossible for a train to run where there are no rails, and therefore we may reduce our improbables to the 3 open lines, namely the Carnstock Iron Works, the Big Ben, and the Perseverance. Is there a secret society of colliers, an English Camorra, which is capable of destroying both train and passengers? Well, it's improbable, but it is not impossible. I confess that I am unable to suggest any other solution. I should certainly advise the company to direct all their energies toward the observation of those 3 lines, and of the workmen at the end of them. A careful supervision of the pawnbrokers' shops of the district might possibly bring some suggestive facts to light." The suggestion, coming from a recognized authority upon such matters, created considerable interest, and a fierce opposition from those who considered such a statement to be a preposterous libel upon an honest and deserving set of men. The only answer to this criticism was a challenge to the objectors to lay any more feasible explanations before the public. In reply to this, 2 others were forthcoming. The Times, July 7th and 9th. The first suggested that the train might have run off the metals and be lying submerged in the Lancashire and Staffordshire Canal, which runs parallel to the railway for some hundreds of yards. This suggestion was thrown out of court by the published depth of the canal, which was entirely insufficient to conceal so large an object. The second correspondent wrote calling attention to the bag, which appeared to be the sole luggage which the travellers had brought with them, and suggesting that some novel explosive of immense and pulverizing power might have been concealed in it. The obvious absurdity, however, of supposing that the whole train might be blown to dust while the metals remained uninjured reduced any such explanation to a farce. The investigation had drifted into this hopeless position when a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. Macpherson of a letter from her husband, James Macpherson, who had been the guard on the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5th, 1890, was posted from New York, and came to hand upon July 14th. Some doubts were expressed as to its genuine character, but Mrs. Macpherson was positive as to the writing, and the fact that it contained a remittance of $100 in $5 notes was enough in itself to discount the idea of a hoax. No address was given in the letter, which ran in this way: My dear wife, I have been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. The same with Lizzie. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring both Lizzie and you across the Atlantic, and you'll find the Hamburg boats which stop at Southampton very good boats, and cheaper than Liverpool. If you could come here and stop at the Johnston House, I would try and send you word how to meet, but things are very difficult with me at present, and I am not very happy, finding it hard to give you both up. So, no more at present. From your loving husband, James Macpherson. For a time it was confidently anticipated that this letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole matter, the more so as it was ascertained that a passenger who bore a close resemblance to the missing guard had travelled from Southampton under the name of Summers in the Hamburg and New York liner Vistula, which started upon the 7th of June. Mrs. Macpherson and her sister Lizzie Dalton went across to New York as directed, and stayed for 3 weeks at the Johnston House without hearing anything from the missing man. It's probable that some injudicious comments in the press may have warned him that the police were using them as a bait. However this may be, it's certain that he neither wrote nor came, and the women were eventually compelled to return to Liverpool. And so the matter stood, and has continued to stand up to the present year, 1898. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during these 8 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratal and his companion. Careful inquiries into the antecedents of the 2 travellers have only established the fact that Monsieur Caratal was well known as a financier and political agent in Central America, and that during his voyage to Europe he had betrayed extraordinary anxiety to reach Paris. His companion, whose name was entered upon the passenger lists as Eduardo Gomez, was a man whose record was a violent one, and whose reputation was that of a bravo and a bully. There was evidence to show, however, that he was honestly devoted to the interests of Monsieur Caratal, and that the latter, being a man of puny physique, employed the other as a guard and protector. It may be added that no information came from Paris as to what the objects of Monsieur Caratal's hurried journey may have been. This compromises all the facts of the case upon the publication in the Marseille papers of the recent confession of Herbert de Lernac, now under sentence of death for the murder of a merchant named Bomballot. This statement may be literally translated as follows: It is not out of mere pride or boasting that I give this information, for if that were my object, I could tell a dozen actions of mine which are quite as splendid. But I do it in order that certain gentlemen in Paris may understand that I, who am able here to tell about the fate of Monsieur Caratal, can also tell in whose interest and at whose request the deed was done, unless the reprieve which I am awaiting comes to me very quickly. Take warning, messieurs, before it is too late. You know Herbert de Lernac, and you are aware that his deeds are as ready as his words. Hasten, then, or you are lost. At present I shall mention no names. If you only heard the names, what would you not think? But I shall merely tell you how cleverly I did it. I was true to my employers then, and no doubt they will be true to me now. I hope so, and until I am convinced that they have betrayed me, these names which would convulse Europe shall not be divulged. But on that day, well, I say no more. In a word, then, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1890 in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known save by such confidential agents as myself. The honour and careers of many of the chief men in France were at stake. You have seen a group of ninepins standing, all so rigid and prim and unbending. Then there comes the fall from far away, and pop, 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 there are your ninepins on the floor. Well, imagine some of the greatest men in France as these ninepins, and then this Monsieur Caratal was the ball which could be seen coming from far away. If he arrived, then it was pop, pop, pop for all of them. It was determined that he should not arrive. I do not accuse them all of being conscious of what was to happen. There were, as I have said, great financial as well as political interests at stake, and a syndicate was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the syndicate who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. And they can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. They had ample warning that Monsieur Caratal was coming long before he left South America, and they knew that the evidence which he held would certainly mean ruin to all of them. The syndicate had the command of an unlimited amount of money, absolutely unlimited, you understand. They looked round for an agent who was capable of wielding this gigantic power. The man chosen must be inventive, resolute, adaptive, a man in a million. And they chose Herbert de Lernac, and I admit that they were right. My duties were to choose my subordinates, to use freely the power which money gives, and to make certain that Monsieur Caratal should never arrive in Paris. With characteristic energy I set about my commission within an hour of receiving my instructions, and the steps which I took were the very best for the purpose which could possibly be devised. A man whom I could trust was dispatched instantly to South America to travel home with Monsieur Caratal. Had he arrived in time, the ship would never have reached Liverpool, but alas, it had already started before my agent could reach it. I fitted out a small armed brig to intercept it, but again I was unfortunate. Like all great organizers, I was, however, prepared for failure, and had a series of alternatives prepared, one or the other of which must succeed. You must not underrate the difficulties of my undertaking, or to imagine that a mere commonplace assassination would meet the case. We must destroy not only Monsieur Caratal, but Monsieur Caratal's documents, and Monsieur Caratal's companions also, if we had reason to believe that he had communicated his secrets to them. And you must remember that they were on the alert, and keenly suspicious of any such attempt. It was a task which was in every way worthy of me, for I am always most masterful where another would be appalled. I was all ready for Monsieur Caratal's reception in Liverpool, and I was the more eager because I had reason to believe that he had made arrangements by which he would have a considerable guard from the moment that he arrived in London. Anything which was to be done must be done between the moment of his setting foot upon Liverpool quay and that of his arrival at the London and West Coast terminus in London. We prepared 6 plans, each more elaborate than the last. Which plan would be used would depend upon his own movements. Do what he would, we were ready for him. If he stayed in Liverpool, we were ready. If he took an ordinary train, an express, or a special, all was ready. Everything had been foreseen and provided for. You may imagine that I could not do all this myself. What could I know of the English railway lines? But money can procure willing agents all the world over, and I soon had one of the acutest brains in England to assist me. I will mention no names, but it would be unjust to claim all the credit for myself. My English ally was worthy of such an alliance. He knew the London and West Coast line thoroughly, and he had the command of a band of workers who were trustworthy and intelligent. The idea was his, and my own judgment was only required in the details. We bought over several officials, amongst whom the most important was James Macpherson, whom we had ascertained to be the guard most likely to be employed upon a special train. Smith, the stoker, was also in our employ. John Slater, the engine driver, had been approached, but had been found to be obstinate and dangerous, so he desisted. We had no certainty that Monsieur Caratal would take a special, but we thought it very probable, for it was of the utmost importance to him that he should reach Paris without delay. It was for this contingency, therefore, that we made special preparations which were complete down to the last detail, long before his steamer had sighted the shores of England. You will be amused to learn that there was one of my agents in the pilot boat which brought that steamer to its moorings. The moment that Caratal arrived in Liverpool, we knew that he suspected danger and was on his guard. He had brought with him as an escort a dangerous fellow named Gomez, a man who carried weapons and was prepared to use them. This fellow carried Caratal's confidential papers for him, and was ready to protect them, either them or his master. The probability was that Caratal had taken him into his counsels, and that to remove Caratal without removing Gomez would be a mere waste of energy. It was necessary that they should be involved in a common fate, and our plans to that end were much facilitated by their request for a special train. On that special train, you will understand that 2 out of the 3 servants of the company were really in our employ, at a price which would make them independent for a lifetime. I do not go so far as to say that the English are more honest than any other nation, but I have certainly found them more expensive to buy. I have already spoken of my English agent, who is a man with a considerable future before him, unless some complaint of the throat carries him off before his time. He had charge of all arrangements at Liverpool, while I was stationed at the inn at Kenyon, where I awaited a cipher signal to act. When the special was arranged for, my agent instantly telegraphed to me and warned me how soon I should have everything ready. He himself, under the name of Horace Moore, applied immediately for a special also, in the hope that he would be sent down with Monsieur Caratal, which might under certain circumstances have been helpful to us. If, for example, our great coup had failed, it might then have become the duty of my agent to have shot them both and destroyed their papers. Caratal was on his guard, however, and refused to admit any other traveller. My agent then left the station, returned by another entrance, entered the guard's van on the side farthest from the platform, and travelled down with Macpherson, the guard. In the meantime, you will be, of course, interested to know that my movements were. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The side line which we had chosen had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. These rails had been laid down as far as could be done without danger of attracting attention, and now it was merely a case of completing a juncture with the line, and arranging the points as they had been before. The sleepers had never been removed, and the rails, fish plates, and rivets were all ready, for we had taken them from a siding on the abandoned portion of the line. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready long before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small side line so easily that the jolting of the points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the 2 travellers. Our plan had been that Smith, the stoker, should chloroform John Slater, the driver, so that he should vanish with the others. In this respect, and in this respect only, our plans miscarried. I expect the criminal folly of Macpherson in writing home to his wife. Our stoker did his business so clumsily that Slater in his struggles fell off the engine, and through fortune was with us so far that he broke his neck in the fall. Still he remained as a blot upon that which would otherwise have been one of the most complete masterpieces, which are only to be contemplated in silent admiration. The criminal expert will find in John Slater the one flaw in all our admirable combinations. A man who has had as many triumphs as I can afford to be frank, and I therefore lay my finger upon John Slater and proclaim him to be a flaw. But now I have got our special train upon the small line, 2 kilometres, or rather more than 1 mile in length, which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned Heartsease mine, once one of the largest coal mines in England. You'll ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line, and I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there, and now I will tell you what I saw. My assistant had remained at the points in order that he might superintend the switching off of the train. He had 4 armed men with him, so that if the train ran off the line, We thought it probable, because the points were rusty, we might still have resources to fall back upon. Having once seen it safely on the sideline, he handed over the responsibility to me. I was waiting at a point which overlooks the mouth of the mine, and I was also armed, as were my two companions. Come what might, you see, I was always ready. The moment that the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith, the stoker, slowed down the engine, and then, having turned it on to the fullest speed again, he and McPherson, with my English lieutenant, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travellers, but the train was running at full speed again before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. Picture to yourself your own feelings if, on looking out of your luxurious carriage, you suddenly perceived that the lines upon which you ran were rusted and corroded, red and yellow with disuse and decay. What a catch must have come in their breath as in a second it flashed upon them that it was not Manchester but death which was waiting for them at the end of that sinister line. But the train was running with frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rotten line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound upon the rusted surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratal was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other roared like a bull who smells the blood of the slaughterhouse. He saw us standing on the bank, and he beckoned to us like a madman. Then he tore at his wrist and threw his dispatch box out the window in our direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence, and they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if we could have done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now as much beyond our controls as theirs. He ceased howling when the train rattled round the curve, and they saw the blank mouth of the mine yawning before them. We had removed the boards which had covered it, and we had cleared the square entrance. The rails had formerly run very close to the shaft for the convenience of loading the coal, and we had only to add 2 or 3 lengths of rail in order to lead to the very brink of the shaft. In fact, as the lengths would not quite fit, our line projected about 3 feet over the edge. We saw the 2 heads at the window, Caratal below, Gomez above, but they had both been struck silent by what they saw. And yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I have wondered how the train, running at great speed, would take the pit into which I had guided it, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues thought that it would actually jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. Fortunately, however, it fell short, and the buffers of the engine struck the other lip of the shaft with a tremendous crash. The funnel flew off into the air. The tender, carriages, and van were all smashed up into one jumble, which, with the remains of the engine, choked for a minute or so the mouth of the pit. Then something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of green iron, smoking coals, brass fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions all crumbled together and crashed down into the mine. We heard the rattle, rattle, rattle as the debris struck against the walls, and then, quite a long time afterwards, there came a deep roar as the remains of the train struck the bottom. The boiler may have burst, for a sharp crash came after the roar, and then a dense cloud of steam and smoke swirled up out of the black depths, falling in a spray as thick as rain all around us. Then the vapours shedded off into thin wisps, which floated away in the summer sunshine, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plans so successfully, it only remained to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The funnel and other fragments were thrown in. The shaft was planked over again as it used to be, and the lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry, but without delay, we all made our way to the country, most of us to Paris, my English colleague to Manchester, and Macpherson to Southampton, whence he emigrated to America. Let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work, and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag I took 1 or 2 little papers as a souvenir of the occasion. I have no wish to publish these papers, but still it is every man for himself in this world, And what else can I do if my friends will not come to my aid when I want them? Messieurs, you may believe that Herbert de Lernac is quite as formidable when he is against you as when he is with you, and that he is not a man to go to the guillotine until he has seen that every one of you is en route for New Caledonia. For your own sake, if not for mine, make haste, Monsieur de Blanc and General Blanc and Baron Blanc. You can fill up the blanks for yourselves as you read this. I promise you that in the next edition there will be no blanks to fill. P.S. As I look over my statement, there is only one omission which I can see. It concerns the unfortunate man Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and to make an appointment with her in New York. It can be imagined that when the interests like ours were at stake, we could not leave them to the chance of whether a man in that class of life would or would not give away his secrets to a woman. Having once broken his oath by writing to his wife, we could not trust him any more. We took steps, therefore, to ensure that he should not see his wife. I have sometimes thought that it would be a kindness to write to her and assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. End of The Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Mike Harris.
The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe. Some years ago I engaged passage from Charleston, SC, to the city of New York in the fine packet ship Independence, Captain Hardy. We were to sail on the 15th of the month, June, weather permitting, and on the 14th I went on board to arrange some matters in my stateroom. I found that we were to have a great many passengers, including a more than usual number of ladies. On the list were several of my acquaintances, and among other names I was rejoiced to see that Mr. Cornelius Wyatt, a young artist for whom I entertained feelings of warm friendship. He had been, with me, a fellow student at C University, where we were very much together. He had the ordinary temperament of genius, and was a compound of misanthropy, sensibility, and enthusiasm. To these qualities he united the warmest and truest heart which ever beat in a human bosom. I observed that his name was carded upon 3 staterooms, and upon again referring to the list of passengers I found that he had engaged passage for himself, wife, and 2 sisters, his own. The staterooms were sufficiently roomy, and each had 2 berths, one above the other. These berths, to be sure, were so exceedingly narrow as to be insufficient for more than one person. Still, I could not comprehend why there were 3 staterooms for these 4 persons. I was, just at that epoch, in one of those moody frames of mind which make a man abnormally inquisitive about trifles, and I confess with shame that I busied myself in a variety of ill-bred and preposterous conjectures about this matter of the supernumerary stateroom. It was no business of mine, to be sure, but with none the less pertinacity did I occupy myself in attempts to resolve the enigma. At last I reached a conclusion which wrought in me great wonder why I had not arrived at it before. "It is a servant, of course," I said. "What a fool I am not sooner to have thought of so obvious a solution." And then I again repaired to the list, but here I saw distinctly that no servant was to come with the party, although, in fact, it had been the original design to bring one, for the words "and servant" had been first written and then overscored. "Oh, extra baggage, to be sure," I now said to myself. "Something he wishes not to be put in hold, something to be kept under his own eye. Ah, I have it, a painting or so, and this is what he has been bargaining about with Nicolino, the Italian Jew." This idea satisfied me, and I dismissed my curiosity for the nuns. Wyatt's 2 sisters I knew very well, and most amiable and clever girls they were. His wife he had newly married, and I had never yet seen her. He had often talked about her in my presence, however, and in his usual style of enthusiasm. He described her as of surpassing beauty, wit, and accomplishment. I was, therefore, quite anxious to make her acquaintance. On the day in which I visited the ship, the 14th, Wyatt and party were also to visit it, so the captain informed me, and I waited on board an hour longer than I had designed in hope of being presented to the bride, but then an apology came. Mrs. W. was a little indisposed, and would decline coming on board until tomorrow at the hour of sailing. The morrow having arrived, I was going from my hotel to the wharf, when Captain Hardy met me and said that, owing to circumstances, a stupid but convenient phrase, he rather thought the Independence would not sail for a day or two, and that when all was ready he would send up and let me know. This I thought strange, for there was a stiff southerly breeze, but as the circumstances were not forthcoming, although I pumped for them with much perseverance, I had nothing to do but to return home and digest my impatience at leisure. I did not receive the expected message from the captain for nearly a week. It came at length, however, and I immediately went on board. The ship was crowded with passengers, and everything was in the bustle attendant upon making sail. Wyatt's party arrived in about 10 minutes after myself. There were the 2 sisters, the bride, and the artist, the latter in one of his customary fits of moody misanthropy. I was too well used to these, however, to pay them any special attention. He did not even introduce me to his wife, this courtesy devolving, perforce, upon his sister Marianne, a very sweet and intelligent girl, who in a few hurried words made us acquainted. Mrs. Wyatt had been closely veiled, and when she raised her veil in acknowledging my bow, I confess that I was very profoundly astonished. I should have been much more so, however, had not long experience advised me not to trust, with too implicit a reliance, the enthusiastic descriptions of my friend the artist, when indulging in comments upon the loveliness of woman. When beauty was the theme, I well knew with what facility he soared into the regions of the purely ideal. The truth is, I could not help regarding Mrs. Wyatt as a decidedly plain-looking woman. If not positively ugly, she was not, I think, very far from it. She was dressed, however, in exquisite taste, and then I had no doubt that she had captivated my friend's heart by the more enduring graces of the intellect and soul. She said very few words, and passed at once into her stateroom with Mr. W. My old inquisitiveness now returned. There was no servant, that was a settled point. I looked, therefore, for the extra baggage. After some delay, a cart arrived at the wharf with an oblong pine box, which was everything that seemed to be expected. Immediately upon its arrival we made sail, and in a short time were safely over the bar and standing out to sea. The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2½ in breadth. I observed it attentively, and liked to be precise. Now, this shape was peculiar, and no longer had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend the artist would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Nicolino, and now here was a box, which from its shape could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper, done by Rubini the Younger at Florence, I had known for some time to be in the possession of Nicolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. It was the first time I had ever known Wyatt to keep from me any of his artistical secrets, but here he evidently intended to steal a march upon me and smuggle a fine picture to New York, under my very nose, expecting me to know nothing of the matter. I resolved to quiz him well, now and hereafter. One thing, however, annoyed me not a little. The box did not go into the extra stateroom. It was deposited in Wyatt's own, and there, too, it remained, occupying very nearly the whole of the floor, no doubt to the exceeding discomfort of the artist and his wife. This the more especially as the tar or paint with which it was lettered in sprawling capitals emitted a strong, disagreeable, and to my fancy, a peculiarly disgusting odor. On the lid were painted the words, Mrs. Adelaide Curtis, Albany, New York, charge of Cornelius Wyatt, Esquire, this side up, to be handled with care. Now, I was aware that Mrs. Adelaide Curtis of Albany was the artist's wife's mother, but then I looked upon the whole address as a mystification intended especially for myself. I made up my mind, of course, that the box and contents would never get farther north than the studio of my misanthropic friend in Chambers Street, New York. For the first 3 or 4 days we had fine weather, although the wind was dead ahead, having chopped round to the northward immediately upon our losing sight of the coast. The passengers were, consequently, in high spirits and disposed to be social. I must except, however, Wyatt and his sisters, who behaved stiffly, and, I could not help thinking, uncourteously to the rest of the party. Wyatt's conduct I did not so much regard. He was gloomy, even beyond his usual habit. In fact, he was morose, but in him I was prepared for eccentricity. For the sisters, however, I could make no excuse. They secluded themselves in their staterooms during the greater part of the passage, and absolutely refused, although I repeatedly urged them, to hold communication with any person on board. Mrs. Wyatt herself was far more agreeable. That is to say, she was chatty, and to be chatty is no slight recommendation at sea. She became excessively intimate with most of the ladies, and, to my profound astonishment, evinced no equivocal disposition to coquette with the men. She amused us all very much. I say amused, and scarcely know how to explain myself. The truth is, I soon found that Mrs. W. was far oftener laughed at than with. The gentlemen said little about her, but the ladies in a little while pronounced her a good-hearted thing, rather indifferent-looking, totally uneducated, and decidedly vulgar. The great wonder was, how Wyatt had been entrapped into such a match. Wealth was the general solution, but this I knew to be no solution at all, for Wyatt had told me that she neither brought him $1 nor had any expectations from any source whatever. He had married, he said, for love, and for love only, and his bride was far more than worthy of his love. When I thought of these expressions on the part of my friend, I confess that I felt indescribably puzzled. Could it be possible that he was taking leave of his senses? What else could I think? He, so refined, so intellectual, so fastidious, with so exquisite a perception of the faculty, and so keen an appreciation of the beautiful. To be sure, the lady seemed especially fond of him, particularly so in his absence, when she made herself ridiculous by frequent quotations of what had been said by her beloved husband, Mr. Wyatt. The word husband seemed forever, to use one of her own delicate expressions, forever on the tip of her tongue. In the meantime it was observed by all on board that he avoided her in the most pointed manner, and for the most part shut himself up alone in his stateroom, where, in fact, he might have been said to live altogether, leaving his wife at full liberty to amuse herself as she thought best in the public society of the main cabin. My conclusion from what I saw and heard was that the artist, by some unaccountable freak of fate, or perhaps in some fit of enthusiastic and fanciful passion, had been induced to unite himself with a person altogether beneath him, and that the natural result, entire and speedy disgust, had ensued. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart, but could not, for that reason, quite forgive his incommunicativeness in the matter of the Last Supper. For this I resolved to have my revenge. One day he came up on deck, and taking his arm, as had been my wont, I sauntered with him backward and forward. His gloom, however, which I considered quite natural under the circumstances, seemed entirely unabated. He said little, and that moodily, and with evident effort. I ventured a jest or two, and he made a sickening attempt at a smile. Poor fellow! As I thought of his wife, I wondered that he could have heart to put on even the semblance of mirth. At last I ventured a home thrust. I determined to commence a series of covert insinuations or innuendos about the oblong box, just to let him perceive, gradually, that I was not altogether the butt or victim of his little bit of pleasant mystification. My first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and as I spoke the words I smiled knowingly, winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark, but as its point seemed slowly to make its way into his brain, his eyes, in the same proportion, seemed protruding from their sockets. Then he grew very red, then hideously pale, then, as if highly amused with what I had insinuated, he began a loud and boisterous laugh, which, to my astonishment, he kept up, with gradually increasing vigor, for 10 minutes or more. In conclusion, he fell flat and heavily upon the deck. When I ran to uplift him, to all appearances he was dead. I called assistance, and with much difficulty we brought him to himself. Upon reviving he spoke incoherently for some time. At length we bled him and put him to bed. The next morning he was quite recovered, so far as regarded his mere bodily health. Of his mind I say nothing, of course. I avoided him during the rest of the passage, by advice of the captain, who seemed to coincide with me altogether in my views of his insanity, but cautioned me to say nothing on this head to any person on board. Several circumstances occurred immediately after this fit of Wyatt's which contributed to heighten the curiosity with which I was already possessed. Among other things, this: I had been nervous, drank too much strong green tea, and slept ill at night. In fact, for 2 nights I could not be properly said to sleep at all. Now my stateroom opened into the main cabin or dining room, as did those of all the single men on board. Wyatt's 3 rooms were in the after cabin, which was separated from the main one by a slight sliding door, never locked even at night. As we were almost certainly on a wind, and the breeze was not a little stiff, the ship heeled to leeward very considerably, and whenever her starboard side was to leeward, the sliding door between the cabins slid open and so remained, nobody taking the trouble to get up and shut it. But my berth was in such a position that when my own stateroom door was open, as well as the sliding door in question, and my own door was always open on account of the heat, I could see into the after cabin quite distinctly, and just at that portion of it, too, where were situated the staterooms of Mr. Wyatt. Well, during 2 nights, not consecutive, while I lay awake, I clearly saw Mrs. W., about 11 o'clock upon each night, steal cautiously from the stateroom of Mr. W. and enter the extra room, where she remained until daybreak, when she was called by her husband and went back. That they were virtually separated was clear. They had separate apartments, no doubt in contemplation of a more permanent divorce, and here, after all, I thought, was the mystery of the extra stateroom. There was another circumstance, too, which interested me much. During the 2 wakeful nights in question, and immediately after the disappearance of Mrs. Wyatt into the extra stateroom, I was attracted by certain singular, cautious, subdued noises in that of her husband. After listening to them for some time with thoughtful attention, I at length succeeded perfectly in translating their import. They were sounds occasioned by the artist in prying open the oblong box by means of a chisel and mallet, the latter being apparently muffled or deadened by some soft woolen or cotton substance in which its head was enveloped. In this manner I fancied I could distinguish the precise moment when he fairly disengaged the lid, also that I could determine when he removed it altogether, and when he deposited it upon the lower berth in his room. This latter point I knew, for example, by certain slight taps which the lid made in striking against the wooden edges of the berth, as he endeavoured to lay it down very gently, there being no room for it on the floor. After this there was a dead stillness, and I heard nothing more, upon either occasion, until nearly daybreak, unless, perhaps, I may mention a low sobbing or murmuring sound, so very much suppressed as to be nearly inaudible, if, indeed, the whole of this latter noise were not rather produced by my own imagination. I say it seemed to resemble sobbing or sighing, but of course it could not have been either. I rather think it was a ringing in my own ears. Mr. Wyatt, no doubt, according to custom, was merely giving the rein to one of his hobbies, indulging in one of his fits of artistic enthusiasm. He had opened his oblong box in order to feast his eyes on the pictorial treasure within. There was nothing in this, however, to make him sob. I repeat, therefore, that it must have been simply a freak of my own fancy, distempered by good Captain Hardy's green tea. Just before dawn, on each of the 2 nights of which I speak, I distinctly heard Mr. Wyatt replace the lid upon the oblong box, and force the nails into their old places by means of the muffled mallet. Having done this, he issued from his stateroom, fully dressed, and proceeded to call Mrs. W. from hers. We had been at sea 7 days, and were now off Cape Hatteras, when there came a tremendously heavy blow from the southwest. We were, in a measure, prepared for it, however, as the weather had been holding out threats for some time. Everything was made snug, alow and aloft, and as the wind steadily freshened, we lay to, at length, under spanker and foretopsail, both double-reefed. In this trim we rode safely enough for 48 hours, the ship proving herself an excellent sea-boat in many respects, and shipping no water of any consequence. At the end of this period, however, the gale had freshened into a hurricane, and our aftersail split into ribbons, bringing us so much in the trough of the water that we shipped several prodigious seas, one immediately after the other. By this accident we lost 3 men overboard with the caboose, and nearly the whole of the larboard bulwarks. Scarcely had we recovered our senses before the foretopsail went into shreds, when we got up a storm staysail, and with this did pretty well for some hours, the ship heading the sea much more steadily than before. The gale still held on, however, and we saw no signs of its abating. the rigging was found to be ill-fitted and greatly strained, and on the third day of the blow, about 5 in the afternoon, our mizzen-mast, in a heavy lurch to windward, went by the board. For an hour or more we tried in vain to get rid of it, on account of the prodigious rolling of the ship, and, before we had succeeded, the carpenter came aft and announced 4 feet of water in the hold. To add to our dilemma, we found the pumps choked and nearly useless. All was now confusion and despair, but an effort was made to lighten the ship by throwing overboard as much of her cargo as could be reached, and by cutting away the 2 masts that remained. This we at last accomplished, but we were still unable to do anything at the pumps, and in the meantime the leak gained on us very fast. At sundown the gale had sensibly diminished its violence, and as the sea went down with it, we still entertained faint hopes of saving ourselves in the boats. At 8 p.m. the clouds broke away to windward, and we had the advantage of a full moon, a piece of good fortune which served wonderfully to cheer our drooping spirits. After incredible labor we succeeded, at length, in getting the longboat over the side without material accident, and into this we crowded the whole of the crew and most of the passengers. This party made off immediately, and after undergoing much suffering, finally arrived in safety at Ocracoke Inlet on the 3rd day after the wreck. 14 passengers, with the captain, remained on board, resolving to trust their fortunes to the jolly boat at the stern. We lowered it without difficulty, although it was only by a miracle that we prevented it from swamping as it touched the water. It contained, when afloat, the captain and his wife, Mr. Wyatt and party, a Mexican officer, wife, 4 children, and myself, with a negro valet. We had no room, of course, for anything except a few positively necessary instruments, some provisions, and the clothes upon our backs. No one had thought of even attempting to save anything more. What must have been the astonishment of all, then, when, having proceeded a few fathoms from the ship, Mr. Wyatt stood up in the stern-sheets and coolly demanded of Captain Hardy that the boat should be put back for the purpose of taking in his oblong box. "Sit down, Mr. Wyatt," replied the captain, somewhat sternly. "You will capsize us if you do not sit quite still. Our gunwale is almost in the water now." "The box," vociferated Mr. Wyatt, still standing. "The box, I say. Captain Hardy, you cannot, you will not refuse me. Its weight will be but a trifle. It is nothing, mere nothing. By the mother who bore you, for the love of heaven, by your hope of salvation, I implore you to put back for the box." The captain for a moment seemed touched by the earnest appeal of the artist, but he regained his stern composure, and merely said, "Mr. Wyatt, you are mad. I cannot listen to you. Sit down, I say, or you will swamp the boat. Stay, hold him, seize him. He is about to spring overboard. There, I knew it, he is over." As the captain said this, Mr. Wyatt, in fact, sprang from the boat, and as we were yet in the lee of the wreck, succeeded, by almost superhuman exertion, in getting hold of a rope which hung from the forechains. In another moment he was on board, and rushing frantically down into the cabin. In the meantime we had been swept astern of the ship, and being quite out of her lee, were at the mercy of the tremendous sea which was still running. We made a determined effort to put back, but our little boat was like a feather in the breath of a tempest. We saw at a glance that the doom of the unfortunate artist was sealed. As our distance from the wreck rapidly increased, the madman, for as such only could we regard him, was seen to emerge from the companionway, up which, by dint of strength that appeared gigantic, he dragged, bodily, the oblong box. While we gazed in the extremity of astonishment, he passed rapidly several turns of a 3-inch rope, first around the box, and then about his body. In another instant both body and box were in the sea, disappearing suddenly, at once and forever. We lingered a while sadly upon our oars, with our eyes riveted upon the spot. At length we pulled away. The silence remained unbroken for an hour. Finally I hazarded a remark. "Did you observe, Captain, how suddenly they sank? Was not that an exceedingly singular thing? I confess that I entertained some feeble hope of his final deliverance when I saw him lash himself to the box and commit himself to the sea." "They sank as a matter of course," replied the captain, "and that like a shot. They will soon rise again, however, but not till the salt melts." "The salt?" I ejaculated. "Hush," said the captain, pointing to the wife and sisters of the deceased. "We must talk of these things at some more appropriate time." We suffered much and made a narrow escape, but fortune befriended us, as well as our mates in the longboat. We landed, in fine, more dead than alive, after 4 days of intense distress, upon the beach opposite Roanoke Island. We remained here a week, were not ill-treated by the wreckers, and at length obtained a passage to New York. About a month after the loss of the Independence, I happened to meet Captain Hardway in Broadway. Our conversation turned, naturally, upon the disaster, and especially upon the sad fate of poor Wyatt. I thus learned the following particulars. The artist had engaged passage for himself, wife, 2 sisters, and a servant. His wife was indeed, as she had been represented, a most lovely and most accomplished woman. On the morning of the 14th of June, the day in which I first visited the ship, the lady suddenly sickened and died. The young husband was frantic with grief, but circumstances imperatively forbade the deferring his voyage to New York. It was necessary to take to her mother the corpse of his adored wife, and, on the other hand, the universal prejudice which would prevent his doing so openly was well known. 9/10 of the passengers would have abandoned the ship rather than take passage with a dead body. In this dilemma Captain Hardy arranged that the corpse, being first partially embalmed and packed, with a large quantity of salt in a box of suitable dimensions, should be conveyed on board as merchandise. Nothing was to be said of the lady's decease, and, as it was well understood that Mr. Wyatt had engaged passage for his wife, it became necessary that some person should personate her during the voyage. This the deceased lady's maid was easily prevailed on to do. The extra stateroom, originally engaged for this girl during her mistress's life, was now merely retained. In this stateroom the pseudo-wife slept, of course, every night. In the daytime she performed, to the best of her ability, the part of her mistress, whose person, it had been carefully ascertained, was unknown to any of the passengers on board. My own mistake arose, naturally enough, through too careless, too inquisitive, and too impulsive a temperament. But of late it is a rare thing that I sleep soundly at night. There's a countenance which haunts me, turn as I will. There's a hysterical laugh which will forever ring within my ears. End of The Oblong Box.
The Oubliette by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Oubliette by Ellis Parker Butler. The discovery that Cyrilla was the daughter of Jonas Medderbrook, born Jones, was a great triumph for Philo Gubb. But while the Riverbank Eagle made a great hurrah about it, Philo Gubb was not entirely happy over the matter. Having won a reward of $10,000 for discovering Cyrilla and $500 for recovering Mr. Medderbrook's golf cup, Mr. Gubb might have ventured to tell Cyrilla of his love for her but for 3 reasons. The first reason was that Mr. Gubb was so bashful that it was impossible for him to speak his love openly and immediately. If Cyrilla had returned to Riverbank with her father, Mr. Gubb would have courted her by degrees. Or if Cyrilla had weighed only 200 pounds, Mr. Gubb might have had the bravery to propose to her instantly. But she weighed 1,000 pounds, and it required 5 times the bravery to propose to 1,000 pounds than was required to propose to 200 pounds. The second reason was that Mr. Dorgan, the manager of the sideshow, would not release Cyrilla from her contract. "She's a beauty of a fat lady," said Mr. Dorgan, "and I've got a 5-year contract with her, and I'm going to hold her to it." Mr. Medderbrook and Mr. Gubb would have been quite hopeless when Mr. Dorgan said this if Cyrilla had not taken them to one side. "Listen, dearies," she said. "He's a mean old brute, but don't you fret. I got a hunch how to make him cancel my contract in a perfectly refined and ladylike manner. Right now I start in bantin' and dietin' in the scientificest manner, and the way I can lose 300 or 400 pounds when I set out to do it is something grand. It won't be no time at all until I'm thin and wisp-like, and Mr. Dorgan will be glad to get rid of me." This information greatly cheered Mr. Gubb. While he admired Syrilla just as she was, a rapid mental calculation assured him that she would still be quite plump at 700 pounds, and he knew he could love 7/10 of Syrilla more than he could love 7/10 of any other lady in the world. The third reason had to do with the $10,000 reward. When Mr. Gubb and Mr. Medderbrook were proceeding homeward on the train, Mr. Medderbrook brought up the subject of the reward again. "I'm going to pay you that $10,000, Gubb," he said, "but I'm going to pay it so it will be worth a lot more than $10,000 to you." "You are very overly kind," said Mr. Gubb. "It's because I know you are fond of Syrilla," said Medderbrook. Mr. Gubb blushed. "So I ain't going to give you $10,000 cash," said Mr. Medderbrook. "I'm going to do a lot better by you than that. I'm going to give you gold mine stock. The only trouble—" "Gold mine stock sounds quite elegantly nice," said Mr. Gubb. "The only trouble," said Mr. Medderbrook, "is that the gold mine stock I want to give you is in a block of $25,000. It's nice stock. It's as neatly engraved as any stock I ever saw, and it is genuine common stock in the Utterly Hopeless Gold Mine Company." "The name sounds sort of unhopeful," ventured Mr. Gubb timidly. "That shows you don't know anything about gold mines," said Mr. Medderbrook cheerfully. The reason the miners gave it that name is because this mine lies right between two of the best gold mines in Minnesota. One of them is the Utterly Good Gold Mine, and the other is the Far From Hopeless. So when the miners named this mine, they took part of the names of the two others and called this one the Utterly Hopeless. That's the way the way it is always done." "It's very cleverly bright," said Mr. Gubb. "It's an old trick. I should say an old and approved method," said Mr. Medderbrook. "So what I'm going to do, Mr. Gubb, is let you in on the ground floor of this mine. It's a chance I wouldn't offer to everybody. This mine hasn't paid out all its money in dividends. I tell you as an actual fact, Mr. Gubb, that so far it hasn't paid out a cent in dividends, not even to the preferred stock. No, sir. And it ain't one of those mines that has been mined until all the gold is mined out of it. No, sir. Not an ounce of gold has ever been taken out of the Utterly Hopeless mine. Not an ounce." "It is all there yet?" exclaimed Mr. Gubb. "All there ever was," said Mr. Medderbrook. "Yes, sir. If you want me to, I'll give you a handwritten guarantee that the Utterly Hopeless mine has never paid a cent in dividends, and that not an ounce of gold has ever been taken out of the mine. That shows you I'm square about this. So what I'm going to do," he said impressively, "is turn over to you a block of $25,000 worth of Utterly Hopeless gold mine stock and apply the $10,000 I owe you as part of the purchase price. All you need to do then is pay me the other $15,000 as rapidly as you can." "That's very kindly generous of you," said Mr. Gubb gratefully. "And that isn't all," said Mr. Medderbrook. "I own every single share of the stock of that mine, Mr. Gubb, and as soon as you get the $15,000 paid up, I'll advance the price of that stock 100%. Yes, sir, I'll double the price of the stock, and what you own will be worth $50,000. There were tears in Philo Gubb's eyes as he grasped Mr. Medderbrook's hand. "And all I ask," said Mr. Medderbrook, "is that you hustle up and pay that $15,000 as quickly as you can, so that," he added, "you'll be worth $50,000 all the sooner." Upon reaching Riverbank, Mr. Medderbrook took Mr. Gubb to his home and turned over to him the stock in the Utterly Hopeless mine. "And here," said Mr. Medderbrook, "is a receipt for $10,500, and you can give me back that $500 I paid you for recovering my golf cup. That's to show you everything is fair and square when you deal with me. Now you owe me only $14,500. While Mr. Gubb was handing the $500 back to Mr. Medderbrook, the colored butler entered with a telegram. Mr. Medderbrook tore it open hastily. "Good news already," he said, and handed it to Mr. Gubb. It was from Syrilla, and said, "Be brave. Have lost 4 ounces already. Kind regards and best love to Mr. Gubb." With only partial satisfaction, Mr. Gubb left Mr. Medderbrook and proceeded downtown. He now had a double incentive for seeking the rewards that fall to detectives, for he had Syrilla to win and the Utterly Hopeless Gold Mine stock to pay for. He started for the Pie Wagon, for he was hungry, but on the way certain suspicious actions of Joe Henry, the liveryman who had twice beaten him up while he was working on the dynamiter case, stopped him, and it was much later when he entered the Pie Wagon. As Philo Gubb entered, Billy Getz sat on one of the stools and stirred his coffee. He held a dime novel with his other hand, reading, but Pie Wagon Pete kept an eye on him. He knew Billy Getz and his practical jokes. If unwatched for a moment, the young whippersnapper might empty the salt into the sugar bowl or play some other prank that came under his idea of fun. Billy Getz was a good example of the spoiled only son. He went in for all the vice that there was in town, and to occupy his spare time he planned practical jokes. He was 30 years old, rather bald, had a pale and leathery skin, and a preternaturally serious expression. In his pranks he was aided by the group of young poker-playing, cigarette-smoking fellows known as the Kidders. Billy Getz, as he read the last line of the thrilling tale of The Pale Avengers, tucked the book in his pocket and looked up and saw Philo Gubb. The hawk eyes of Billy Getz sparkled. "Hello, detective!" he cried. "Sit down and have something. You're just the man I've been looking for. Was asking Pete about you not a minute ago, wasn't I, Pete?" Pie Wagon Pete nodded. "Yes, sir," said Billy Getz eagerly. "I've got something right in your line, something big, mighty big. And say, detective, have you ever read The Pale Avengers?" "I ain't had that pleasure, Mr. Getz," said Philo Gubb, straddling a stool. "What's the matter? You're out of breath," said Pie Wagon. "I been running," said Philo Gubb. "I had to run a little. Detectives have to run at times, occasionally." "You bet they do," said Billy Getz earnestly. "You ain't been after the dynamiters, have you?" "I am from time to time working upon that case," said Philo Gubb with dignity. "Well, you be careful. You be mighty careful. We can't afford to lose a man like you," said Billy Getz. "You can't be too careful. Got any of the ghouls yet?" "Not yet," said Philo Gubb stiffly. "It's a difficult case for one that's just graduated out of a deteckative school. It's like Lesson 9 says, I got to proceed cautiously when working in the dark." "Or they'll get you before you get them," said Billy Getz, "like in The Pale Avengers. Here, I want you to read this book. It'll teach you some things you don't know about crooks, maybe." "Thank you," said Philo Gubb, taking the dime novel. "Anything that can help me in my deteckative career is real welcome. I'll read it, Mr. Getz, and look out!" he shouted, and in one leap was over the counter and crouching behind it. Billy Getz turned toward the door, where a short, red-faced man was standing with a pine slab held in his hand. Intense anger glittered in his eyes, and he darted to the counter and, leaning over, brought the slab down on Philo Gubb's back with a resounding whack. "Here, here! None of that stuff in here, Joe!" cried Pie Wagon Pete, grasping the intruder's arm. "I'll kill him, that's what I'll do!" shouted the intruder. "Snooping around my place and follerin' me up and down all the time. I told him I wasn't going to have him dogging me and pesterin' me. I beat him up twice, and now I'm going to give him the worst licking he ever had. Come out of there, you half-baked ostrich, you!" "Now you stop that!" said Pie Wagon Pete sternly. "You're going to be sorry if you beat him up. He don't mean no harm. He's just foolish. He don't know no better. All you got to do is explain it to him right." "Explain?" said Joe Henry. "I'd look nice explainin' anything, wouldn't I? Hand him over here, Pete." "Now listen!" shouted Pie Wagon Pete angrily. "You ain't everything. I'm your partner, ain't I? Well, you let me fix this." He winked at Joe Henry. "You let me explain to Mr. Gubb, and if he ain't satisfied, why, all right." For a moment Joe Henry studied Pie Wagon's face, and then he put down the slab. "All right, you explain," he said ungraciously, and Philo Gubb raised his white face above the counter. Upon the passage of the state prohibitory law, every saloon in Riverbank had been closed, and there had been growlings from the saloon element. 5 of the leading prohibitionists had received threatening letters, and a few nights later the houses of 4 of the 5 were blown up. Kegs of powder had been placed in the cellar windows of each of the 4 houses, wrecking them, and the 5th house was saved only because the fuse there was damp. Luckily no one was killed, but that was not the fault of the dynamiters, as everyone called them. The town and state immediately offered a reward of $5,000 for the arrest and conviction of the dynamiters, and detectives flocked to Riverbank. Real detectives came to try for the Nobel Prize. Amateur detectives came in hordes. Citizens who were not detectives at all tried their hands at the work. For the first few days, rumors of the immediate capture of the ghouls were flying everywhere, but day followed day and week followed week, and no one was incarcerated. The citizen detectives went back to their ordinary occupations. The amateur detectives went home. The real detectives were called off on other and more promising jobs, and soon the field was left clear for Philo Gubb. Not that he made much progress. Each night he hid himself in the dark doorway of Wilcox Hall, waiting to pick up Lesson 4, Rule 4, some suspicious-looking person, and having picked him up, he proceeded to trail and shadow him. Lesson 4, Rules 4 to 17. 6 times, twice by Joe Henry, he was well beaten by those he followed. It became such a nuisance to be followed by Philo Gubb in false mustache or whiskers that it was a public relief when Billy Getz and other young fellows took it upon themselves the duty of being shadowed. With hats pulled over their eyes and coat collars turned up, they would pass the dark doorway of Wilcox Hall, let themselves be picked up, and then lead poor Detective Gubb across rubbish-encumbered vacant lots, over mud flats, or among dark lumber piles, only to give him the slip with infinite ease when they tired of the game. But Philo Gubb was back the next night, waiting in the shadow of the doorway of Wilcox Hall. He did not progress very rapidly toward the goal of the reward, but he counted it all good practice. But being beaten twice in succession by Joe Henry aroused his suspicion. Joe Henry ran a small carting business. He had 3 teams and 3 drays, and a small stable on Locust Street, on the alley corner. He was a great friend of Pie Wagon Pete, and he ate at the Pie Wagon. Philo Gubb, after leaving Mr. Medderbrook, had not intentionally picked up Joe Henry. On his way to the Pie Wagon it had been necessary for him to pass the alley opposite Joe Henry's stable, and his detective instinct told him to hide himself behind a manure bin in the alley and watch the stable. In the warm June dusk he had crouched there, watching and waiting. Mr. Gubb could see into the stable, but there was not much to see. The stable boy sat at the door, his chair tipped back, until a few minutes after 11, when one of Joe Henry's drays drove up with a load of baled hay. Philo Gubb heard the voices of the men as they hoisted the hay to the hayloft, and he saw Joe Henry helping with the hoisting rope. The hay was water soaked. Water dripped from it onto the floor of the stable. But nothing exciting occurred, and Philo Gubb was about to consider this a dull evening's work when Joe Henry appeared in the doorway, a pitchfork in one hand and the slab of pine in the other. He looked up and down the street, and then, with surprising agility, sprang across the street toward where Philo Gubb lay hid. With a wild cry, Philo Gubb fled. The pitchfork clattered at his feet but missed him, and he had every advantage of long legs and speed. His heels clattered on the alley pave, and Joe Henry's clattered farther and farther behind at each leap of the correspondence school detective. "All right, you explain," said Joe Henry sullenly. "Now, you ain't to breathe a word of this. Cross your heart hope to die, Philo Gubb. Nor you neither, Billy," said Pie Wagon Pete. "Listen, me and Joe Henry ain't what we let on to be. That's why we don't want to be follered. We're detectives, regular detectives, from Chicago, and we're hired by the Law and Order League to run down them ghouls. We're right close on to them now, ain't we, Joe? And that's why we don't want to have no one bothering us. You wouldn't want no one shadowing you when you was on the trail, would you, Gubby?" "No, I don't feel like I would," admitted Philo Gubb. "That's right," said Pie Wagon Pete approvingly. And when these here dynamite ghouls is the kind of murderers they is, and me and Joe is expecting to be murdered by them any minute, it makes Joe nervous to be follered and spied on. Don't it, Joe?" "You bet," said Joe. "I'm liable to turn and moller up anybody I see sneaking up on me. I can't take chances." "So you won't interfere with Joe in the pursuit of his duty no more, will you, Gubby?" said Pie Wagon Pete. "I don't aim to interfere with nobody, Peter," said Philo Gubb. "I just want to pursue my own duty as I see it. I won't foller Mr. Henry no more if he don't like it, but I got a duty to do, and a full graduate of the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency Correspondence School of Deteckating, I got to do my level best to catch them dynamiters myself." Joe Henry frowned, and Pie Wagon Pete shook his head. "If you'll take my advice, Gubby," he said, "you'll drop that case right here and now. You don't know what dangerous characters them ghouls are. If they start to get you—" "You want to read that book, The Pale Avengers, I just gave you," said Billy Getz, "and then you'll know more." "Well, I won't interfere with you, Mr. Henry," said Philo Gubb, "but I'll do my duty as I see it. Fear don't frighten me. The first words in Lesson 1 is these: the deteckative must be a man devoid of fear. I can't go back on that. If them ghouls want to kill me, I can't object. Deteckating is a dangerous employment, and I know it." He went out and closed the door. "There," said Pie Wagon Pete. "Ain't that better than beating him up?" "Maybe," said Joe Henry grudgingly. "Chances are he's such a dummy he'll go right ahead follerin' me, and needs a good scare thrown into him." Billy Getz slid from his stool and ran his hands deep into his pockets, jingling a few coins and a bunch of keys. "Want me to scare him?" he asked pleasantly. "Say, you can do it, too," said Joe Henry eagerly. "You're the feller that can kid him to death. Go ahead. If you do, I'll give you a case of Six Star. Ain't that so, Pete?" "Absolutely," said Pie Wagon. "That's a bet," said Billy Getz pleasantly. "Leave it to the kidders." Philo Gubb went straight to his room at the Widow Murphy's, and having taken off his shoes and coat, leaned back in his chair with his feet on the bed and opened The Pale Avengers. He had never before read a dime novel, and this opened a new world to him. He read breathlessly. The style of the story was somewhat like this. The picture on the wall swung aside, and Detective Brown stared into the muzzles of two revolvers and the sharp eyes of the youngest of the Pale Avengers. A thrill of horror swept through the detective. He felt his doom was at hand, but he did not cringe. "Your time has come," said the Avenger. "Be not too sure," said Detective Brown haughtily. "Are you ready to die?" "Ever ready." The detective extended his hand toward the table on which his revolver lay. A cruel laugh greeted him. It was the last human voice he was to hear. As if by magic, the floor under his feet gave way. Down, down, down 1,000 feet he was precipitated. He tried to grasp the well-like walls of masonry, but in vain. Nothing could stay him. As he plunged into the deep water of the oubliette, a fiendish laugh echoed in his ears. The Pale Avengers had destroyed one more of their adversaries. Until he read this thrilling tale, Philo Gubb had not guessed the fiendishness of malefactors when brought to bay. And yet here it was in black and white. The oubliette, a dark, dank dungeon hidden beneath the ground, was a favorite method of killing detectives, it seemed. Generally speaking, the oubliette seemed to be the prevailing fashion in vengeful murder. Sometimes the bed sank into the oubliette. Sometimes the floor gave way and cast the victim into the oubliette. Sometimes the whole room sank slowly into the oubliette, but death for the victim always lurked in the pit. Before getting into bed, Philo Gubb examined the walls and the floor and the ceiling of his room. They seemed safe and secure, but twice during the night he awoke with a cry, imagining himself sinking through the floor. 3 nights later, as Philo Gubb stood in the dark doorway of the Wilcox Building waiting to pick up any suspicious character, Billy Getz slipped in beside him and drew him hastily to the back of the entry. "Hush! Not a word!" he whispered. "Did you see a man in the window across the street? The third window on the top floor?" "No," whispered Philo Gubb. Was there one?" "With a rifle," whispered Billy Getz. "Ready to pick you off. Come. It is suicide for you to try to go out the front way now. Follow me. I have news for you. Step quietly." He led the paperhanger through the back corridor to the open air and up the outside back stairs to the third floor and into the building. He tapped lightly on a door and it was opened the merest crack. "Friends," whispered Billy Getz, and the door opened wide and admitted them. The room was the club room of the Kidders, where they gathered night after night to play cards and drink illicit whiskey. Green shades over which were hung heavy curtains protected the windows. A large round table stood in the middle of the floor under the gaslights. A couch was in one corner of the room, and these with the chairs, and a formless heap in a far corner, over which a couch cover was thrown, constituted all the furniture except for the iron cuspidors. Here the young fellows came for their sport, feeling safe from intrusion, for the possession of whiskey was against the law. There was a fine of $500, one half to the informer, for the misdemeanor of having whiskey in one's possession, but the Kidders had no fear. They knew each other. For the moment the cards were put away and the couch cover hid the 4 cases of Six Star that represented the club's stock of liquor. The 5 young men already in the room were sitting around the table. "Sit down, Detective Gubb," said Billy Getz. "Here we are safe. Here we may talk freely, and we have something big to talk tonight." Philo Gubb moved a chair to the table. He had to push one of the cuspidors aside to make room, and as he pushed it with his foot he saw an oblong of paper lying in it among the sand and cigar stubs. It was a Six Star whiskey label. He turned his head from it with his bird-like twist of the neck and let his eyes rest on Billy Getz. "We know who dynamited those houses," said Billy Getz suddenly. "Do you know Jack Harburger?" "No," said Philo Gubb. I don't know him." "Well, we do," said Billy Getz. "He's the slickest ever. He was the boss of the gang. Read this." He slid a sheet of notepaper across to Philo Gubb, and the detective read it slowly. "Billy, send me $500 quick. I've got to get away from here. J.H." "And we made him our friend," said Billy Getz resentfully. "Why, he was here the night of the dynamiting, wasn't he, boys?" "He sure was," said the Kidders. "Now he's nothing to us," said Billy Getz. "Now, what do you say, Detective Gubb, if we fix it so you can grab him, will you split the reward with us?" "Half for you and half for me?" asked Philo Gubb, his eyes as big as poker chips. "$3,000 for you and 2 for us was what we figured was fair," said Billy Getz. "You ought to have the most. You put in your experience and your education in detective work." "And that ought to be worth something," admitted Philo Gubb. So it was agreed. They explained to Philo Gubb that Jack Harburger was the son of old Harburger of the Harburger House at Derlingport, and that they could count on the clerk of that hotel to help them. Billy Getz would go up and get things ready, and the next day Philo Gubb would appear at the hotel, in disguise of course, and do his part. The clerk would give him a room next to Jack Harburger's room, and see that there was a hidden opening in the partition, and Billy Getz, pretending he was bringing the money, would wring a full confession from Jack Harburger. Then Philo Gubb need only step into the room and snap the handcuffs on Jack Harburger and collect the reward. They shook hands all around finally, and Billy Getz went to the window to see that no ghoul was lurking in the street, ready to murder Philo Gubb when he went out. As he turned away from the window, the toe of his shoe caught in the fringe of the couch cover and dragged it partially from the odd-shaped pile in the corner. With a quick sweep of his hand, Billy Getz replaced the cover, but not before Philo Gubb had seen the necks of a full case of bottles, and had caught the glint of the label on one of them, bearing the 6 silver stars, like that in the cuspidor. Billy Getz cast a quick glance at the correspondence school detective's face, but Philo Gubb, his head well back on his stiff neck, was already gazing at the door. 2 days later, Philo Gubb, with his telescope valise in his hand, boarded the morning train for Derlingport. The river was on one of its rampages, and the water came close to the tracks. Here and there on the way to Derlingport the water was over the tracks, and in many places the wagon road, which followed the railway, was completely swamped, and the passing vehicles sank in the muddy water to their hubs. The year is still known as the year of the big flood in Riverbank. The water had flooded the Front Street cellars, and in Derlingport the sewers had backed up, flooding the entire lower part of town. When the train reached Derlingport, Philo Gubb, with his telescope valise, which contained his 12 correspondence school lessons, the Pale Avengers, a pair of handcuffs, his revolver, and 3 extra disguises, walked toward the Harburger House. He was already thoroughly disguised, wearing a coal-black beard and a red mustache, and an iron-gray wig with long hair. Luckily, he passed no one. With that disguise he would have drawn an immense crowd. Nothing like it had ever been seen on the streets of Derlingport, or elsewhere for that matter. A full block away, Philo Gubb saw the sign of the hotel, and he immediately became cautious, as a detective should. He crossed the street and observed the exits. There was a main entrance on the corner, a ladies' entrance at the side, and an entrance to what had once been the bar room. From the fire escape one could drop to the street without great injury. Philo Gubb noted all these, and then walked to the alley. There were 2 doors opening on the alley, one a cook's door, and the other evidently leading to the cellar. At the latter a dray stood, and as Philo Gubb paused there, 2 men came from this door and laid a bale of hay on the dray, pushing it forward carefully. They did not toss it carelessly onto the dray, but slid it onto the dray, and the hay was wet. Moreover, the 2 men were 2 of Joe Henry's men, and that was odd. It was odd that Joe Henry should send a dray the full 30 miles to Derlingport to get a load of wet hay when he could get all the dry hay he wanted in Riverbank. But it did not impress Philo Gubb. He hurried to the main entrance of the hotel and entered. The lobby of the Harburger House was large and gloomy in its old-fashioned black walnut woodwork. Except for 1 man sitting at a desk by the window and writing industriously, and the clerk behind the counter, the lobby was untenanted. To the left a huge stairway led to the gloom above, for the hotel boasted no elevator except the huge baggage lift, which had been put in the palmy days of the house, when the great river packets were still a business factor. Philo Gubb walked across the lobby to the clerk's desk. The industrious penman by the window glanced over his shoulder. He looked more like a hotel clerk than like a traveling salesman, but Philo Gubb gave this no thought. The clerk behind the desk put his fingers on his lips. "Shh!" he whispered. "Are you Detective Gubb? Good. I've been expecting you. Have you a gun?" "In my telescope case," whispered Philo Gubb. "Take this one," said the clerk, handing the paper-hanger detective a glittering revolver. "Be careful. Come, I'll show you the room." He came from behind the desk and picked up Philo Gubb's telescope valise and led the way up the dingy stairway. Luckily for Billy Getz's great practical joke, Philo Gubb had never seen Jack Harburger, or he would have recognized him in the plump little man carrying his telescope valise. Up 3 flights of dark stairs Jack Harburger led Philo Gubb, and at the landing of the 4th floor he stopped. "You were taking a risk, a big risk, coming undisguised," he said. "But I am disguised," said Philo Gubb. "These here is false whiskers and hair." "What?" exclaimed Jack Harburger. "Wonderful work! A splendid make-up detective. You fooled me with it, and I was on my guard. You'll do. Bend down like an old man. That's it. Now listen. I have cut a hole through the wall from your room into Jack's. You can hear every word he speaks. Have you a pencil and paper? Good. Jot down every word you hear, and don't make a sound. If you are discovered, well, they're a desperate gang. Come." He led the way through a long, dark corridor that turned and twisted. At the extreme end he stopped, put down the telescope valise, and drew a key from his pocket. "That's Jack's room," he breathed softly. "And you go in here. Sorry it isn't a better room. We had to use it, and you'd be here long anyway." He opened the door. It was a large door that swung outward, and it occupied one half of one side of the room. The floor of the room was carpeted, and the walls were papered, as was the ceiling. There was no window, but an electric light burned in the center of the ceiling. Across the far side of the room stood a narrow iron bed, with a small bureau beside it. Jack Harburger pointed to a hole in the wallpaper. "That's your ear hole," he whispered, and Philo Gubb stepped into the room. Instantly the door slammed behind him, the key turned in the lock, and he heard a heavy iron bar clank as it fell into place outside. He was a prisoner, caught like a rat in a trap, and he knew it. He threw himself against the door, but it did not give. The electric light above his head went dark. He put out his hand, and the wall gave slightly. He drew the revolver and waited, dreading what might next occur. He heard soft footsteps outside the door, and, raising the revolver, pulled the trigger. The trigger snapped harmlessly. He had been tricked. Tricked all around. "Is the oubliette prepared?" whispered a voice outside. "All ready for him. 12 feet of water. He'll drown like a rat." "Good. A slow death, like a rat in a trap, like we served the other two. Then get rid of his body the same way." "A stone on it, and the river?" "Yes. They'll never come up again." The voices died away along the corridor, and Philo Gubb was left in utter silence. Oubliette! The fate of the detectives of the Pale Avengers was to be his! Suddenly the room began to quiver. The floor and the walls trembled and creaked, and Philo Gubb threw himself once more against the door. He shouted and beat upon it with his hands. Inch by inch, creaking and swaying, the room glided downward. The door seemed to glide upward beyond the ceiling, giving place to a solid wall. He turned and beat on the side of the room, and it gave forth a hollow sound. As he moved, the room swayed under his feet. He was doomed. Alone in the darkness, his fear suddenly gave way to a feeling of pride. He was dangerous enough, then, to be thought worthy of death. His last drop of doubt oozed out of his mind. He must be, a great detective, or such means would not have been taken to get rid of him. He felt a sort of calm joy in this. His murderers knew his prowess. Locked in the room, going down to certain death, he exulted. And if he was as great as all that, it could not be that his position was hopeless. Time and again, Carl Carroll, the boy detective, had been in equally precarious positions, but in the end he had brought the Pale Avengers low. And what a boy, untrained, could do, a graduate of the Rising Sun Correspondence School of Detecting ought to be able to do. He drew his knife from his pocket and cut into the wallpaper of the side wall. Being a paper hanger, the first touch of his hand against the side wall had told him the wallpaper was pasted on canvas and not on a solid wall, and now he ripped the canvas away. The wall was of rough boards, scarred and marred. The opposite wall was the same. He kneeled on the bed and tried the rear wall. He felt the plastered wall gliding upward. He stood on the bed and ripped the canvas ceiling away. As he ripped the ceiling away, light entered the cage from a dirty skylight far above. Just over his head, a heavy iron grating covered the cage, barring him in, but high up he could see the great drum from which the cable slowly unwound as the car descended. He was in an elevator, but this knowledge gave him small comfort. Cage, room, or elevator, call it what he chose, it was relentlessly descending into the flooded cellar. He watched the drum with fascinated eyes as the wire cable unwound itself. He lay back on the bed, his feet hanging to the floor, and stared upward. He could not take his eyes from the revolving drum. It was like a clock marking the moments he still had to live. But suddenly he was galvanized into action. Over his feet something cold ran, making him jerk them from the floor. It was the water of the oubliette, and he gazed on it with horror as it rose, inch by inch, toward him. Slowly, as the car dropped, the water crept up. It reached the first drawer of the small bureau. It crept up to the side rails of the bed. It wet the mattress, and still it rose. He stood on the bed and grasped the iron grating above his head. "Stop," whispered a voice above his head, and the creaking cage stopped. "Gubb! Detective Gubb!" whispered the voice, and Philo Gubb looked upward. "Listen, Detective Gubb," said the voice. "One touch of my hand on the lever and you will be dropped beneath the waters, never to appear again except dead. One only chance remains for your life, and blackened with crime though we are, we offer you that chance. If you will swear to leave the state, never to return, we will spare you. What say you, Philo Gubb?" It was an offer no mortal could refuse. Life, after all, is sweet. Philo Gubb, the relentless correspondence school detective, opened his mouth, but as he turned his head upward he closed it again and licked his lips twice. "No, dern ye!" he shouted angrily. "I won't ever do no such thing." There was a hurried whispering of many voices above him. "Think well," said the voice again. "We will give you until midnight to reconsider your rashness. Until midnight, Detective Gubb." "You can't scare me!" shouted Philo Gubb. "Until midnight," repeated the voice, and then there was silence. Philo Gubb immediately drew his heavy pocket knife from his pocket and began cutting out one of the panels of the door that shut him in on one side. He did not work hurriedly. He was not at all frightened. Looking up, he had seen the drum, and there was no more cable on the drum to be unwound. The car could descend no farther. His feet were as wet as they could get. Unless the river rose to unbelievable height, he could not be drowned in the makeshift oubliette. Unless he voluntarily lay down in the shallow water and inhaled it. He worked on the panel slowly, but with the earnestness of a very angry victim of a hoax. The panel fell outward with a splash and floated away. Philo Gubb bent sideways and squeezed out of the small opening into the cellar. The huge cellar was dusky in the dim light that entered through the cobwebbed panes high in the wall. It was an immense place, and now knee-deep in water, except for a gangway of boards laid on low trestles, which led from one side of the cellar to the cellar door. There were coal bins and vegetable bins, like watery bays leading from the general cellar sea, and, strange appliance to discover in a hotel cellar, a small hay-baling press stood on an extemporized platform against one wall, and alongside it, on a long table such are seen in factories, bales of hay, some complete and some torn open, and cases. The cases were labeled Blue River Canned Tomatoes, but one split across the end gave evidence that their contents were not canned tomatoes at all. Through the crack in the case glittered the 6 silver stars of the 6-Star whiskey. There were 26 of the cases. Philo Gubb waded to the raised gangway and walked to the cellar door. It was double barred on the inside, and he lifted the bars cautiously and stepped into the alley, closing the door carefully behind him. He pulled his false whiskers and wig from his face and stuffed them in his pockets and hurried down the alley. When he returned, Billy Getz, Jack Harburger, and 6 of the Kidders were holding high revel in the closed barroom of the Harburger house, but they all fell silent when the door opened and the sheriff of Derling County entered, with Philo Gubb and 3 deputies in company. It was evident that the sheriff did not consider Philo Gubb a joke. "Search warrant, Jack," he said to Harburger. "Detective Gubb of Riverbank has been doing some sleuthing in your hotel. He says we want to have a look at the cellar." The next morning the Riverbank Eagle was full of Philo Gubb again. Through the superb acumen of that wonderful detective, 3 stores of whiskey had been discovered and confiscated. One in the cellar of the Harburger house at Derlingport, one in Joe Henry's stable at Riverbank, and a smaller one in the room in the Wilcox Building frequented by the Kidders. "How I done it?" said Philo Gubb to one of his admirers. "I done it like a deteckative does it. A deteckative that wants to detect. Picks up some feller that looks suspicious like it says in Lesson 4, Rule 4, and then he shadows and trails him like it says in Lesson 4, Rules 4 to 17, and then something's bound to happen." "But how can you tell what's going to happen?" asked his admirer. "Well, sir," said Philo Gubb, "that's the beauty of the deteckative business. You don't ever know what's going to happen until it happens." End of The Oubliette by Ellis Parker Butler.
A Quicksilver Cassandra by J.K. Bangs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Quicksilver Cassandra by J.K. Bangs. It was altogether queer, and Jingleberry to this day does not entirely understand it. He had examined his heart as carefully as he knew how, and had arrived at the entirely reasonable conclusion that he was in love. He had every symptom of that malady. When Miss Marian Chapman was within range of his vision, there was room for no one else there. He suffered from that peculiar optical condition which enabled him to see but one thing at a time when she was present, and she was that one thing, which was probably the reason why, in his mind's eye, she was the only woman in the world, for Marian was ever present before Jingleberry's mental optic. He had also examined as thoroughly as he could in hypothesis the heart of this only woman, and he had, or thought he had, which amounts to the same thing, reason to believe that she reciprocated his affection. She certainly seemed glad always when he was about. She called him by his first name, and sometimes quarrelled with him as she quarrelled with no one else. And if that wasn't a sign of love in a woman, then Jingleberry had studied the sex all his years, and they were 32, for nothing. In short, Marian behaved so like a sister to him that Jingleberry, knowing how dreams and women go by contraries, was absolutely sure that a sister was just the reverse from that relationship which in her heart of hearts she was willing to assume towards him, and he was happy in consequence. Believing this, it was not at all strange that he should make up his mind to propose marriage to her, though, like many other men, he was somewhat chicken-hearted in coming to the point. 4 times had he called upon Marian for the sole purpose of asking her to become his wife, and 4 times had he led up to the point and then talked about something else. What quality it is in man that makes a coward of him in the presence of one he considers his dearest friend is not within the province of this narrative to determine. But Jingleberry had it in its most virulent form. He had often got so far along in his proposal as, "Marian, will you, and there he had as often stopped, contenting himself with such commonplace conclusions as, "Go to the matinee with me tomorrow," or "Ask your father for me if he thinks the stock market is likely to strengthen soon," and other amazing substitutes for the words he so ardently desired, yet feared to utter. But this afternoon, the one upon which the extraordinary events about to be narrated took place, Jingleberry had called resolved not to be balked in his determination to learn his fate. He had come to propose, and propose he would, ruat caelum. His confidence in a successful termination to his suit had been reinforced that very morning by the receipt of a note from Miss Chapman asking him to dine with her parents and herself that evening, and to accompany them after dinner to the opera. Surely that meant a great deal, and Jingleberry conceived that the time was ripe for a blushing yes to his long-deferred question. So he was here in the Chapman parlour waiting for the young lady to come down and become the recipient of the interesting interrogatory, as it is called in some sections of Massachusetts. "I'll ask her the first thing," said Jingleberry, buttoning up his Prince Albert, as though to impart a possibly needed stiffening to his backbone. "She will say yes, and then I shall enjoy the dinner and the opera so much the more. Ahem, I wonder if I am pale. I feel sort of, there's a mirror, that will tell." Jingleberry walked to the mirror, an oval, gilt-framed mirror, such as was very much the vogue 50 years ago, for which reason alone, no doubt, it was now admitted to the golden-white parlour of the house of Chapman. "Blessed things these mirrors," said Jingleberry, gazing at the reflection of his face. "So reassuring. I'm not at all pale. Quite the contrary. I'm red as a sunset. Good omen, that. The sun is setting on my bachelor days. And my scarf is crooked. Ah!" The ejaculation was one of pleasure, for, pictured in the mirror, Jingleberry saw the form of Marian entering the room through the portière. "How do you do, Marian? Been admiring myself in the glass," he said, turning to greet her. er, Here he stopped, as well he might, for he addressed no one. Miss Chapman was nowhere to be seen. "Dear me," said Jingleberry, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. "How extraordinary! I surely thought I saw her. Why, I did see her. That is, I saw her reflection in the Ha! She caught me gazing at myself there, and has hidden." He walked to the door and drew the portiere aside, and looked into the hall. There was no one there. He searched every corner of the hall and of the dining room at its end, and then returned to the parlour, but it was still empty. And then occurred the most strangely unaccountable event in his life. As he looked about the parlour, he, for the second time, found himself before the mirror, but the reflection therein, though it was of himself with his back turned to his real self, as he stood gazing amazedly into the glass. And besides this, although Jingleberry was alone in the real parlour, the reflection of the dainty room showed that there he was not so, for, seated in her accustomed graceful attitude in the reflected armchair, was nothing less than the counterfeit presentment of Marian Chapman herself. It was a wonder Jingleberry's eyes did not fall out of his head, he stared so. What a situation it was, to be sure, to stand there and see in the glass a scene which, as far as he could observe, had no basis in reality, and how interesting it was for Jingleberry to watch himself going through the form of chatting pleasantly there in the mirror's depths with the woman he loved. It almost made him jealous, though the reflected Jingleberry was so entirely independent of the real Jingleberry. The jealousy soon gave way to consternation, for, to the wondering suitor, the independent reflection was beginning to do that for which he himself had come. In other words, there was a proposal going on there in the glass, and Jingleberry enjoyed the novel sensation of seeing how he himself would look when passing through a similar ordeal. Altogether, however, it was not as pleasing as most novelties are, for there were distinct signs in the face of the mirrored Marian that the mirrored Jingleberry's words were distasteful to her, and that the proposition he was making was not one she could entertain under any circumstances. She kept shaking her head, and the more she shook it, the more the glazed Jingleberry seemed to implore her to be his. Finally, Jingleberry saw his quicksilver counterpart fall upon his knees before Marian of the glass, and hold out his arms and hands towards her in an attitude of prayerful despair, whereupon the girl sprang to her feet, stamped her left foot furiously upon the floor, and pointed the unwelcome lover to the door. Jingleberry was fairly staggered. What could be the meaning of so extraordinary a freak of nature? Surely it must be prophetic. Fate was kind enough to warn him in advance, no doubt. Otherwise it was a trick. And why should she stoop to play so paltry a trick as that upon him? Surely fate would not be so petty. No, it was a warning. The mirror had been so affected by some supernatural agency that it divined and reflected that which was to be, instead of confining itself to what Jingleberry called simultaneity. It led, instead of following or acting coincidentally with the reality, and it was the part of wisdom, he thought, for him to yield to its suggestion and retreat, and as he thought this, he heard a soft, sweet voice behind him. "I hope you haven't got tired of waiting, Tom," it said, and turning, Jingleberry saw the unquestionably real Marian standing in the doorway. "No," he answered shortly. I have had a pleasant, very entertaining 10 minutes, but I must hurry along, Marian," he added. "I only came to tell you that I have a frightful headache, and, I can't well manage to come to dinner or go to the opera with you tonight." "Why, Tom," pouted Marian, "I am awfully disappointed. I had counted on you, and now my whole evening will be spoiled. Don't you think you can rest a little while, and then come?" "Well, I want to, Marian," said Jingleberry, "but, to tell the truth, I really am afraid I am going to be ill. I've had such a strange experience this afternoon. Tell me what it was," suggested Marian sympathetically. And Jingleberry did tell her what it was. He told her the whole story from beginning to end, what he had come for, how he had happened to look in the mirror, and what he saw there. And Marian listened attentively to every word he said. She laughed once or twice, and when he had done, she reminded him that mirrors have a habit of reversing everything, and somehow or other Jingleberry's headache went, and, well, everything went. End of A Quicksilver Cassandra. Recording by Rosie.
Silence, a Fable, by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Silence, a Fable, by Edgar Allan Poe. The mountain pinnacles slumber, valleys, crags, and caves are silent. Listen to me, said the demon, as he placed his hand upon my head. The region of which I speak is a dreary region in Libya, by the borders of the river Zaire, and there is no quiet there, nor silence. The waters of the river have a saffron and sickly hue, and they flow not onward to the sea, but palpitate forever and forever beneath the red eye of the sun with a tumultuous and convulsive motion. For many miles on either side of the river's oozy bed is a pale desert of gigantic water lilies. They sigh one unto the other in that solitude, and stretch towards the heaven their long and ghastly necks, and nod to and fro their everlasting heads. And there is an indistinct murmur which cometh out from among them like the rushing of subterrene water, and they sigh one unto the other. But there is a boundary to their realm, the boundary of the dark, horrible, lofty forest. There, like the waves about the Hebrides, the low underwood is agitated continually. But there is no wind throughout the heaven, and the tall primeval trees rock eternally hither and thither with a crashing and mighty sound. And from their highest summits, one by one, drop everlasting dews, and at the roots strange poisonous flowers lie writhing in perturbed slumber. And overhead, with a rustling and loud noise, the grey clouds rush westwardly forever until they roll a cataract over the fiery wall of the horizon. But there is no wind throughout the heaven, and by the shores of the river Zaire there is neither quiet nor silence. It was night, and the rain fell, and falling it was rain, but having fallen it was blood. And I stood in the morass among the tall lilies, and the rain fell upon my head, and the lilies sighed one unto the other in the solemnity of their desolation. And all at once the moon arose through the thin ghastly mist, and was crimson in colour, and mine eyes fell upon a huge grey rock, which stood by the shore of the river, and was lighted by the light of the moon. And the rock was grey and ghastly and tall, and the rock was grey. Upon its front were characters engraven in the stones. And I walked through the morass of water lilies, until I came close unto the shore, that I might read the characters upon the stone. But I could not decipher them. And I was going back into the morass, when the moon shone with a fuller red. And I turned and looked again upon the rock and upon the characters, and the characters were desolation. And I looked upwards, and there stood a man upon the summit of the rock. And I hid myself among the water lilies, that I might discover the action of the man. And the man was tall and stately in form, and wrapped up from his shoulders to his feet in the toga of old Rome. And the outlines of his figure were indistinct, but his features were the features of a deity, for the mantle of the night and of the mist and of the moon and of the dew had left uncovered the features of his face. And his brow was lofty with thought, and his eye wild with care, and in the few furrows upon his cheek I read the fables of sorrow and the weariness and disgust with mankind, and the longing after solitude. And the man sat on the rock, and leaned his head upon his hand, and looked out upon the desolation. He looked down into the low unquiet shrubbery, and up into the tall primeval trees, and up higher at the rustling heaven, and into the crimson moon. And I lay close within shelter of the lilies, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. And the man turned his attention from the heaven, and looked out upon the dreary river Zaire, and upon the yellow ghastly waters, and upon the pale legions of the water lilies. And the man listened to the sighs of the water lilies, and to the murmur that came up from among them. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I went down into the recesses of the morass, and waded afar in among the wilderness of the lilies, and called unto the hippopotami which dwelt among the fens in the recesses of the morass. And the hippopotami heard my call, and came, with the behemoth, unto the foot of the rock, and roared loudly and fearfully beneath the moon. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I cursed the elements with the curse of tumult, and the frightful tempest gathered in the heaven, where before there had been no wind. And the heaven became livid with the violence of the tempest, and the rain beat upon the head of the man, and the floods of the river came down, and the river was tormented into foam, and the water lilies shrieked within their beds, and the forest crumbled before the wind, and the thunder rolled, and the lightning fell, and the rock rocked to its foundation. And I lay close within my covert, and observed the actions of the man. And the man trembled in the solitude, but the night waned, and he sat upon the rock. Then I grew angry and cursed with the curse of silence, the river and the lilies and the wind, and the forest and the heaven, and the thunder and the sighs of the water lilies. And they became accursed, and were still. And the moon ceased to totter up its pathway to heaven, and the thunder died away, and the lightning did not flash, and the clouds hung motionless, and the waters sunk to their level and remained, and the trees ceased to rock, and the water lilies sighed no more. And the murmur was heard no longer from among them, nor any shadow of sound throughout the vast illimitable desert. And I looked upon the characters of the rock, and they were changed, and the characters were silence. And mine eyes fell upon the countenance of the man, and his countenance was one with terror, and hurriedly he raised his head from his hand, and stood forth upon the rock, and listened. But there was no voice throughout the vast illimitable desert, and the characters upon the rock were silence. And the man shuddered, and turned his face away, and fled afar off in haste, so that I beheld him no more. Now there are fine tales in the volumes of the Magi, in the iron-bound, melancholy volumes of the Magi. Therein, I say, are glorious histories of the heaven and of the earth and of the mighty sea, and of the genii that overruled the sea and the earth and the lofty heaven. There was much lore, too, in the sayings which were said by the Sibyls, and holy things were heard of old by the dim leaves that trembled around Dodona. But, as Allah liveth, that fable which the demon told me as he sat by my side in the shadow of the tomb, I hold to be the most wonderful of all. And as the demon made an end of his story, he fell back within the cavity of the tomb and laughed. And I could not laugh with the demon, and he cursed me because I could not laugh. And the lynx which dwelleth forever in the tomb came out therefrom, and lay down at the feet of the demon, and looked at him steadily in the face. End of Silence, a Fable.
The 2-Cent Stamp by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The 2-Cent Stamp by Ellis Parker Butler. The house in 10th Street, where Philo Gubb was doing a job of paper hanging when he made the happy error of capturing the dynamiters while seeking the unburglars, was the home of Aunt Martha Turner, a member of the Ladies' Temperance League of Riverbank. The members of the Ladies' Temperance League, and Aunt Martha Turner particularly, had recently begun a movement to have City Attorney Mullen impeached and thrown out of office. For they claimed that while he had been elected by the Prohibition Republican Party, and had pledged himself to close every saloon, he had not closed one single saloon. Aunt Martha Turner and her associates believed this was because Attorney Mullen was himself a drinker of beer, and it was to get proof of this that the hot-headed ladies had engaged a youth named Slippery Williams to make a raid on his home. Detective Gubb was, however, quite unconscious of all this when he proceeded to the home of Aunt Martha to complete his work there. He was in an unhappy frame of mind, for he had in his pocket nothing but one 2-cent stamp, and he had immediate need for $100. Mr. Gubb had early that morning visited the home of Mr. Medderbrook, from whom he hoped to have news of Syrilla, but the colored butler informed him that Mr. Medderbrook had been called to Chicago. "He done left word, howsomedever," said the butler, "that ef you come and was willin' to pay 30 cents, you could have this telegraph what come from Miss Syrilla, and he left this note for you what you can have whether you pay or not." Mr. Gubb quite willingly gave the negro 30 cents, the very last money he possessed, and read the telegram. It said, "Hope on, hope ever. Have given up wheat bread, corn bread, rye bread, homemade bread, baker's bread, biscuit, and rolls. Have lost 6 pounds more. Love to Gubby." This would have sent Mr. Gubb to his work in a happy frame of mind had it not been for the note Mr. Medderbrook had left. This note said, "Called to Chicago suddenly. I must have $100 payment on account of the gold stock immediately. Cannot let my daughter marry a man who puts off paying for gold stock forever. Unless I hear from you with the money tomorrow, all is over between us." Such a letter would have made any lover sad. Mr. Gubb had no idea where he could raise $100 during the day, and he saw his promising romance cut short just when Syrilla was beginning to lose weight handsomely. The greeting he received when he reached Aunt Martha Turner's was not of a sort to cheer him. Mrs. Turner met him with a sour face. "No, you can't go ahead with puttin' the wallpaper on this kitchen ceiling today, Mr. Gubb," she said. "I'd like to if I could," said Philo Gubb wistfully. "My financial condition ain't such as to allow me to waste a day. I'm very low in a monetary shape right now." Aunt Martha Turner seemed worried. "Well," she said reluctantly, "I guess if that's the case you might as well go ahead. I expect I'll have to be out of the house most all day. If you get done before I get back, lock the kitchen door and put the key behind a shutter." She departed, and Philo Gubb set up his trestle, unrolled and trimmed a strip of ceiling paper, pasted it, and climbed his ladder. At the top he seated himself a moment and shook his head. He sighed and picked up the paste-covered strip of ceiling paper, but before he could get to his feet the kitchen door opened and Snooks Turner put his head in cautiously. "Say, Gubb, where's Aunt Martha?" he asked in a whisper. "She's gone out," said Philo Gubb. "She won't be back for quite some time, I guess, Snooksy." "Good," said Snooks, and he entered the kitchen. Some weeks before he had met Nan Kilfillian. He was deeply in love with Nan, and Nan was a good girl, although Aunt Martha Turner did not approve of her, because she was hired girl to City Attorney Mullen. Before she had met Snooks, Nan had done her best to make something of Slippery Williams, who was courting her then, but that task was beyond even Nan's powers. Snooks held a job on the Eagle as city reporter, with the dignified title of city editor, and he was making good. He got the news. He seemed able to smell news. When there was big news in the air, he would become uneasy and feel nervous. "I got the twitches again," he would say to the editor of the Eagle. "There's some big item around. I've got to get it." And he would get it. "She's gone out, has she?" said Snooks when he had entered his aunt's kitchen and asked Philo Gubb about Aunt Martha. "That's good. I wanted to see you on a matter of business. Detective business." He put his hand in his pocket and drew out a small roll of bills. He was not the usually neat Snooks. One eye was blackened and one side of his face was scratched. His clothes were badly torn and soiled. He looked as if someone had tried to murder him. "There," he said, holding the bills up to Philo Gubb after counting them. "There's $25. You take that and find out what I have done, and what's the matter with me, and all about it." "What do you want me to find out?" asked Mr. Gubb, fondling the bills. "If I knew, I wouldn't ask you," said Snooks peevishly. "I don't know what it is. I'd go and find out myself, but I'm in jail." "Where did you say you was?" asked Philo Gubb. "In jail," said Snooks. "I'm in jail, and I'm in bad. When the marshal put me in last night, I gave him my word I'd stay in all day today, and it ain't right for me to be here now. 'Doggone you, Snooks,' he says. 'You ain't got no consideration for me at all.' Here I figured that there wouldn't be no wave of crime strike town for some days, and I went and took the jail door down to the blacksmith to have a panel put in where the one rusted out. And my wife made me promise to drive out to the farm with her tomorrow, and now you come and spoil everything. I got to stay in town and watch you." "Go on," I says, "and take your drive. I'll stay in jail. I got a strong imagination. I'll imagine there's a door." "Honor bright?" he says. "Yes, honor bright," I says. "So he went," said Snooks, "and he's trusting me, and here I am. You can see it wouldn't do for me to be running all over town when by rights I'm locked and barred and bolted in jail. I'm locked and barred and bolted in jail, and well started on my way to the penitentiary as a burglar." "As a burglar?" exclaimed Gubb. "That's it," said Snooks. "I can't see head nor tail of it. You gotta help me out, Gubb. See if you can make any sense of this. Last night I went out for a walk with Nan. She's my girl, you know, and she's going to marry me. Maybe she won't now, but she was going to. She works for Mullen. We got back to Mullen's house about 11 o'clock, and Mrs. Mullen always locks the door at 10:30, whether Nan is in or not. So, being late, we had to ring the doorbell, and Mr. Mullen came to the door to let Nan in, and when he saw I was with her he shook hands with me and asked me to come in and have a cigar and sit a while. But I told him I had to hustle up some news for today's paper, and he let me go. That's how pleasant he was. So I went downtown, and the first fellow I met was Sammy Wilmerton. "Widow Wilmerton's boy?" asked Philo Gubb. "Exactly," said Snooks, feeling his eye with his finger. "And he says, 'Snooks, did you hear what the Ladies' Temperance League did last night?' I hadn't heard. I heard Ma say," says Sammy, "but don't say I told you. They got up a petition to have City Attorney Mullen impeached by the City Council." Well, that was news. I went into the Eagle's office and called up Mullen. "Hello, is that Attorney Mullen?" I says. "Yes," he says. "Well, something happened last night," I says, "and I'd like to see you about it." "How do you know what happened?" he says. "No matter," I says. "Can I come up?" After half a minute, he says, "Oh, yes, come up. Come right away. I'll be waiting for you." So I went. "Nothing strange about that," said Philo Gubb, shifting himself on the ladder. "So I went," continued Snooks. "I rang the doorbell, and the moment it rang, the door flew open, and bliff! Down came a bed blanket over me, and somebody grabbed me in his arms and lugged me into the house. I guess it was Attorney Mullen. You know how big and husky he is. But I couldn't see him. I couldn't see anything. Only every 2 seconds, bump, he hit me at my head through the blanket. That's how I got this eye. And all the time he was talking to me, mad as a hatter, and I couldn't hear a word he said. But I could hear his wife screaming at the top of the stairs, and I could hear Nan screaming, and I heard a window go up. "Stop that yelling," says Mullen, in a voice I could hear. And then he picked me up again and carried me to the back door and opened it and threw me all the way down the 8 steps. I chucked off the blanket, and I was going up the steps again to show him he couldn't treat me that way, when bing! Somebody next door took a shot at me with a revolver. Thought I was a burglar, I guess. I started to run for the back gate when bing! Somebody shot at me from the other house. What do you think of that? For a few minutes it sounded like the Battle of San Juan, and I can't understand yet why I didn't suffer an awful loss of life." "But you didn't?" asked Philo Gubb. "No, sirree. I made a dive for the cellar door just as they got the range. I stayed in the cellarway with the bullets pattering on it like hail until the cop came. Tim Fogarty was the cop. He ordered cease firing, and the shower stopped, and I let him capture me. He took me to the calaboose, and this morning early he had me before the judge, and I'm held for the grand jury, and the charge is burglary and petit larceny. Now, what is the answer?" "Being pulled into a house and thrown out the other door isn't burglary," said Philo Gubb. "Burglary is breaking in or breaking out. Maybe Attorney Mullen mistook you for someone else." "Mistook nothin'," said Snooks. "He was in the courtroom this morning. He handed the case against me. Who's that?" Someone was climbing the back steps, and Snooks made one dive for the cellar door and slipped inside. He knew how to get out through the cellar, for he was familiar with it. He did not wait now, but opened the outside cellar door, and after looking to see that the way was clear, hurried back to jail. Philo Gubb did not have time to descend from his ladder before the kitchen door opened. The visitor was Policeman Fogarty. "Mornin'," he said, removing his hat and wiping the sweatband with his red handkerchief. "Don't ye get down, Mr. Gubb, sor. I want but a word with ye. I seen Snooksy Turner here but a second ago, me lookin' in at the windy, and you and him conversin'. Maybe he was speakin' to ye of his arrest?" "He was conversing with me of that occurrence," said Philo Gubb. "He was consulting me in my professional capacity." "And a fine young lad he is," said Policeman Fogarty, reaching into his pocket. "I got the devil for arresting him. 'Twas that dark, ye see, Mr. Gubb. I could not see who I was arrestin'. Maybe he was consultin' ye about gettin' clear of the charge against him?" "He retained my deteckative services," said Philo Gubb. "Poor young man," said Fogarty. "I'll warrant he has none too much money. Me heart bleeds for him. You'll have no invid trailin' and shadowin' and other detective work to do on the case, no doubt. 'Tis expensive work, that. I was thinkin' maybe ye'd permit me to contribute a $5 bill for the work, for I'm that sad to have had a hand in arrestin' him." Fogarty held up the bill, and Philo Gubb took it. "Contingent expenses are always numerously present in deteckative operations," he said. "Right ye are," said Fogarty, "and you'll remember, if anyone asks ye, that I expressed me contrition for arrestin' Snooksy. Whist," he said, putting his hand alongside his mouth and whispering, "someone wanted me to search the house here to see did Snooksy have 7 bottles of beer and a silver beer opener in his room." Philo Gubb sat on the ladder and contemplated the $5 bill until he heard Fogarty returning. "Hist!" Fogarty said. "I did not see him, mind ye." Fogarty slipped out of the back door and was gone, and Philo Gubb, after a thoughtful moment, decided that the $5 bill was rightfully his, and slipped it into his pocket. To earn it, however, he must get to work on the case. He raised the pasted strip of paper, but before he could place the loose ends on the ceiling, someone tapped at the kitchen door. "Come in," he called, and the door opened. Slippery Williams glided into the room. His crafty eyes sought Philo Gubb. "'Lo, Gubby. What you doing up there? Where's Miss Turner?" he asked. "Miss Turner is out on business, I presume," said the Correspondence School detective coldly, "and I am pursuing my professional duties in the deteckating line." "Y'are, hey?" said Slippery. "Who you detectin' for now?" "Snooks Turner," said Philo Gubb. "I'm solving a case for him." Instantly Slippery's manner changed. From rough he became smooth. From bold he became cringing. "Why, I'm Snooksy's friend," he said. "You know me and Snooksy was always chums, don't you, Gubby? Yes, sir, I think a lot of Snooksy. He says, 'Slippery, you go up to my room and get me a bundle of clean clothes. These are all torn and dirty, and, well, I guess I'll get 'em and get back. Snooks is waiting for me.'" He turned to the hall, but Philo Gubb called him back. "You can't go up there," said Philo Gubb from his ladder top. "There's been enough folks up there already." "Who was up?" asked Slippery hastily. "Policeman Fogarty was," said Philo Gubb. "What did he find up there?" asked Slippery anxiously. "Nothin'," said Philo Gubb. "He told me he couldn't find 7 bottles of beer and a beer opener." "Look here," said Slippery sweetly, "if I gave you $5 to hire you to hunt for them, could you find them 7 bottles of beer and that beer opener for me? Straight detective work. Could you?" "I could try to find them," said Philo Gubb. "Well, that's all I want," said Slippery. "I don't want to do nothin' with them. All I want to know is where they are. Here's $5." Philo Gubb took the money. "All right," said Slippery. "Now you find them. They're upstairs in Mrs. Turner's bed, between the quilt and the mattress. Go find them." "Not until Miss Turner comes home," said Philo firmly. "It's her house." "Why, you long-legged stork, you," said Slippery. "She knows I'm here for that beer she sent me." "I thought you said Snook sent you for his clothes," said Philo. "Never you mind who sent me for what," said Slippery angrily. "You're a dandy detective, ain't you, sitting on top of a ladder and not letting a friend of Snook's help him out? Say, listen, Gubby, everybody's going to get into worse trouble if I don't get away with that beer. Understand? Come on, let me take it away." "When Miss Turner comes back," said Philo Gubb. A new knock on the door interrupted them, and Slippery glided to the cellar door through which Snooks had so recently fled. The kitchen door opened to admit Attorney Smith. He was a thin man, but intelligent looking, as thin men quite frequently are. "Don't get down, Mr. Gubb, don't get down," he said. "I came in the back way, hoping to find Miss Turner. She is not here?" "She's out," said Philo Gubb. "Too bad," said Attorney Smith. "I wanted to see her about her nephew." "You have heard he is in jail?" "Why, yes," said Philo, crossing one leg over the other. "He hired me to do some deteckating. I'm sort of in charge of that case. I'm just going to start in looking it up." Attorney Smith took a turn to the end of the room and back. He was known in Riverbank as the unsuccessful competitor against Attorney Mullen for the city attorneyship, and was supposed to be the counselor of the liquor interests. "You have done nothing yet?" he asked suddenly, stopping below Philo Gubb's elevated seat. "No, I'm just about beginning to commence," said Philo. "Then you know nothing regarding the articles young Turner is charged with stealing?" "Well, maybe I do know something about that," said Philo. "If you mean 7 bottles of beer and a beer opener, I do." "Where are they?" asked Attorney Smith in the sharp tone he used in addressing a witness for the other side when he was trying a case. "I guess I've told about all I'm going to tell about them," said Philo thoughtfully. "I don't want to be disobliging, Mr. Smith, but I look on them bottles of beer as a clue, and that beer opener as a clue, and they're about the only clue I've got. I got to save up my clues." "Are they in this house?" asked Mr. Smith sharply. "If they ain't, they're somewheres else," said Philo. "Mr. Gubb," said Mr. Smith impressively, "there are large interests at stake in this case, larger interests than you can imagine. We are all interested at this moment in clearing your client of the suspicion, which I hope is an unjust suspicion, now resting over and upon him. I need not say what the interests are, but they are very powerful. I feel confident that those interests could succeed in clearing Snooks Turner." "Well, I guess if I was left alone long enough to get down from this ladder, I could clear him myself. I didn't study in the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency's Correspondence School of Deteckating for nothing," said Philo Gubb. "Snooks hired me." "And he did well," said Attorney Smith heartily. "I praise his acumen. I wonder if I might be permitted, on behalf of the powerful interests I represent, to contribute to the expense of the work you will do." "I guess you might," said Philo Gubb. "Deteckating runs into money." "The interests I represent," said Mr. Smith, taking out his wallet, "will contribute $10. And they did. They put a crisp $10 bill in Philo Gubb's hands. "And now, having shown our unity of interest with young Mr. Turner, there can be no harm in telling us where that beer is, can there?" He turned toward the kitchen door, for Nan Kilfillian stood there. Her eyes were red and swollen. Attorney Smith hastily excused himself and went away, and Nan came into the kitchen. "Oh, Mr. Gubb," she exclaimed, "you will get Snooks out of jail, won't you? It would break my heart if he was sent to the penitentiary, and I know he has done nothing wrong. He is depending on you, Mr. Gubb. I brought you $10. It is all I have left of last month's wages, but it will help a little, won't it?" "Thank you," said Philo Gubb, taking the money. "I cannot estimate in advance what the cost of his clearance will be. It may be more and it may be less. It is a complicated case. I am just about going to get down from this ladder and start working on it vigorously. If you—" He stopped. "If you wish to help us in this case, Miss Kilfillian," he said, "will you go to the jail and ask Snooks where is the beer and the beer opener?" "Where is—" Her face went white. "What beer and what beer opener?" she asked tensely. 7 bottles and a beer opener," said Philo Gubb. "Oh," she moaned. "And he said he didn't do it. He swore he didn't do it. Oh, Snooks, how could you? How could you?" "Now, don't you weep like that," said Philo Gubb soothingly. "You go and ask him. I'll have my things ready for my immediate departure onto the case by the time you get back." Nan hurried away, and Philo Gubb waited only to count the money he had so far received. It amounted to $55. He slipped it into his pocket and stood up on the stepladder. He had even proceeded so far as to put one foot on a lower step when Mrs. Wilmerton entered the kitchen. She was a stout woman, and she was almost out of breath. She had to stand a minute before she could speak, but as she stood she made gestures with her hands as if that much of her delivery could be given, at any rate, and the words might catch up with their appropriate gestures if they could. "Mr. Gubb! Mr. Gubb!" she gasped. "Oh, this is terrible, terrible! Miss Turner should never have dared it. Oh, my breath! Do you know where the beer is?" "I wouldn't advise you to take beer for shortness of breath," said Philo Gubb. "Just rest a minute." "But," gasped poor Mrs. Wilmerton, "I told Miss Turner it was folly. She's so stubborn. Ah, I thought I'd never get a full breath again as long as I lived. How can we get rid of the beer?" "There's plenty that want to take it," said Mr. Gubb. "Attorney Smith—" "Oh, I knew it! I knew it!" moaned Mrs. Wilmerton. "He threatened it." "Threatened what?" asked Philo Gubb. "That he would find the beer in this house!" cried Mrs. Wilmerton. "He threatened Aunt Martha that if she did not give it to him freely he would have it found here and make a scandal. Beer hidden in between the quilt and the mattress of Aunt Martha's bed, and she secretary of the Ladies' Temperance League! It's awful! Martha is so headstrong she's getting herself in an awful fix. She never should have had a thing to do with that Slippery fellow." "With who? With Slippery Williams?" asked Philo Gubb, intensely surprised. "Aunt Martha Turner? What did she have to do with Slippery Williams?" "Well, she had plenty and enough and more than that to do with him," said Mrs. Wilmerton angrily. "Getting bottles of beer in her bed and robbing houses at her time of life, and wanting the Ladies' Temperance League to have a special meeting this morning to approve of burglary and larceny at her age." "Now, Mrs. Wilmerton," said Philo Gubb from the top of the ladder, "I'd ought to warn you before you go any farther that Snooks Turner has engaged me and my services to detect for him in this burglar case. If Aunt Martha Turner burgled the burglary that Snooks is in jail for, maybe you ought not to say anything about it to me. I got to do what I can to free Snooksy, no matter who gets into trouble." "Mr. Gubb," exclaimed Mrs. Wilmerton suddenly, "Mr. Gubb, I'm not authorized to do so, but I'll warrant I'll get the other ladies to authorize, or I'll know why. If I was to give you $20 on behalf of the Ladies' Temperance League to help you get Snooksy out of jail, and land only knows why he is in jail, would you be so kind as to beg and plead with Snooksy to leave Attorney Mullen alone in the Eagle after this?" She held 4 $5 bills up to Philo Gubb, and he took them. "From what I saw of his eye," said Mr. Gubb, "I guess Snooks will be willing to leave Attorney Mullen alone in every shape and form from now on. Now, maybe you can tell me how Snooks got into this business." "I haven't the slightest idea in the world," said Mrs. Wilmerton. "All I know about is—" Both Mrs. Wilmerton and Philo Gubb turned their heads toward the door. The greater duskiness of the kitchen was caused by the large form of City Attorney Mullen. He bowed ceremoniously to Mrs. Wilmerton, who turned bright red with embarrassment, probably because of her part in the efforts of the League to have Mr. Mullen impeached by the City Council. Attorney Mullen was not, however, embarrassed. "I'm glad you are here, Mrs. Wilmerton," he said, "for I wish a witness. I do not wish to have any stigma of bribery rest on me. I came here," he continued, taking a leather purse from the inner pocket of his coat, "to give these $25 to Mr. Gubb. Mr. Gubb, I have just visited Snooks, so called Turner, at the jail. I went there with the intention of bailing him out, pending the simple process of his ultimate and speedy release from the charges against him. I am convinced that I was wrong when I made the charge of burglary against him. I am convinced that no burglary was ever committed on my premises." "Oh!" exclaimed Mrs. Wilmerton. "Not even the 7 bottles of beer and a beer opener, I suppose?" Attorney Mullen turned on her like a flash. "What do you know about beer and beer openers?" he snapped. "I may not know as much as Detective Gubb, but I know what I know," she answered. And Mr. Mullen restrained himself sufficiently to hide the glare of hatred in his eyes by turning to Philo Gubb. "Exactly," he said with forced calmness. "And perhaps I know more about them than Mr. Gubb knows. In fact, I do know more about them. I know they are upstairs between a blanket and a mattress. I know, Mrs. Wilmerton," he almost shouted, turning on her with an accusing forefinger, "that they were stolen from a house in this town by someone representing the Ladies' Temperance League. I know that burglary was committed by, or at least at the behest of, someone representing the Ladies' Temperance League." I know that if this matter is carried to the end, a respectable old lady, a leader in the Ladies' Temperance League, will go behind bars, sentenced as a burglar. That's what I know." "Oh, my!" gasped Mrs. Wilmerton, and sank into a chair. "Now then," said Attorney Mullen, turning to Philo Gubb again, and handing him the $25. "I give you this money as my share of the fund that is to pay you for the work you do for Snooks Turner. I make no request because of the money. It is yours. But if you love justice, for heaven's sake send word to him to come out of jail." "Won't he come out?" asked Philo Gubb, puzzled. "No, he won't," said Attorney Mullen. "I begged him to, but he said no, not until Philo Gubb gets to the bottom of this case. But should we, as citizens and as members of the Prohibition Party, permit Mr. Gubb to land Aunt Martha Turner in the calaboose?" "Well, if what I find out when I get down from this ladder and start to work sends her there, I don't see that I can help it," said Philo Gubb. "Deteckative work is a science as operated by them that has studied in the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency's Correspondence School of Deteckating." "Snooks says he don't know anything about any beer," said Nan Kilfillian, entering hastily, and then pausing as she saw Mr. Mullen. "Did you tell him it was upstairs in bed?" asked Philo Gubb. "In his room? In his bed?" said Attorney Mullen eagerly. "Why, that puts an entirely different aspect on the matter. That gives me, as city attorney, all the proof I shall need to convict the respectable Miss Martha Turner and her honorable nephew of the Eagle, and by the gods, I will convict them." He glared at Mrs. Wilmerton. Nan broke into sobs. "Unless," he added gently, "this whole matter is dropped." Philo Gubb took out all the money he had received and counted it, sitting cross-legged on the ladder. "I guess," he said thoughtfully, "you had better run up to the jail and tell Snooksy I want to see him right away, Miss Kilfillian. Maybe he can stretch the jail that much again. Tell him I'm just going to get down from this ladder and start to work, and I want to ask his advice." "What do you want to ask him?" inquired Attorney Mullen as Nan hurried away. "I want to ask him about those 7 bottles of beer and that beer opener," said Philo Gubb. "Mr. Gubb," said the city attorney, "I can tell you about those bottles of beer. If those bottles of beer came from my house, Aunt Martha Turner goes to the penitentiary. If she does not go to the penitentiary, there are no bottles of beer, and there is no beer opener, and never were." "I told her she had done a foolish thing. Foolish thing!" exclaimed Mrs. Wilmerton. "Just so, and it was foolish," said Attorney Mullen, "if it was done. And if it was done, and Snooks Turner telephoned, and I thought he meant the burglary, I would naturally assault him." "You hurt him bad," said Philo Gubb. "And I meant to," said Attorney Mullen. All turned toward the door, where Policeman Fogarty entered with Snooksy and Nan. "I've done everything I could to quiet up the matter," said Fogarty to Mullen, thus explaining his interest in the affair. "I like jail," said Snooks cheerfully. "I'm going to stay in jail." Aunt Martha Turner interrupted him. She came into the kitchen like a gust of wind, scattering the others like leaves, and threw her arms around her nephew Snooksy. "Oh, my Snooksy, my Snooksy!" she moaned. "Don't you love your old auntie any more? Won't you be a good boy for your poor old auntie? Don't you love her at all any more?" "Sure," said Snooks happily. "A fellow can love you in jail, can't he?" "But won't you come out?" she pleaded. "Everybody wants you to come out, dear boy. See, they all want you to come out, every last one of them. Please come out." "Oh, I like it in jail," said Snooks. "It gives me time for meditation. Well, good bye, folks. I'll be going back." His aunt grasped him firmly by the arm and wailed. So did Nan. "But, Snooksy," begged Mrs. Turner, "don't you know they'll send me to the penitentiary if you go back to that old jail?" "Yes, but don't you care, auntie. They say the penitentiary is nicer than the jail. Better doors. Nobody can break in and steal things from you." "Snooks Turner," said his aunt, "you know as well as I do that Mr. Mullen will forgive and forget, if you will. Would you rather see me go to prison? Suffer?" "No, of course not, Auntie," said Snooks, laughing. "But you see, I've hired Detective Gubb to work on this case, and if there's no case, it will not be fair to him. He's all worked up about it. He's so eager to be at it that he has almost come down from the top of that ladder. In another day or two he would come down, all the way down, and then there's no telling what would happen. No, I'm a newspaper man. I want Philo Gubb to discover something we don't know anything about." "I might start in trailin' and shadowin' somebody that hasn't anything to do with this case," suggested Philo Gubb. "That wouldn't discommode none of you folks, and I'd sort of feel as if I was giving you your money's worth. Somebody has been writin' on the front of the Methodist Church with black chalk. I might try to detect who done that." "But that would be a very difficult job," said Snooks. "It would be some hard," admitted Philo Gubb. "Then you ought to have more money," said Snooks. "Aunt Martha ought to contribute to the fund. If Aunt Martha contributes to the fund, I'll be good. I'll come out of jail." Aunt Martha opened her shopping bag and fumbled in it with her old fingers. Philo Gubb took from his pocket the bills he had been given during the morning. He counted them. He had exactly $100, just enough to send to Mr. Medderbrook. "How much should I give you, Mr. Gubb?" asked Aunt Martha tremulously, and Philo Gubb stared thoughtfully at the ceiling for a few minutes. When he spoke, his words were cryptic to all those in the room. "Well, ma'am," he said, "I guess 10 cents will be about enough. I've got a 2-cent postage stamp myself." "Ain't detectives wonderful?" whispered Nan, clinging to Snooks' arm. "You can't ever tell what they really mean." Nobody seemed to care what Philo Gubb meant, but a week later Snooks stopped him on the street and asked him why he had asked for 10 cents. "For to register a letter," said Philo Gubb. "A letter I had to send off." End of The 2-Cent Stamp by Ellis Parker Butler. The Unburglars by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Unburglars by Ellis Parker Butler. Although Detective Gubb's experience with the oubliette elevator did not lead to the detection of the dynamiters for whom a reward of $5,000 was offered, it resulted in the payment to him of 1/2 of 3 fines of $500 for each of the 3 stores of whiskey he had unearthed. With this money, amounting to $750, Mr. Gubb went to the home of Jonas Medderbrook and paid that gentleman the entire amount. "That there payment," Mr. Gubb said, "deducted from what I owe on to them shares of perfectly worthless gold mine stock." "The name of the mine, if you please, is utterly hopeless, and not perfectly worthless," said Mr. Medderbrook severely. "Just so," said Mr. Gubb apologetically. "You must excuse me, Mr. Medderbrook. I ain't no expert onto gold mines names, and offhand them 2 names seem about the same to me. But my remark was to be that the indebtedness of the liability I now owe you is only $13,750. "And the sooner you get it paid up, the better it will suit me," said Mr. Medderbrook. "Yes, sir," said Mr. Gubb, and hesitated. Then, assuming an air of little concern, he asked, "It ain't likely to suppose we've had any word from Miss Syrilla, is it, Mr. Medderbrook?" For answer, Mr. Medderbrook went to his desk and brought Mr. Gubb a telegram. It was from Syrilla. It said, "Eating no potatoes, drinking no water. Have lost 8 pounds. Kind love to Mr. Gubb." "She's wore herself down to 992 pounds, according to that," said Mr. Gubb. She has only got to wear off 292 pounds more before Mr. Dorgan will discharge her away from the sideshow." "And at the rate she's wearing herself away," said Mr. Medderbrook, "that will be in about 10 years. What interests me more is that the telegram came collect and cost me 40 cents. If you want to do the square thing, Mr. Gubb, you'll pay me 20 cents for your share of that telegram." Mr. Gubb immediately gave Mr. Medderbrook 20 cents, and Mr. Medderbrook kindly allowed him to keep the telegram. Mr. Gubb placed it in the pocket nearest his heart and proceeded to a house on 10th Street, where he had a job of paper hanging. At about this same time, Smith Whittaker, the Riverbank Marshal, or Chief of Police, as he would have been called in a larger city, knocked the ashes from his pipe against the edge of his much whittled desk in the dingy marshal's room on the ground floor of the City Hall, and grinned at Mr. Griscom, one of Riverbank's citizens. "Well, I don't know," he said with a grin. "I don't know but what I'd be glad to be unburgled like that. I guess it was just somebody playing a joke on you." "If it was," said Mr. Griscom, "I am ready to do a little joking myself. I'm just enough of a joker to want to see whoever it was in jail. My house is my house. It is my castle, as the saying is, and I don't want strangers wandering in and out of it, whether they come to take away my property or leave property that is not mine. Is there or is there not a law against such things as happened at my house?" "Oh, there's a law, all right," said Marshal Whittaker. "It's burglary, whether the burglar breaks into your house or breaks out of it. How do you know he broke out?" "Well, my wife and I went to the Riverbank Theater last night," said Mr. Griscom, "and when I got home and went to put the key in the keyhole, there was another key in it. Here are the 2 keys." Marshal Whittaker took the 2 keys and examined them. One was an old door key, much worn, and the other a new key, evidently the work of an amateur key maker. "All right," said Marshal Whittaker, when he had examined the keys. "This new one was made out of an old spoon. Go ahead." "We never had a key like that in the house," said Mr. Griscom, "but when we reached home last night this nickel silver key was sticking in the lock of the front door, on the outside, and the door was unlocked and standing ajar." "Just as if some one had gone in at the front door and left it unlocked," said Mr. Whittaker. "Exactly," said Mr. Griscom. "So the first thing we thought was burglars, and the first place my wife looked was the sideboard in the dining room, and there—" "Yes," said Mr. Whittaker, "there on the sideboard were a dozen solid silver spoons you had never seen before." "And marked with my wife's initials, understand," said Mr. Griscom. "And the cellar window, the one on the east side of the house, had been broken out of." "Why not broken into?" asked the Marshal. "Well, I'm not quite a fool," said Mr. Griscom with some heat. "I know because of the marks his Jimmy made on the sill." "Some one has been playing a joke on you," said Mr. Whittaker. "You wait and you'll see. You won't be offended if I ask you a question?" "My wife knows no more about it than I do," said Mr. Griscom hotly. "Now, now," said Mr. Whittaker soothingly, "I didn't mean that. What are your own spoons, solid or plated?" "Plated," said Mr. Griscom. "Well," said Mr. Whittaker, "there's where to look for the joke. Try to think who would consider it a joke to send you solid silver spoons." "Billy Getz!" exclaimed Mr. Griscom, mentioning the town joker. "That's the man I had in mind," said Mr. Whittaker. "Now, I guess you can handle this alone, Mr. Griscom." "I guess I can," agreed Mr. Griscom, and he went out. The Marshal chuckled. "Unburgled," he said to himself. "That's a new one for sure. That's the sort of burglary to set Philo Gubb, the undetective, on." He was still grinning as he went out, but he tried to hide the grin when he met Billy Getz on the main street. Billy uttered a hasty "Can't stop now, Whittaker," but the head of the Riverbank police grasped his arm. "What's your rush? I've got some fun for you," said Whittaker. "Some other time," said Billy. "I just borrowed this from Doc Mortimer and promised to take it back quick." "What is it?" asked the Marshal, gazing at the curious affair Billy had in his hands. It looked very much like a coffee pot, and on the lid was a wheel like a small tin windmill. Just below the lid and above the spout was a hole as large as a dime. "Lung tester," said Billy, trying to pull away. "Let me go, will you, Whitaker? I'm in a hurry. Just borrowed it to settle a bet with Sam Simmons. I show 2 pounds more lung pressure than he does. 26 pounds." "You?" scoffed Whitaker. "I bet I can show 28 if you can show 26." "Oh, well, I suppose I can't get away until Baby tries the new toy. But hurry it up, will you?" The Marshal put his lips to the spout and blew. Instantly, from the hole under the lid, a great cloud of flour shot out, covering his face and head, and deluging his garments. From up and down the street came shouts of joy, and the Marshal, brushing at his face, grinned. "One on me, Billy," he said good-naturedly, patting the flour out of his hair. "And just when I was coming to put you onto some fun, too. What do you know about the Griscom un-burglary?" "Not a thing," Billy said. "Tell me." "I didn't expect you would know anything about it," said the Marshal with a wink. "But how about putting Correspondence School Detective Gubb onto the job?" "Fine," said Billy. "Tell me what the unburgled Griscom thing is, and I'll do the rest." Billy found Philo Gubb at work in the house on 10th Street, hanging paper on the second floor, and the lank detective looked at Billy solemnly as the story of the Griscom affair was explained to him. "When I started in takin' lessons from the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency's Correspondence School of Deteckating," said Mr. Gubb solemnly, "I aimed to do a strictly retail business in deteckating, and let the wholesale alone." "Seeing that you learned by mail," said Billy Getz, "I should think you'd be better fitted to do a mail order business." "Them terms of retail and wholesale is my own," said Mr. Gubb. "You don't believe anybody would unburgle a house, I guess," said Billy. "Yes, I do," Philo Gubb said. "A fellow can tie a knot, or he can untie it, can't he? He can hitch a horse, or he can unhitch it. And if a man can burgle, he can unburgle. A mercenary burglar would naturally burgle things out of a house after he had burgled himself in, but a generous-hearted burglar would just as naturally unburgle things into a house and then unburgle himself out. That stands to reason." "Of course it does," said Billy Getz, "and I knew you would see it that way." "I see things reasonable," said Philo Gubb. "But I guess I won't take up the case. Unburglin' ain't no common crime. It ain't mentioned in the 12 lessons I got from the Rising Sun Correspondence School. I wouldn't hardly know how to go about catching an unburglar." "Just do the opposite from what it says to do to catch a burglar," said Billy Getz. "Common sense would tell you that, wouldn't it? But listen, Mr. Gubb, I'd let Whitaker catch his own burglars. The reason I ask you to take this case is because I know you have a good heart." "It's good, but it's hard," said Philo Gubb. "A deteckative has to have a hard heart." "All right. Here is this man unburgling houses. For all we know, he is honest and upright," said Billy Getz. "He continues unburgling houses. The habit grows. Each house he unburgles tempts him to unburgle two. Each set of spoons he leaves in a house tempts him to leave 2 sets in the next house, or 4 sets, or a solid silver punch bowl. In a short time he wipes out his little fortune. He borrows, he begs. At last he steals. In order to unburgle one house, he burgles another. He leads a dual life, a sort of Jekyll Hyde life." "But what if I caught him?" said Mr. Gubb. "Oh, you won't catch. I mean, we will leave that to you. Frighten him out of the unburgling habit. I'll tell Marshal Whitaker you will get on the trail." "Yes," said Philo Gubb. "I feel sorry for the feller. Maybe he's lettin' his wife and children suffer for food whilst he unburgles away his substance." "Then," said Billy Getz, taking up his lung tester, "suppose you stop in at the Marshal's office tonight at 8:30. Whitaker will tell you all about it." Philo Gubb waited until Billy was well out of the house, and then he said, "He done it, and I know he done it, and he done it to make a fool out of me, but I guess I owe Billy Getz a scare. And if I can prove that unburglary onto him, he'll get the scare all right." Detective Gubb, when it was time to go to the marshal's office, pinned his large nickel-plated star on his vest, put 3 false beards in his pocket, and went. The marshal received him cordially. Billy Getz was there. "You understand," said Whitaker, "I have nothing to do with putting you on this case, but I want to ask you to report to me every evening." "I could write out a docket," said Philo Gubb. "That's what them French detectives did always." "Good idea," said Whitaker. "Write out a docket and bring it in every night. Now, I'll go over this Griscom case so you'll understand how to go at it. Here, for instance, is the house." The clock on the marshal's desk marked 10 before they were aware. Billy had arisen from his chair, for he had a poker game waiting for him at the Kidders Club when the telephone bell rang. The marshal drew the phone toward him. "Yes," he said into the telephone. "Yes, this is Marshal Whitaker. Mr. Millbrook?" "Yes." "I know. 765 Locust Avenue. Broken into? What? Oh, broken out of. While you were out at dinner? Yes. Opened the front door with a key? Yes. What kind of key, Mr. Millbrook? Thin nickel silver key? Nothing taken? What's that? Left a dozen solid silver spoons engraved with your wife's initials. I see. And broke out through a cellar window? Yes, I understand. No, it doesn't seem possible, but such things have happened. I'll send—" He looked around, but Philo Gubb, who had heard the name and address, was already gone. "I'll attend to it at once," he concluded, and hung up the receiver. He turned to Billy Getz. "Billy," he said severely, "is this another of your jokes?" "Whitaker," said Billy, "I give you my word I had nothing to do with this." "Well, I'll believe you," said Whitaker rather reluctantly. "I thought it was you. Who do you suppose is trying to take the honor of town cut-up from you?" "I can't imagine," said Billy. "Are you going to leave the thing in Gubb's hands?" "That mail order detective? Not much. It's getting serious. I'll send Purcell up to look the ground over. A man can't make nickel silver keys and break out of houses and leave engraved spoons and forks around without leaving plenty of traces. We'll have the man tomorrow and give him a good scare." Detective Gubb, in the meanwhile, had gone directly to Mr. Millbrook's unburgled house at 765 Locust Avenue. Mr. Millbrook, a short, stout man with a husky voice that gurgled when he was excited, opened the door. "I'm Deteckative Gubb of the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency's Correspondence School of Deteckating, come to see about your unburglary," said Philo Gubb, opening his coat to show his badge. "This is a most peculiar case." "I've never heard anything like it in my life," gurgled Mr. Millbrook. "Didn't take a thing. Left a dozen spoons. Came in at the front door and broke out through the cellar window." "How long have you been married?" asked Mr. Gubb, seating himself on the edge of a chair and drawing out a notebook and pencil. "Married? Married? What's that got to do with it?" asked Mr. Millbrook. 20 years next June, if you want to know." "That makes it a difficult case," said Philo Gubb. "If you was a bride and a groom, it would be easier, but I guess maybe you can tell me the names of some of the folks you've had to dinner." "Dinner?" gurgled Mr. Millbrook. "Dinner? When?" "Since you were married," said Mr. Gubb. "My dear man," exclaimed Mr. Millbrook, "we've had thousands to dinner. Dining out and giving dinners is our favorite amusement. I can't see what you mean. I can't understand you." "Well, you got plated spoons and forks, ain't you?" asked Philo Gubb. "What if we have?" gurgled Mr. Millbrook. "That's our affair, ain't it?" "It's my affair, too," said Detective Gubb. "Mr. Griscom's house was unburgled last night, and he had plated spoons. The unburglar left solid ones on him, like he did on you. Now, I reason inducatively, like Sherlock Holmes, you both got plated spoons. An unburglar leaves you solid ones, so he must have known you had plated ones and needed solid ones. So it must be someone who has had dinner with you." "My dear man," gurgled Mr. Millbrook, "we never have had a plated spoon in this house. Who sent you here, anyway?" "Nobody," said Philo Gubb. "I come of myself." "Well, you can go of yourself," gurgled Mr. Millbrook angrily. "There's the door. Get out." On his way out, Mr. Gubb met Patrolman Purcell coming in. Detective Gubb, outside the house, examined the cellar window as well as he could. There was not a mark to be seen from the outside, but a pansy bed bore the marks of the unburglar's exit. To get out of the cellar, the unburglar had to wiggle himself out of the small window, and had crushed the pansies flat. Detective Gubb felt carefully among the crushed pansies, and his hand found something hard and round. It was the drumstick bone of a chicken's leg. Detective Gubb threw it away. Even an unburglar would not have chosen a chicken's leg bone as a weapon. Evidently Billy Getz had not left any clue in the pansy bed. Philo Gubb had no doubt that Billy was putting up a joke on him. The detective decided that his best method would be to shadow Billy Getz from sundown each day until he caught him unburgling another house, or found something to connect him with the unburglaries. So he went home. It was 11 when he began to undress. It was then he first realized that the knees of his light trousers were damp from kneeling in the pansy bed, and he looked at them ruefully. The knees were stained like Joseph's coat of many colors, and they were his best trousers. He hung them carefully over the back of his chair and went to bed. The next morning he rolled the trousers into a bundle and took them with him on his way to his paper hanging job. On Main Street he stopped at Frank the tailor's. Pants cleaned and pressed, 35 cents. He unrolled the trousers and laid them across the counter. "Can you remove those stains?" he asked. "Oh, sure I could," said Frank. "I make me no troubles by dot, Mr. Coop. Shust this morning already I did it der same thing. You fall over der wire too, yes?" "Certainly. I expect it was the same wire. Into a flower bed?" "Chess," said Frank. "Like Mr. Westcote, yes? Cooling across der corner, yes, und didn't see der wire." "That's so," said Detective Gubb. "You don't mean old Mr. Westcote, do you?" "Sure, yes," said Frank. "He falls by der flower bed in und stains his knees already. Shust like dat. Well, I have me these pants ready by you this evenings. You want them pressed too?" "Press 'em and clean 'em and make 'em nice," said Philo Gubb, and went out. Old John Westcote! And pansy stains on his trouser knees, was it? The thing seemed impossible. But so did unburglary, for that matter. Old John Westcote was one of the richest men in Riverbank. He was a retired merchant, and as mean as sin. He was the last man in Riverbank anyone would suspect of leaving spoons and forks in other people's houses. But how did it come that he had pansy stains on the knees of his trousers? Philo Gubb thought of old John Westcote all day, and toward night he hit on a solution. Wedding presents. From what he had heard, old John was, or had been, the sort of man to accept a wedding invitation, go to the reception and eat his fill, and never send the bride so much as a black wire hairpin. And now, grown old, his conscience might be hurting him. He might be in that semi-senile state when restitution becomes a craze, and the ungiven wedding presents might press upon his conscience. It was not at all unlikely that he had chosen the unburglary method of giving the presents at this late date. The form of the unburgled goods, forks and spoons, and the initials engraved upon them made this more likely. That night Detective Gubb did not report in person or by docket to Marshal Whitaker. At 7 o'clock he was hiding in the hazel brush opposite old John Westcote's lonely house on Pottix Lane. At 7:15 the old man tottered from his gate and tottered down the lane toward the more thickly settled part of town. Under his arm he carried a small bundle. A bundle wrapped in newspaper. Detective Gubb waited until the old man was well in advance, and then slipped from the hazel brush and followed him, observing all the rules for shadowing and trailing, as taught by the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting. For 3 hours the old man wandered the streets. Now he walked along Main Street, peering anxiously into the faces of the pedestrians with purblind eyes, and now walking the residence streets. Detective Gubb kept close behind. As 10 o'clock struck from the clock in the high school tower, old John Westcote quickened his steps a little and walked toward the opposite end of the town, where the lumber yards are. Down the hill into the lumber district he walked, and Detective Gubb dodged from tree to tree. Halfway down the hill the old man hesitated. He glanced around. At his side was a mass of lilac bushes, seemingly strangely out of place among the huge piles of lumber. Without stopping, the old man let the bundle slide from under his arm and fall on the walk. For a moment it lay like a white spot on the walk, and then it moved rapidly out of sight into the bushes. Bundles do not move thus unless assisted, but Philo Gubb was too far away to see the hand he knew must have reached out for the bundle. He ran rapidly, keeping in the sawdust that formed the unfitful soil of the lumber yard, until he dared come no nearer, and then he climbed to the top of the tallest lumber pile and lay flat. He commanded every side of the hillside lumber yard, and he did not have long to wait. From the lower side of the yard he saw a black figure emerge, cross the street, and disappear over the bank into the railway switch yard below. Mr. Gubb scrambled down and followed. At the bank above the switch yard he paused, keeping in a shadow, and looked here and there. Flat cars and box cars stood on the tracks in great numbers, most of them closed and sealed, some partly open. He heard a car door grate as it was closed. He slipped down the bank and crept on his hands and knees. He was halfway down the line of cars when he heard a voice. It came from car 7887, CB&Q. "Run all the breath out of me," said the voice in a wheeze. "Well, did you get it?" whispered another voice. "Sure, I got it. Got something, anyway. Strike a match, Bill, and let's see if he put up a job on us. If he did, we'll blow him up tomorrow night, hey?" "That's right. We got a can of powder left under the pile by the laylocks. How much is it?" "We told him 1,000, didn't we? Same as he give the law and order to help grab us. Now listen. You take half of this and go one way, and I'll take half and go the other. We can get away with 500 apiece." "And we got the 500 apiece we got for doing the dynamite job, too. Say, I never thought to have $1,000 at once in me life. What's that?" It was Philo Gubb slipping the car door latch over the staple and hammering home the hasp with a rock. It was the engine backing against the long row of cars to make a coupling, and then moving slowly forward toward Derlingport as the heavy train got under way. The two rascals hammered on the side of the car with their fists. They swore. They kicked against the doors. Philo Gubb drew himself into the next open car as the train moved away. About the same time Officer Purcell entered the marshal's office, where Whitaker and Billy Getz sat awaiting the coming of Philo Gubb. Purcell led John Gutman, the town half-wit. "I got him," he said proudly. "Caught him coming out of Sam Wentz's cellar window. Says he didn't mean no harm. Had a dream he was to leave spoons on all the society folks, and he'd be invited to all their parties." "Did he fight you?" asked Whitaker. "Your pants is all stained up." "Fight? No, he wouldn't fight a sheep. I tripped over a wire fence cutting a corner and fell into a flower bed. Got Hail Columbia from the lady, too. She said old man Westcote fell into the flowers yesterday, and she didn't mean to have her flower bed used as no landing place. Heard from Detective Gubb yet?" Whitaker grinned. "We ought to hear from him soon, and I reckon he'll be worth waiting to hear from." And he was. Word came from him about an hour later. It was a telegram from the sheriff of Derling County. "Detective Gubb captured 2 of the dynamiters tonight. Have their confession. Arrest Pie Wagon Pete, Long Sam Underbury, and Shorty Billings. All implicated." "And the reward's up to $5,000," said Officer Purcell. Let's hustle out and nab the other three, and maybe we can split it with Gubb." "And us sitting here thinking we had a joke on him!" exclaimed Marshal Whitaker with disgust. "It makes me sick." "Well, I feel a little bilious myself," said Billy Getz. End of The Un-Burglars by Ellis Parker Butler.